Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 461, The Martial Ancestor of the Shocking Secret. Where is the prehistoric world? How can I enter? Throughout the ages, even the half-ancestors have found it difficult to know. It is a place that only the ancestor gods know, and it is full of endless secrets. Xiao Chen has been thinking about this question. When Kiki's parents passed away, they left a spiritual mark, saying that death is not the end, and the battle has just begun. What does that mean? There is also the threat from the ancestor gods of other worlds. They are so powerful. Where is the so-called alien world? It was once suspected that it was the great desolate heaven realm, but it was finally denied by some facts. The catastrophe that Tianwei and Renwiren are worried about is the impact from other worlds. When will they attack on a large scale? In this peaceful era, the undercurrent is already surging, and the strong are uneasy, because they don't know how violent the future storm will be. Everyone wants to improve their strength and make themselves more confident. During this trip to the west, Xiao Chen let go of a lot and lost a kind of bondage, but the regret in his heart is hard to express. This is life, always feel a kind of bitterness when you think you let go. Xiao Chen flew all the way, the mountains and rivers retreated rapidly, and the east land was in sight. At this moment, he suddenly found two familiar figures, Tianwei and Renwiren. You two seniors, we haven't recovered yet. The chubby man looked at him with a smile. I'm just worried that you are going to fight with old Shira and others. It's fine to fight, but don't face each other with life and death. I didn't meet them life and death, I always remember your words. Xiao Chen looked at them suspiciously. The two of them had already told him thousands of times when they were in Shengqun. Why did they come to the world on purpose now? We think it's better to tell some things to avoid accidents again. The three stood in the clouds, walking on the cotton-like clouds. Tianwei said. Li Mu and Shengqun found that the Hu family and the Sun God sect seemed to have taken refuge in the Shira and Skeleton clan. We are afraid that you will fight for your life with the Shira Banzu and the Skeleton King. There is an injustice and a debtor. I will not kill innocent people randomly. I just want to get rid of Huban and Sun God's son Olito. The outsider smiled and nodded. This way we can rest assured. Tianwei usually acted like a bad boy, but at the moment he was very serious and said, You asked about us before, now I can tell you. Since you already have the strength to compete with the Banzu, you should know some secrets that people at this level can understand. Although the outsider looks like a half-grown child, his eyes are as deep as the ocean. He has lived for endless years. At this moment, he is looking at the clouds in a daze, and he said after a long time, Didn't you ask us about the 100 clans before? Now I will tell you that the 100 clans are one family with us and come from the same origin. 100 clans and us are one family. Xiao Chen was full of puzzlement. The three of them strolled forward in the clouds, the wind was fierce, their sleeves fluttered, and the setting sun in the distant sky shone brilliantly. It's not a family in a symbolic sense, but really has an inseparable blood relationship. What are you talking about? Xiao Chen was a little dumbfounded. The 100 clans and the human race are related by blood. This really made him feel a little unbelievable. It's okay to say that the Zon clan and the Angel clan are like humans after all, but the Demon Ape clan, Scorpio clan, and Pterosaur clan all appear in the form of beasts. It is a bit scary to say that they are close relatives and blood relations with the human race. Didn't you ask about the origins of our hundreds of clans in the past? I will tell you slowly now. Tianwei sat down cross-legged on the clouds, and with a touch of his right hand, a bright pearl floated in the sky, calming the surrounding wind, and immediately made the place peaceful and quiet. Then he flicked it with his hand, and a jade table appeared in front of him, filled with fairy fruits, among which a few yin and yang fruits were particularly eye-catching. Life is the greatest miracle in the world. Tianwei said very seriously, 100 races are really separated from us humans, and they have the same miracles and potential as us. Next, Tian Weishan and Renwiren taught Xiao Chen a good lesson, uncovered an eternal mystery for him, and told him a historical secret that could shock the world. 100 clans turned out to be a failed experiment. This conclusion made Xiao Chen feel buzzing in his head. Everything was so unbelievable, it felt like a dream. Someone actually manipulated the evolution process of life. There is a mysterious big hand leading all this. The strongest life form, they want to get the strongest life form. The outsider looked at the sunset, although the sun was still dazzling under the clouds, but he didn't seem to notice it. Ancestor god from another world? Xiao Chen asked eagerly, is the ancestor god from another world leading all this? All kinds of clues prove that they did it. Tian Weishan sighed, and said, they were born in this world before us, and they may be the oldest primates. They want to become stronger, so, just use the living body that evolved into a primate as an experiment. After Xiao Chen came into contact with the facts, he felt angry and sad at the same time. Facts have proved that it is true. The outsider was very indifferent. He had been angry in the past, but now he has calmed down. All of this is not something that Banzu can detect, but the secret discovered by the ancestor god, and the truth restored after speculation. At the beginning, not long before Shenong's death, he told all these half-ancestors. The ape race, scorpion race, giant race, angel race, etc. are all experimental products. They are the results of transformations based on human beings. The code of life can be inherited. Since then, there have been many unusual races in this world. And the black hand behind all this is secretly observing all this. They want to get the strongest life body, and everything is just for themselves. Because they want to break through and make the entire race stronger. A long time ago, an ancestor god of the alien race once said that we are just low-level beasts raised in captivity, and everything is just for observation and experimentation. Their race wants to use this to break down barriers. Under the same civilized sky, there is a powerful life race, which first produced spiritual intelligence and finally transcended the world. Then, they looked down at the vast land and intervened in the evolution process of the life race that later produced intelligence. I want to get inspiration from it to speed up my life evolution process. The races that later produced intelligence were born in the same world, but they were like beasts raised in captivity. It's just that the entire animal husbandry circle uses the world as a cage, which seems too huge. Observation, experimentation, and self-improvement are the various reasons why the big hand behind the scenes continues to promote the evolution and transformation of the life of each race. Everything is so unbelievable, the 100 clans are one family with us, and someone is interfering with all of this. While Xiao Chen was shocked, he was also extremely angry. Taking the world as a cage and keeping human beings in captivity between the heaven and the earth, the primate creatures under the civilized sky are only the objects of observation and experimentation. This truth is cruel. Xiao Chen clenched his fists. What's more cruel is that when our scale reaches a certain level, they will come out to destroy us, and then leave behind a small number of fire seeds to watch us struggle and evolve again. Among them, there will definitely be some half-ancestors, because half-ancestors are the foundation for the continuation of fire seeds. It's nothing more than their observation and experimentation. Why is it so? Xiao Chen couldn't calm down. Because they want to firmly control us, let everything be under their control, and never allow the power that threatens them to be born. Our history provides inspiration for their evolution, and we are just their experiments. The outsider, Jiyu Jing Wubo, told all this plainly, saying, they really got a lot from us. Every time we encounter a great destruction, we provide them with a new evolutionary path. In the ancient past, the martial world, the air world, the curse world, and the soul world corresponded to the different ancient evolution systems of warriors, chi refiners, curse masters, and soul cultivators. They have already observed and mastered them. Tian Weishan was silent for a long time. Before speaking, he said, I have to say, we humans are really creative. Every time we are destroyed, we will take a different path. In the past, we have created a completely different road of technology. It is still very powerful, but it is also destroyed after being observed by them. That huge black hand ruthlessly dominates all of this. Their power is really powerful. Tian Weishan sighed helplessly, and said, especially for the existence of the ancestor god level, they are stricter. They will never let the number of us reach 10. Paying attention to the process of human beings successfully advancing to the rank of ancestor gods is undoubtedly the most inspiring to them, but they dare not play too much with fire. Speaking of this, the childlike outsider seemed to be getting a little melancholy. He took a bite of the yin and yang fruit, and said, the illusory half-ancestor is also their experiment, using the power of people's spiritual beliefs to create a powerful life form. Using the illusory half-ancestor to control people's hearts, absorb the power of faith, and control those real life forms in the world. But in the end, the illusory life forms were inevitably abandoned and killed by them, and only a small number of illusory forms survived. Although I know that the remaining illusory life forms, like parasites and blood-sucking insects, will only greedily absorb the spiritual power of all living beings. But in order to fight against the half-ancestors of other worlds, the ancestor gods have to tolerate them temporarily. However, I never thought that the most powerful illusory life forms would actually reconcile and join forces with the ancestor gods of other worlds. So far, Xiao Chen still clearly remembers that during the catastrophe of false gods, Hong Jun and an ancestor god from another world attacked. Speaking of this, the outsider's eyes shot out a compelling light, and said, perhaps, when illusion and reality are reversed, when yin and yang coexist, the world is in great turmoil, and the mysterious and unpredictable power that radiates is the only way to restrain that lofty ancient life form. This inference is not unfounded. The former fantasy and reality reversed, and the power of yin and yang shook Kyushu and the four worlds. Even the ancestor gods from other worlds all withdrew from these realms. In the end, only one ancestor god from other worlds remained to attack. Drawing the ground as a prison, we are just beasts raised in captivity, haha, it's really ridiculous. Angry, but also sad. All primate life forms originated from Kyushu, including the Black Hands. Later, after going out of different paths, the quartet world was opened up. Tian Weishan said leisurely, the world of martial arts, the world of qi, the world of curses, and the world of souls were so glorious in the past, and the cradle of life in Kyushu was even more splendid, and 100 schools of thought contended. But today, everything has changed. The pure warriors in the martial world are extinct, and the ancient qi refiners in the qi world have passed on to the cultivation system. The curse world and the soul world have long since lost their prosperity time. Not to mention the lifeboat of Kyushu. Xiao Chen felt very uncomfortable and listened quietly. You once asked about our Kyushu and the Sifang world. I can only tell you some past events of the generation of the ancestor god Shenong. In the distant past, human beings were destroyed several times, and I don't know the situation. The outsider side. The ancestor gods on our side were only 8 or 9 people when they were the strongest, and they couldn't reach the number of 10. Although they fought hard, they could only retreat to the martial world, which is the world of longevity. The other 3 worlds, although they have our vast number of people, are listed in the pyramids. The top ones are without a doubt those ancestor gods from other worlds. In the era of Suorenshi, Nuwa, and Shenong, Wuji, which was later known as Changshungi, was the only place where ancestor gods from other worlds did not descend and rule. The ancestor gods of Fuxi, Nuwa, Yuchao clan, and Suiren clan fought against the half-ancestors of other worlds and the illusory life forms just created by the half-ancestors of other worlds. They suffered heavy losses. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was very heavy. Fuxi, Suorenshi, Nuwa, Shenong, etc. have really paid too much in the past. After a long silence, Xiao Chen thought of another question that had troubled him for many years. He had asked Tian Weishan and Ren Weiren more than once. That is the fall of martial ancestor. This topic seems to be very heavy, making Tian Weishan, who doesn't care about anything and is very optimistic, sigh again and again. That is an irreparable loss. Tian Weishan sighed. The martial ancestor is an unrivaled master who has reached the pinnacle of the 9 heavens of the ancestral god. He can be called invincible in heaven and earth. The power of a pure warrior is really too powerful. Even the ancestor gods of other worlds are taboo. And the tragedy began because of this. This is a story of blood and tears. Ancestor Wu was assassinated by someone's design. Several ancestor gods from other worlds came across the world. After paying the painful price of the death of 2 people by unscrupulous means, Ancestor Wu fell. At the same time, in order to completely destroy the Wushou lineage, they let the half-ancestors from other worlds incarnate into qi refiners, curse masters, and soul cultivators to attack Wushou lineages frantically. As a result, a great melee broke out within the martial arts world, and they were killed in the martial arts world, killing each other in Kyushu, killing each other, pure martial artists were wiped out, and many half-ancestors of other systems also fell. It was a bloody age, it was a dark time, and it was a history of blood and tears that made people sigh. There are not too many words. When the fog of history is lifted, there is only the heaviness after the tragedy. Only the ancestor gods and a few half-ancestors knew about this history of hatred. The number of cultivators of various systems retreating in the martial arts world has dropped to a low point. Knowing whether it is cold or warm, the living licks the wound alone. The name of the Wuji is not worthy of its name. Several ancestor gods renamed it the longevity realm, implying eternal life, peace and harmony. They want to protect and create an ideal country. However, is there really a world of longevity in the true sense? No. The longevity realm is just a dream. Today, almost all the ancestor gods who guarded it have perished. If there is a dream in the heart, there is still hope for everything. Whether it is the Kyushu or the quartet, sooner or later it will become the realm of longevity. Xiao Chen whispered to himself. Difficult, difficult, the outsider said 3 difficult words in a row. In the past, human beings were destroyed several times, and several civilization eras were destroyed, and everything started again. Today, far from being as powerful as it used to be, how can we truly create a world of longevity and peace? Now, the ancestor gods are almost completely wiped out, and the ancestor gods from another world come again. Are we going to be destroyed again? Maybe, but maybe there will be changes. Tian Weishan looked up at the sky, as if he was looking at a mysterious place, and said, in the past, the 4 worlds in Kyushu were already weak, but when they were about to be destroyed, the great desolate heaven realm intervened and avoided a tragedy. Prehistoric heaven realm? Xiao Chen was surprised. Don't ask me, I don't know what kind of world it is. Tian Weishan shook his head. Beyond heaven and earth, there are many variables. The outsider took the words, and said, for example, the dead world connected by the sinful abyss in the dead city, I think it may be a cradle of life that has been destroyed. It is an unimaginable place. In history, there was not only one dead city. 9 lights accompanied the 9 cities. Now the dead city is the 9th. Although Renwiren and Tian Weishan have really penetrated into the world of death, it is difficult to tell. This is a variable. When illusion and reality reversed, the world of death fluctuated through the abyss of sin to produce yin and yang energy fluctuations that disturbed the ancestors of other worlds, making them all have to retreat. Maybe it can be used later. Perhaps, as outsiders and Tian Weishan speculate, the world of death is a place full of miracles just like Kyushu, and it is a cradle of life parallel to Kyushu. But it's broken. The prehistoric world is high above, full of endless mysteries, even the ancestor gods may only have a glimpse of the door. The sun had already set, and the setting sun disappeared, and the stars were dotted and sprinkled on the clouds. Xiao Chen mentioned the mysterious thing that created him, the Tianbei. At the same time, he even mentioned the most tyrannical weapon in the world, the stone man. The stone figures are scattered all over the world, and they are treasured by several ancestor gods as treasures. If it is a weapon, it is definitely the strongest. Back then, when he blocked the ancestor gods from other worlds in the desert of ancient gods, it was obvious that the power of the battle sword was manifested, but in fact, Xiao Chen thought it was the power of the stone man. Its incomplete body sits quietly in Xiao Chen's body, creating such a huge stone statue. Even if it cracks later, it can still compete with the half-ancestor. One can imagine how terrifying the real stone man is. As I said, human beings have been destroyed several times before, and the dominant Black Hand destroyed several eras of our civilization. The Suiren clan, Yuchao clan, Fuxi, Shenong, and Wangdi are just figures from these 2 recent civilization eras. Don't be surprised how many earth-shattering figures and incomprehensible magic soldiers appeared in the distant past. After all, the past was once brilliant. Although, they have already perished. Tian Weishan said so. The following words are not included in the paid word count. Today, some pitfalls have been connected in series. I think many brothers will suddenly realize that everything that is unclear should be very clear now. Of course, bigger pits will also appear, and pits still have to be dug, such as the prehistoric world, the people and things of several destroyed civilizations, the deepest part of the dead world, and so on. Life goes on, digging holes. In half an hour, 2010 will be ushered in. I wish all book friends all the best in the new year. Happy New Year, happy family. Chapter 462, Damn Uncle. Looking up at the blue sky and looking down at the vast land, it turns out that we are not the only masters, there are older and more powerful life forms born before us. However, under the same sky of civilization, they regard us as objects of experiment and observation, looking down on our evolutionary process. In their eyes, we may be just low-level beasts. This astonishing truth is very cruel, and it will definitely make everyone in the world panic if it is spread out. The 3 talked for a long time above the clouds, and finally Tian Weishan and Renwiren left. Xiao Chen lay on the white clouds, looking up at the brilliant starry sky. Even though he knew this, he was powerless to change anything now, and he had to continue to practice hard. However, he He has an expectation in his heart that the future may be full of crises and challenges, but it must be an era in which strong men emerge in large numbers and the most brilliant sparks will surely be produced. I'm afraid it won't be too long to collide with the ancestor gods of other worlds. Everything will be revealed where those people are and how powerful they are. And what is in the deepest part of the dead world will eventually surface. Perhaps, there may be the power to obliterate the ancestor gods of other worlds. The lofty prehistoric celestial world will surely be revealed its mystery with the passage of time. The supreme power inside can make the ancestor gods of other worlds regress, which is enough to show their unshakable status. Lying high in the sky, looking down on the earth, such a cultivation level was enough to be proud in the past, but under the background in front of him, Xiao Chen felt that it was not enough, he needed to become stronger. When the first ray of gold came from the east, he opened his eyes, then took steps in the sky and flew towards the north. At noon, Xiao Chen came to Yandu, and from a long distance, he could see the purple air soaring to the sky. It was the essence of the dragon veins of the earth rushing into the sky, and there were spiritual roots of hundreds of veins underground. It was a place more suitable for cultivation than famous mountains and rivers. Walking into the prosperous ancient capital, there are a variety of commodities on both sides of the street, such as the best jade from the western regions, exquisite silk from the south, and various antique porcelain and so on. The streets are bustling with traffic, extremely lively, pedestrians rubbing shoulders, the flow of people is endless, and the sound of hawking and hawking can be heard endlessly. The ancient emperor's jade pendant, hurry up and buy it, the one with the highest price will get it. Splendid Zhongnan divine product, heavenly General Rusai, once in 100 years. All merchants and shops are trying their best to tout their own goods, whether it is true or not is debatable. But the most speechless thing is that there is a butcher who is too high profile. Dragon meat, the meat of a wingless dragon, come and buy dragon meat. Don't miss it when you pass by. I said, buddy, you are really not authentic, this is obviously donkey meat, why are you so eager to call it dragon meat? Brother, haven't you heard that the dragon meat in the sky and the donkey meat on the ground will give birth to a pair in these 2 days? The dragon meat is the donkey meat, and the donkey meat is the dragon meat. Seeing all this, Xiao Chen was speechless, and continued to walk into the city. His goal was Xiaoyaohu Mansion. Looking at all kinds of commodities on the street and listening to the cries of hawkers one after another, he felt that all of them were full of the breath of life. Xiao Chen came to look for Wu Ming, but he didn't see him in Xiaoyaohu's mansion. He was told that King Wu Ming was in the ruins of the Forbidden City. The original Forbidden City has already been turned into ruins and buried underground for endless years. Later generations did not copy it and rebuild it, but creatively developed a famous garden on the ground. Not only has the atmosphere of northern gardens, but also absorbs the beauty of Zhongnan gardens, collected all kinds of precious flowers and trees from all over the world, as well as various precious strange stones, and even attracted water from the divine spring to form a spiritual lake. This place has become the first scenic spot in Yandu, and anyone who enters Yandu must come here to have a look. It's such a good place. Xiao Chen sighed. This place is worthy of being the most wonderful scene in Yandu, even in winter, it is still lush and green. A person with heavenly eyes like him can naturally see the reason clearly. The purple air in the entire garden is completely nourished by the ancestral roots of the 100 veins under the earth. The flowers and trees here are verdant. Although they are all ordinary flowers, they have already been tainted with a little bit of immortality. The white lotus flowers are faintly shimmering with crystals, the dazzling peonies are in full bloom, and there are lingering rays of light. There are also strange trees that are even more green and shiny. Of course, those brilliance cannot be seen by mortals, they will only see these beautiful and verdant flowers and trees. As soon as he entered the garden, Xiao Chen met an acquaintance, who laughed at that moment. Although Fatty Zug has white hair like snow, his complexion is ruddy and he is full of energy. After so many years, this guy still looks very nourished. I have to say that he is a person who knows how to enjoy himself. He holds a cat in his left hand and a dog in his right hand. He is followed by a group of entourage. In addition, there are 2 beauties following him closely. It is a typical appearance of the second-generation ancestor as Xiao traveling. You really know how to enjoy, you fat bastard. After so many years, you really can't change your nature. The moment he saw Xiao Chen clearly, Fatty Zug was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed, and said with a smile, life is short, so enjoy yourself in time. Brother, I am so happy to see you. Why did you come to Kyushu from the world of longevity? Hey, brother, I can't cultivate well, but I still have a way of doing business. More than 10 years ago, I bought 30% of this garden area in partnership with others. This place is a cornucopia. After more than 10 years, I have earned back all the capital and profits. This guy is complacent, and he has taken his business from the longevity realm to Yandu, and he really has a few tricks. Who is your partner? Hearing this question, Fatty Zug laughed dryly, and said, I was just trying to plead with you. Well, what's going on? My partner is Toddy. How about asking your brother Sanjaba to let him go? I heard that Sanjaba, who had been missing for more than 150 years, has reappeared in the world. Toddy is very anxious about this and feels very stressed. Toddy, who was once sold to the black coal mine by Jinsun Yi, and the cheap father of the sun god. That's right, it's him. This guy's life is very hard. After escaping from the black coal mine, he was sold by Jinsun Yi again. I don't want to be in trouble again now. He is also considered an outlier. Well, I will inform Jinsun Yi. Fatty Zug with white hair like snow was overjoyed when he heard that. He patted the buttocks of the beautiful woman beside him, and said, Go, set up the Tianzi #1 flower viewing platform, I want to entertain the most distinguished guests. At the same time, Fatty Zug ordered his followers to invite Toddy. The fat man no longer teased the cat or walked the dog, and specially paid Xiao Chen to visit the garden, and then walked towards the flower viewing platform. The so-called flower viewing platform is a pavilion built on a higher terrain, where you can overlook the beautiful scenery around you. Drinking in such a place has a special feeling. But after coming here, a little accident happened. A young man with a heroic spirit stepped onto the Tianzi #1 flower viewing platform one step ahead of Xiao Chen and the others. Young master, please stay a little longer. This flower viewing platform has already been reserved. The young and beautiful garden girl stopped him with a smile on her face. The young man frowned in displeasure, and said, The people who made the reservation haven't come yet. Tell them that I have made a reservation here, and I want to invite distinguished guests here, so that they can find another flower viewing platform. My lord, please Haihan, someone here really has made reservations in advance. The flower girl in the garden whispered softly, Please change to another flower viewing platform. Didn't you hear my son's words? Let them choose another one. The young master's expression suddenly became sharp. Do you know who my son is? Why don't you arrange it quickly? An old man with the appearance of a butler flew up to the flower stage and shouted at the young maid. The garden flower girl was frightened and submissive. The young master glanced at the butler, and the old man stepped back immediately. And it was at this time that several young men and women flew over from afar and boarded the Tianzi #1 flower viewing platform. Wu Shaoxi, your swallows are really good, especially this garden is very special. It is very artistic to enjoy flowers and drink here. It would be even better if there are a few snowflakes floating between the sky and the earth. A young red-haired man said so. Wu Shaoxi smiled and said, You are the eldest grandson of the war king Ma Baoao, you can't use the means of calling wind and rain, why don't you come to make a snowfall? A young girl in purple was charming and enchanting, with a confident personality, and said, The scenery here is really beautiful, I really want to buy it, and live here forever. Wu Shaoxi, can you help me do it? What's the difficulty? If the people of Yandu know that the princess of the Scorpio family will live here, it's too late to welcome them. Wu Shaoxi smiled. Next to it, another green-haired woman looked cold and arrogant, and said, I'm not interested in this garden, but I want to practice in Yandu's earth spirit root. Wu Shaoxi laughed loudly and said, As expected, you are indeed the granddaughter of Heavenly King Yasha. If you cultivate so hard, you probably want to look down upon your generation like your grandfather did. Next to him, a man from the Shira clan also laughed, and said, When Dacha Heavenly King is almost invincible in his generation, she is indeed the daughter of a famous family. HMPH, you were killed by Xiao Chen. The glamorous woman of the Yaksha clan stared at the young Shira and said, Didn't your grandfather, King Shira, also die at the hands of Xiao Chen? Sooner or later, I will cut off Xiao Chen's head with my own hands. The man of the Shira tribe said coldly. Ma Baoao's eldest grandson also sneered and said, What is Xiao Chen? He's just older than me. In a few decades, I will definitely kill him and avenge my uncles on Wang Jingpu. Wu Shaoxi smiled and said, That's right, sooner or later, I'll let him crawl on his feet. The woman of the Scorpio family smiled and said, You are just daring to blow your breath here. Xiao Chen is really here. I think you all have to shrink your head. Our seniors have all been defeated by him. Even the previous king of my family was killed by him. Wu Shaoxi sneered and said, HMPH, so what if he's here? I dare to say the same. After decades, it's hard to say which one is weaker and which one is stronger. Under the Tianzi number 1 flower viewing platform, Xiao Chen touched his chin and said to himself, am I so hateful? Fatty Zug with white hair said, these people are all young heroes in recent years, they are the strongest of their generation, including the son of King Wu Mingming, the eldest grandson of King Mabao, and the granddaughter of Heavenly King Yasha. We have already booked this place in advance. Xiao Chen shouted to several people on the flower viewing platform. You find another place, this place has been taken over by my young master. An old man who looked like a butler walked over with frowns. The few people on the flower viewing platform glanced down with disdain, and didn't care at all. Fatty Zug wanted to say something, but Xiao Chen stopped him, saying, forget it, if you argue with a few younger generations, it will be said that I am bullying the younger. Do you know what you're talking about? The old butler asked Xiao Chen coldly with a gloomy face. Xiao Chen ignored him, turned around and walked towards another flower viewing platform. Didn't you hear what I said to you? The old housekeeper's face was dark, showing killing intent. It's just that Xiao Chen seemed to regard him as heir, let Fatty Zug lead the way, and left this place. The old butler's eyes showed murderous intent, and he directly pointed out a finger wind, attacking Xiao Chen's back. But never thought, Xiao Chen didn't turn his head, just waved his robe sleeves, and a gust of wind blew him directly into the flower viewing platform behind. It was made of hard diamonds, but at this moment, a large hole in the shape of a human appeared. One can imagine how terrifying that kind of force is. Master, help, the old housekeeper's weak voice came out. And the few young heroes on the flower viewing stage of Tianzi number 1 had already noticed what was going on in the audience, and their expressions suddenly changed at this moment. Who are you? Stop! Wu Shaoxi shouted, but at this moment, a scene that stunned Wu Shaoxi and others appeared. According to the legend, Wu Mingwang, the rare rival among heavenly kings, flew over like a golden rainbow. Landing in front of that person, he cupped his hands repeatedly, with an incomparably bright smile on his face. Wu Shaoxi, isn't that your father? He seems to be very respectful to that person. The eldest grandson of the war king Ma Baoao tugged at Wu Shaoxi's sleeve and said. Who is that person? Even your father seems to be a little afraid of him. The granddaughter of King Yasha also showed doubts. Wu Shaoxi shook his head, expressing that he didn't know him at all. Wu Ming shouted bad luck in his heart, but he had a bright smile on his face, and said, I don't know that brother Xiao came to Yandu, and he was far behind. Please forgive me. Accompanied by him, Xiao Chen and the others boarded the Tianzi No. 1 flower viewing platform. Wu Shaoxi and others greeted Wu Ming again and again. This is a dog, Wu Ming introduced to Xiao Chen, then turned around and said, Little Shi, come and see your uncle Xiao Chen soon. I've seen. Wu Shaoxi just wanted to greet him, but when he heard the word Xiao Chen, he was stuck on the spot as if he was choked by a dead mouse, his face turned red, and he was so uncomfortable that he died. Knees on, why don't you meet your uncle Xiao soon? Wu Ming's eyes widened at that moment. Wu Shaoxi was tongue-tied and almost suffocated. Not only Wu Shaoxi was dying of pain, but the men and women behind him also turned red and purple, wanting to yell out in pain. The bloody uncle, Wu Shaoxi really wanted to draw his sword to face each other. But under Wu Ming's sharp gaze, Wu Shaoxi still bit the bullet and saluted, and said in a low voice, I've seen Uncle Xiao. Xiao Chen said with a smile, he is really a good boy, his talent is extraordinary, no courtesy. Wu Shaoxi really wanted to find a crack in the ground to get down, and cursed in his heart. Damn it, he looks only a few years older than me, but I actually called him uncle today. Behind him, several young men and women were also very uncomfortable. They were unwilling to leave, and felt depressed if they did not leave. Wu Ming smiled and said, you guys should also call me Senior Xiao. This damn Senior Xiao. Several men and women were all very angry, and they all remained silent, standing aside and refusing to come over. Hee, forget it. Xiao Chen waved his hands generously, and said, where do you get so many courtesy? Wu Shaoxi had the urge to vomit blood, but he had just finished saluting. Wu Ming said with a smile on his face, brother Xiao must have come here for that matter, right? Xiao Chen showed doubts and said, what is it? Of course it's about the martial ancestor scripture. Martial ancestor. Xiao Chen suddenly changed color and said in shock, you mean martial ancestor? He wouldn't lose his composure like others, but Wu Ming actually mentioned martial ancestor at the peak of the ancestral god 9 heavens, which had to make him change color. He just learned the truth from Tian Weishan and Renweiren, and now he is very sensitive when he suddenly hears the martial ancestors sutra. I wish all book friends a happy new year and a new atmosphere, and all the best. Make an advertisement. God Tomb OL, the official website of the game. Chapter 463, The Living Martial Ancestor Manual. Could it be possible that there are two martial ancestors? Back then, he was known as a peerless master when he traversed the Kyushu and the Quartet. It is said that he killed 2 or 3 ancestor gods from other worlds alone. He is a rare person who defied the heavens throughout the ages. After Wu Ming finished speaking, he raised his head and drank a glass of fine wine. He didn't believe that Xiao Chen didn't know Wuzu, there must be something hidden in it, but he was not easy to probe. Could it be that the martial ancestor scripture appeared in Yandu? Xiao Chen looked at Wu Ming suspiciously. If there really was such a scripture, the scheming guy in front of him probably wouldn't tell him. Of course, it's absolutely true. Wu Ming answered in the affirmative. This is definitely a major event, and the birth of the martial ancestors' scriptures will inevitably cause an uproar. This is the scripture left by the leader of the ancestor gods, and its value is inestimable. So, wouldn't Yandu become a place where wind and clouds meet? Naturally, Wu Ming smiled and said, many cultivators have already entered this ancient capital. These few people are friends invited by Guzi. They also want to try their luck. He pointed to Wu Shaoxi and the others. Oh, you don't seem to be afraid of the news leaking out, aren't you afraid of attracting powerful competitors? Xiao Chen poured himself a cup, and then looked at Wu Ming. Wu Ming seemed very depressed. He drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, and said, I have nothing to do with the martial ancestor manual. No fate, why is this? When mentioning the reason, Wu Mingyu seemed very unwilling, and said, to be honest, I really have the urge to scold my mother. I was despised by the martial ancestor scripture, or it was severely ridiculed. Xiao Chen was startled, and said, wait, what are you talking about? The martial ancestors sutra is a living thing. That's right, it's a group of conscious living creatures, hazy, with a blue light. Wu Ming squeezed the wine glass in his hand vigorously, and said, it's not good enough to mock me. It's not qualified to practice the martial ancestor manual. Wu Mingnai was one of the strongest among the heavenly kings, and was rated as one of the 3 or 5 most outstanding people in the past 500 years. However, being so underestimated by a scripture really made him feel crazy. The evaluation he gave me was that the qualifications can only be seen once in 500 years, but it is far from his requirements. Speaking of which, with a mind like Wu Ming, facing the temptation of the peerless treasure of the martial ancestors sutra, he also has the urge to scold his mother. The qualifications that can only be seen once in 500 years have been eliminated. How many people have been able to meet the requirements throughout the ages? He felt that this was a kind of making things difficult. After Xiao Chen finished listening, he laughed out loud without sympathy. Next to them, Wu Shaoxi and the others were gnashing their teeth. This was too arrogant, and they were so gloating that one couldn't help but want to make a move. Wu Ming looked very calm, and said meaningfully, you must be difficult to be selected. The martial ancestor Junjing once said that if I am a pure warrior, I can barely pass on my true meaning. And you are naturally not a pure warrior when you cultivate supernatural powers, and of course you have no fate. Xiao Chen laughed not because he was gloating, but because he knew what the martial ancestor scripture was. Back then, he was worse than Wu Ming, and he was severely despised and attacked. His physique, which he saw only once in 20 years, was rated as terrible. That's right, the so-called martial ancestor manual must be the imprint of that martial artist. However, Xiao Chen is no longer what it used to be, and his potential is unlimited. Now if he reunites with the mark of Wuji, he will definitely not get the evaluation of the past. The realm of nirvana is a watershed. After crossing this threshold, everything may change drastically. Those with extreme talents and ordinary aptitude may become more extraordinary and mediocre after crossing the threshold of nirvana. But there are exceptions to everything. There are also those who have been mediocre in the past. After experiencing nirvana, their true potential may surface, just like being reborn from the ashes. That would prove that his true potential was buried in the past. And those who performed extraordinary in the past, perhaps after nirvana, will fade away, and will disappear from everyone. That would prove that his previous glory was just an advance of his potential. There are countless examples of the weak rising to the sky. The so-called top 10 masters of the great merchant empire and the Roman Empire, now it is unknown how many people are left, and almost all of them have disappeared. And Chu Xingquang, who was not among the top 10 masters back then, has mastered the supernatural power of destiny twins. After experiencing nirvana, his cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. Except for 1 or 2 people such as Zhu Dao, he has already left the top 10 far behind. Xiao Chen is naturally also an obvious example. In the past, he was evaluated as a talent that was once seen in 20 years, but after Nirvana, his true potential slowly emerged. And there are many examples of the strong being stronger, such as the Golden Lion King, Zhao Chongyang, etc. They are definitely advancing all the way, always shrouded in an aura of extreme talent. The Martial Ancestor Manual, it actually came out by itself, I don't know who can get it. Xiao Chen said to himself. Obviously, Wu Zanyun should be the nominal inheritor of the scriptures. I don't know which character will be selected this time. That group of conscious blue light is hiding in the ancestral roots of the land of Yandu. It sends out news, attracting cultivators from all directions to come here, and wants to select inheritors. There is no doubt that there will be a huge disturbance. This flower viewing platform is worthy of being no. 1 Tianzi, with a panoramic view of the garden. The waterfalls and flowing springs in the garden are dotted among the flowers, trees and pavilions, making the beautiful scenery more lively. The long bridge lying on the waves is like a white jade dragon, adding a kind of beauty. In this severe winter, the pavilions are lush with lush greenery, colorful flowers and gurgling springs, which are particularly beautiful, so it attracts many tourists and is a veritable scenic spot in the world. Brother Xiao is useful to get brothers, just open your mouth, even if you go up the mountain of swords and down into the sea of fire, brother, I will never frown. Wu Ming said with a heart-to-heart look, and he said it sincerely, but whether it comes from the heart, that's who knows. Xiao Chen suddenly laughed, poured him a glass of fine wine with his own hands, and said, you know that I will go to the Three Treasures Hall for everything, and I do ask for something, and I want you to help me repair some magical weapons from the artifact sect. Oh, what kind of magical weapon is it? I think the treasure valued by Brother Xiao must be extraordinary. Clang, with a flash of light, Xiao Chen put the 3 broken swords on the jade table and said, these are the broken swords. Wu Ming suddenly gasped, how could he not recognize the sword in front of him? This is a terrifying divine weapon that can pierce the immortal emperor's divine bell, and it made him suffer a lot back then. Right now, it is actually broken, which is unbelievable. Wu Shaoxi and the others also changed their colors. Although they hadn't seen it with their own eyes before, they had heard too many rumors about Zhangjian. It's hard to imagine how they were damaged. I don't think even the half-ancestor has the power to destroy them. Wu Ming frowned, and said, it's not that I don't want to help, it's just that this kind of divine weapon is too heaven-defying, beyond the limit of my artifact refining sect's ability, and I'm afraid there is no hope of repairing it. I want to borrow the artifact refining sect's book, can I have a look? Xiao Chen made this request, and added, I don't read your practice formulas, but only the artifact refining chapter. Don't worry, I won't read it in vain. Wu Ming's expression turned ugly. I'm serious, I really want to watch it. Speaking of this, although Xiao Chen looked calm, he naturally showed a momentum. This was an invisible force, which immediately made Wu Shaoxi and several other young men and women feel strong pressure, and they couldn't help being shocked. Okay, I will report to the elder. Wu Ming cursed in his heart, but he had to agree first. At this moment, Tati, who hadn't seen him for many years, stepped onto the flower viewing platform. This guy hasn't changed much, and his long golden hair is shining. He smelled of alcohol, first he saluted nervously, and then he said with a big tongue, just now. I drank a few more drinks with a distinguished guest, I'm late, I accept the punishment. As he spoke, he punished himself with 3 drinks. It was obvious that this guy was drunk. After 3 glasses of wine, he immediately held Xiao Chen's hand and said inarticulately, brother, do you think? Is it easy for me? I was sold by Jinsen Yi, several times, and now this 3 stutterer is born again. #%. Don't worry, I'll tell him this time, I won't embarrass you. Xiao Chen laughed and said, actually, you two are quite alike, both of you have a pair of blinding eyes, and you are both so rich and divine. He really didn't know how to describe these 2 guys, and finally he had to evaluate them as romantic people. Tati heard this, as if he had met a bosom friend, drunk and confided his heart, I have one biggest wish, which is, to sell Sanjiba a few times. Didn't I just tell others that he was 13 seconds back then, but I didn't say it first, it was passed on by Niu Ren, and it is said to be true. You have a big mouth. Fatty Zug patted him on the shoulder and said, stuttering 3 times is very vindictive, so be more careful in the future. Snowflakes suddenly floated in the sky and fell in the lush garden, showing a more artistic conception. At this time, the banquet was over, Xiao Chen and Wu Ming shattered the void and entered the cultivation world. Xiao Chen wants to repair the sword as soon as possible, whether he can form a sword array is related to his future combat power. In the world of comprehension, there are many fairy mountains and spiritual veins, and there are beautiful mountain peaks everywhere. I don't know how many miles I have flown before I came to the artifact sect. The huge sacred mountain is majestic and beautiful, with a mighty aura. Cranes are flying above it, and Yao grass is paved on the ground, like a pure land outside the world. Immediately after Wu Ming walked into the mountain gate, a fairy boy greeted him. It could be seen that Wu Ming had a high status in the artifact sect. And Xiao Chen was carried by a crane and flew to a palace in a green bamboo forest, waiting for news. When the elders of the artifact refining sect received the report from Wu Ming, and looked carefully at a few broken swords, they all showed shock. They are the masters of artifact refining, and the battle swords are naturally like thunder to them. According to legend, there are a total of 49 such swords. When gathered together, they have the power to defy the sky. If they fall into our weapon refining school. Wu Ming hurriedly reminded. Elder, there is no half-ancestor in our clan at present, and the other party is someone who can compete with the half-ancestor. Let's think about how to send him away. Xiao Chen was invited to the palace on the peak of Shenshan Mountain, where he was received by 4 emperor-level elders who were at the top of the earth. This battle sword was forged against the sky, and it may be impossible to continue it. Is there really no hope? Xiao Chen didn't want to give up. Even if we forcibly continue to go up, the sword array inside will be wiped out, and the battle sword will be reduced to an ordinary magic weapon. This kind of statement is completely consistent with the speculation of Tian Weishan and others. Is it really powerless? Back then, since it could be cast, couldn't it be repaired? That's because the person who cast the battle sword is at least the ancestor god. Such a god, how can we repair it, unless the ancestor god takes action to do it? Xiao Chen was almost desperate, the conditions were so harsh that he was helpless. Hey, this is the innate sword, not forged by humans. An elder suddenly exclaimed, his expression changing again and again. What are you talking about? Xiao Chen stared unblinkingly at the elder of the artifact sect who was holding a broken sword. Oh, it's nothing. The old man was immaculate, and at the moment there was no wave in Gujing, he put the broken sword on the coffee table. Xiao Chen burst out into a smile immediately. It would be good if there was an accident, if he was really sentenced to death, then there would be no hope for the perfect sword formation to reappear in the world forever. Senior, please don't hide it, please let me know. I just suddenly felt that this battle sword seemed to be congenitally formed, not man-made. This is in line with the legend. The elder said calmly, Diane's number is 50, and he uses 49. 50 represents all things in the world, and the unused, 1, represents a variable before the world was born. This kind of saying is related to the war sword. Since there is a congenital one, then this battle sword must not be forged by human power. In this way, it is even more impossible to restore it. All right then, take your leave. Xiao Chen stood up, turned around and left. Wu Ming got up and saw them off. No need, I will return to Kyushu now, thank you this time. You're welcome, we didn't help much, I'm really ashamed. Wu Ming sent Xiao Chen out of the mountain gate. Xiao Chen directly shattered the void and left. When Wu Ming re-entered the palace, he found that those elders seemed very excited. Unexpectedly, there really is such a thing in this world. Seeing how the elders lost their composure, Wu Ming knew that these people must have made a major discovery at the last moment. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Be careful, that guy may have doubts. Even if the elders have discovered something, don't show any signs of it at this moment. I'm afraid he will go and come back. The 4 elders hurriedly returned to normal. They began to communicate secretly by sound transmission. Wu Ming asked eagerly, what amazing discovery did the elders make? We discovered a big secret. What secret? Wu Ming felt short of breath. Eternal light. What? Wu Ming felt his heart beating faster, and hurriedly asked through voice transmission, could it be the eternal light recorded on the last page of my sect's supreme treasure? Isn't that a speculation? It's just a theoretical thing. It really exists in the world. Of course, the broken war swords just now have been confirmed. The elder who spoke was very excited, and secretly said, now, I finally understand why the war swords are so miraculous. They are sharp weapons that can kill ancestor gods. It turns out that they have a history that shocked the world. They are definitely forged by the eternal light. Eternal light, how could there be such a thing? Wu Mingru couldn't believe it no matter what, and said to himself in extreme shock, doesn't that mean that 1,000 ancestor gods died in the same place? We must find the eternal light. If you read all the history books of Kyushu and the 4 worlds, you will be able to guess where the eternal light is buried. Xiao Chen did go back and forth as Wu Ming expected. He secretly saw the calm expressions of the people in the palace and did not react abnormally. However, he did not leave just like that, but hid on this sacred mountain. He knew that the elder must have secrets that he did not tell him. It wasn't until 3 days later that he found an opportunity. He quietly walked into the retreat of the elder, and found that he was digging through the mountains of various classics. Among them, many are jade books, stone inscriptions, etc. Some of the characters are not from this civilized era at all, and they are very similar to the characters described by Tianweishan and Renwiren, the heavenly scripts of several eras that have been destroyed. This old thing really found something. Xiao Chen made a sudden attack, isolated the world with 27 swords, and silently sealed the elder's retreat. Only then did Xiao Chen walk in. The dark iron battle suit on his body shone with a gloomy and cold light, dotted with black light. How did you get in? Seeing Xiao Chen breaking into his cave, the elder of the artifact sect's heart skipped a beat. He knew something bad happened. During the tribulation of the false gods, I once killed the half-ancestor and died for many powerful people. Now my hands are covered with blood. Today, I don't mind killing one more cultivator who is in a thorough state. Xiao Chen walked into the cave step by step. His face was cut like a knife, his expression was resolute, his black hair was windless, his dark iron battle suit shone with black light, and the broken sword in his hand was actually flashing with blood. It brought a strong sense of oppression to the elder. Direct and simple deterrence is very deterrent. Now Xiao Chen's name has already spread throughout Kyushu and the quartet. 200 years ago, he died for the illusory half-ancestor. More than 150 years ago, he fought in the Sea of Taboos, competing with the Yasha half-ancestor and others. And not long ago, he was seriously injured in killing the half-ancestor Shira and the Skeleton King in the Western Land, and retreated in defeat. It can be said that the murderous name spread to the 4 worlds and shocked Kyushu. What do you want? In this world, no one is not afraid of death, but some are strong and some are weak. I am actually very easygoing. If others don't force me, I will never kill. But today is different. Fighting sword is really important to me. Xiao Chen stared at the elder and said, "Tell me the secret you discovered, or don't blame me for being ruthless and make your blood splatter 5 steps. I don't understand what you're talking about. I really can't do anything to repair the sword." The elder of the artifact sect gradually calmed down. "Well, since you don't tell me, I'll kill you and extract the memory directly from your soul," Xiao Chen said ruthlessly. This elder undoubtedly belonged to the very strong group of people, but he still changed his color in this situation. His face darkened for a while, and his expression changed again and again, and he said, "Okay, let me say. Don't try to deceive me with lies, because I will ask other elders for verification. If there is any deviation, don't blame me for being rude. Your artifact refining sect may be very powerful and have countless battles, but if I want to sneak attack someone, it is still very easy." Xiao Chen looked stern. "Okay, let me tell the truth. We discovered the eternal light, and the war sword was forged from it." The elder said the truth helplessly. What is eternal light? Xiao Chen had never heard of it before, and his face was suspicious. That is the supreme treasure book of our weapon refining sect. The thing recorded on the last page is a kind of divine light speculated by the founder of our weapon refining sect. It is a theoretical thing. Only some of the oldest sects have speculation and records about this kind of thing. I want to see the last page of your supreme treasure. Xiao Chen made this request directly. When Xiao Chen opened the transcribed copybook, he turned to the last page and began to read it carefully. On the spot, he showed a look of incomparable shock. Not to mention the various unimaginable abilities and miraculous effects of the eternal light, just talking about its formation is too terrifying. At least 10 ancestral gods need to fall to the same place. The souls are immortal, but the consciousness is broken. It is completely pure ancestral god souls intertwined and burned to form a divine light that can never be extinguished, known as the eternal light. In this world, is there such a place where more than 10 ancestor gods are buried together? Xiao Chen was really stunned. Chapter 464, Eternal Light Raises Storms. More than 10 ancestor gods fell on the same place, their consciousness collapsed, their souls were immortal, intertwined and burned to form a divine light that could never be extinguished, known as the eternal light. The last page of the unsurpassed canon of the artifact refining school recorded the speculated eternal light, which gave Xiao Chen an incomparable shock. It's all so unbelievable, it feels so unreal, it's unbelievable. The harshness of the formation of eternal light is unimaginable. How many ancestor gods can there be in the world? Even if you count the dead, you can count them. To form the eternal light, more than 10 ancestor gods are required to be buried in the same place, which is too appalling. That is not a half-ancestor, dozens of them can be found. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, who can catch a lot of them. That is the legendary ancestor god. From the beginning to the end of an era of civilization, 10 people will never be born. However, the formation of eternal light is so harsh, it must be possible for the ancestor gods of 2 or more civilizations to be buried in the same place after death. However, this is also somewhat unbelievable. It is impossible for the ancestor gods to die normally. Their lifespan is endless and they can only die in battle. You must know that when every ancestor god falls, it is difficult to preserve their corpses and spirits. Falling instantly means complete annihilation of body and spirit. Otherwise, their opponents will not feel at ease. Very good, the artifact refining sect is indeed one of the oldest sects, and even knows about the eternal light. Xiao Chen walked around the cave twice, then sat on a stone chair, and said, "You continue to search the classics, and you must find out where the eternal light may appear." The elder of the artifact sect changed his color on the spot, and said, "You want to put me under house arrest and let me serve you? Before I came in, weren't you looking through the classics?" Xiao Chen looked easygoing and said, "I'm not embarrassing you, I just want to repair the sword and give you a ride. If you can find the eternal light, you should understand how great it will be for your artifact refining sect. There are mountain-like classics in the cave, all of which are records about the Kyushu and the quartet, including many jade books and stone inscriptions, many of which are ancient relics from the last few civilizations." The elder of the artifact refining sect reluctantly accepted this reality, and began to search deeply, trying to figure out where more than 10 ancestor gods might have been buried. At the same time, the other caves were also very busy. The elders of the artifact refining sect in Wuming were all carefully looking up the classics. On the contrary, Xiao Chen was very leisurely, took back the 27 war swords, and told the elder clearly that no one could stop him from coming here, and then hid himself on the sacred mountain of the artifact sect and waited for the result. 5 or 6 days have passed like this, and several people are still engrossed in their inquiries. Xiao Chen entered the herb garden of the artifact refining sect, picked some spiritual fruits here, deified some invisible acupoints, and began to sit cross-legged in meditation, practicing quietly. It was not until the 9th day that the elders got together, and Xiao Chen also woke up at this time, listening to their results in the dark. More than 10 ancestor gods are buried in the same place, and it is difficult to find out where they are after searching all over the Kyushu and the 4 worlds. However, there are a few places that are the key points, and they are very likely to be the places we are looking for. That's right, I have searched all kinds of classics, but I haven't found a clear place. There are only a few regions where the eternal light may exist. Several elders were communicating, and Wu Ming was on the sidelines. I think the sacred mountain of the Dragon Clan is a very suspicious place. It is full of mysteries. Even the Dragon Clan themselves may not be able to understand it. I think that before the endless years, there might be a resting place of more than a dozen ancestor gods. Otherwise, all kinds of strange phenomena would not have happened. Hearing such speculation from an elder, Wu Ming immediately nodded and said, "I agree, I also suspect that place. It makes sense. Long Island has hidden too many secrets since ancient times. There must be something strange there." Another elder also nodded in agreement, and at the same time expressed his own conjecture, saying, "In addition, I think the Devil's Plane in the longevity world is also an important place, which has always been shrouded in layers of mystery. Lao Tzu was turned into a flesh in the Devil's Plane in his previous life, and it was difficult to reunite his soul for 800 years. At the same time, the Buddha was crucified on the Devil's Plane. The Devil's Plane is indeed doubtful." Everyone present nodded their heads. At this moment, there are 6 elders gathered in the palace, and they all have their own opinions. At this time, a middle-aged elder who looked relatively calm said, "Just now you were talking about other worlds, why did you forget an important part of our cultivation world?" "How could I forget that we are just listing them one by one?" "You are talking about Sky Burial Valley, right?" "Yes, that's there." The middle-aged elder nodded, and said, "I think the Sky Burial Valley is the most important thing. It has been suppressed by the Tianbei for endless years. Although I don't know what is hidden there, I can guess that it must not be a mortal place. And, from its name, it can be inferred that what should be buried there is very likely to be the burial place of the ancestor gods." "It makes sense." Everyone present nodded in agreement. "I didn't believe in the eternal light before, but now it has been confirmed that it does exist. If we make inferences, it is easy to screen out some important places. The several places you listed, the elders, all have the same characteristics." Wu Ming put forward his own opinion, saying, "All of them were suppressed by the Tianbei." Is this really a coincidence, or do we just need to go to the place where the Tianbei suppressed to find it? All 6 elders showed signs of thought. Wu Ming continued. If that's the case, that dead city must be investigated. Moreover, we seem to have overlooked a very important issue, that is the yellow mud platform that Xiao Chen drove in the past. That's right, an elder exclaimed, and said, the yellow mud platform has an unusual history. It is said that it was made of the flesh and blood of the ancestor gods. Could it be that the eternal light is hidden in it? Otherwise, how could it be possible for the half-ancestor to die with Xiao Chen's cultivation back then? Yes, it is very possible that we almost overlooked the most critical detail. Other elders echoed. Wu Ming went on to say, the most suspicious thing is that when Xiao Chen was fighting against the world's masters outside Luoyang, the capital of God, a divine light shot out from Luoyang, the capital of God, and fixed Wangnatai, making Xiao Chen almost encounter an accident. Before that, there was a legend that there was a power underground in Luoyang God's capital that could resist Wangnatai. But the final result was that the gorgeous divine light was absorbed by Wangnatai. All the elders were silent for a while. Could it be that the eternal light is hidden underground in Luoyang, the capital of the gods, and has been absorbed by Wangnatai? Everyone present frowned, but soon another elder said, it shouldn't be like this. If it is the eternal light, I am afraid that the yellow mud platform will not be able to take it away. After all, the legendary eternal light was formed by burning the souls of more than 10 ancestor gods. It is said that the yellow clay platform is only made of the flesh and blood of Nuwa, Fuxi and other ancestor gods. It should not be able to contain the eternal light. This question is very complicated. When I checked the classics, I accidentally found an amazing record. Since ancient times, there have been 8 dead cities on Kyushu, but they have all been destroyed. If you count the one that is intact now, it should be the 9th. It is said that in the depths of the gods Luoyang and other places, you can still vaguely sense residual energy fluctuations, which seem to have an inexplicable connection with the destroyed dead cities in the past. Could the divine light absorbed by the yellow mud platform rush out from the ruins of the destroyed dead cities? Where? All the people present were analyzing and discussing seriously. I think we seem to have entered a misunderstanding. I firmly believe that there is a real resting place for the ancestors in this world, and it has nothing to do with the dead city, and it has nothing to do with Wangnatai. The 9 dead cities were temporarily exposed by everyone, and they began to discuss other most suspicious places. The soul world has always been mysterious and weird. I think it is the most likely area where the ancestor gods are buried. I think the environment of the soul world is probably related to the death of many ancestor gods in the same world. The soul world is worthy of attention, especially the most evil place in the legend. While discussing, they circled the maps in front of them. In the end, several people talked about the curse world again, but they all frowned on this world, because they felt that they had no way to start, and it was difficult to draw an important place. It's not because the world of magic is not worthy of doubt, but because it is too worthy of attention, but it is difficult to find the key point. The world of curses maintains the most primitive style and features. There are stretches of ancient forests on the land, barren mountains and giant ridges, spanning most parts of the world of curses, and sparsely populated. It is a mysterious world among several worlds. There are many civilization relics that do not belong to this era, and almost every region hides unknown secrets. In the end, the few people had no choice but to draw a big circle on the entire curse world. Okay, let's ignore it in the curse world, and start with the following places. An elder pointed to a few maps and said, the Holy Mountain of Dragon Island, the Devil Plain in the Longevity World, the Sky Burial Valley in the Cultivation World, the Dead City of Kyushu, and the most evil place in the Soul World. Let's start with these 5 places first. A place with eternal light must have all kinds of extraordinary features recorded on the last page of my sect's treasure book. Now immediately arrange disciples to investigate secretly. This is not something that can be achieved in a few days or a few months. It may take 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years. But we must try our best to find it. Xiao Chen left without a sound. Although he had one more hope in his heart, it felt too slim. Even though the artifact refining school had marked out a few major lands, he still felt unreliable. He returned to Yandu on the same day, and he was going to see the mark of martial arts. Maybe he could find a clue from this mark. At the same time, in the artifact sect, Wu Ming patted himself on the forehead and said, I'm confused, I forgot an important thing, maybe I can get important news from the martial ancestor scripture. After several elders asked about what had happened, 2 of them immediately accompanied him to Yandu. The martial ancestor scripture is definitely an antique, maybe he will really know the shocking secret of eternal light. At this moment, the capital of Yan is full of wind and clouds, and world cultivators from Kyushu and other places all gather here, with only one goal, and that is, martial ancestor manual. He, his second uncle, me hash at hash. When Xiao Chen returned to Yandu, he happened to meet Jin Yi in the Forbidden Garden, and found that this guy stuttered again from anger. What's wrong with 300 million, why are you stuttering again? I'm so angry, I'm so mad. This damned martial ancestor sutra, how dare to ridicule me like this, a generation of arrogance. Juju is actually evaluated as a terrible mediocrity, he despises me, I despise him instead. Xiao Chen laughed out loud without any sympathy. Next to him, Shapalang was also furious, and said bitterly, he actually said to me, why are you here to join in the fun with a skeleton, and persuade me to return to the lowest, which is tolerable or unbearable. Tianya also had a displeased expression on his face, and said, it's too abominable, what a monster, actually. At this point, Xiao Tianya's face flushed with anger, and he couldn't continue. Xiao Chen asked with a smile, what did it say to you? Kier laughed loudly and said, that evildoer Junjing is very kind to Tianya, and told him very politely, go back and continue to breastfeed. I'm so pissed off. The good-tempered Tianya wanted to get mad and leave. I'll go see it too. Under the land of Yandu, in the ruins of the Forbidden City, the air of purple is soaring to the sky, and there are thousands of auspicious colors. In this piece of underground ruins, there are figures everywhere, all of them come here for the name, wanting to ask for the truth. Xiao Chen found many old friends among them, such as the King of War Mabao, the King of Five Elements and so on. He even sensed the aura of Yasha Banzu, an angel holy god. Banzu didn't even know how many people came. It is conceivable how tempting the Martial Ancestors Sutra is, even the Banzu is tempted. Martial Ancestor Scripture, can I inherit the true meaning of martial arts? 1,000-year qualification. Ah, am I a rare person in 1,000 years, so I can practice the scriptures? I can see 10 million people like you in 1,000 years. The martial ancestor Junjing said mercilessly. What about me, totally ruined, the physique that will be struck by lightning that day? The Martial Ancestor Sutra is really itchy to hate. I was once evaluated as a hero who you see once in 10 years. Next, a few more people stepped forward and respectfully saluted the blue light. How about me? Mediocrity is horrible. In the distance, many people were dumbfounded, this martial ancestor manual is too, not authentic. Arriving here, Jin Yi and Shapalang inevitably started to get lucky. I'm so angry. Just looking at it like this, Jin Yi felt annoyed, and stammered, he also commented on me in the same way, saying that I have the physique that should be struck by lightning. In the ruins of the underground Forbidden City, there are ruins, but everywhere is full of aura. At this moment, Xiao Chen saw the angel holy god walking forward. How do you, martial ancestor Junjing seemed a little surprised, nodded, but just when everyone thought he approved, he said, failed, it's really bad. Hearing such an evaluation, the angel Holy Spirit visibly shook his body, he was absolutely pissed off. The person who has become a half-ancestor, who is not an outstanding person through the ages, is actually evaluated like this. At this moment, Yesha Banzu also stepped forward and said, so what about me? Not enough class, very mediocre. As soon as these words came out, Banzu Yesha's face turned green. This martial ancestor scripture is really hateful, to say such a thing about him. If an outstanding person like him through the ages is considered mediocre, are there still outstanding people in this world? You said that we are mediocre, let's try to see if you are qualified to say that. Yasha half-ancestor and angel holy god pushed forward at the same time, all the purple energy in front of them was avoided, and the spiritual roots of the earth were trembling. You guys, the imprint of Wu Ji was calm and breezy, and his tone was really irritating, saying, let's practice for tens of thousands of years. Yasha Banzu and the angel holy god didn't say a word, they pushed forward at the same time, and the world of all phenomena enveloped them, trying to shatter the hazy blue light. However, the power of the world didn't help the blue light at all, it was radiant in an instant. Yasha Banzu and the angel holy god stepped back a dozen steps away. I don't know if the two suffered a big loss, they all changed color, and thus exposed their real bodies. Then, with a flash of brilliance, the two disappeared. That's, the two half-ancestors. It's the Yasha half-ancestor and the angel Holy Spirit. People talked about it, and they became more convinced of the extraordinariness of the Martial Ancestors Sutra. Even Banzu was attracted to come here. One can imagine how important this classic is. At this moment, all those who had some doubts earlier rushed forward to let the Martial Ancestor Sutra be selected. Fighting God King, Battle King Mabao, Fire Spirit King, Sea God King, Yimu King, Earth King, Thunder God King, etc. all appeared one after another. Yi Jing and others from the realm of comprehension also showed their figures. Zhao Chongyang, Shui Wu, Meng Xini, Kang Hai, Niu Ren and others also came here. However, Wu Ji's imprints mouth is too poisonous. Facing these outstanding people who command the wind and rain and rule the world, the evaluation they give is simply miserable. In terms of your aptitude, it's better to commit suicide. The way of heaven is not fair. How could such a mediocre person like you be born? It's a miracle to have a waste like you. I'm too lazy to judge you for your appalling qualifications. Ma Baoao, King of Fighting God, King of Fire Spirit, King of Thunder God, Yi Jing, Zhao Chongyang, Shui Wu, Meng Xini, Kang Hai, etc. all wished to find a place to drill down. This martial ancestor scripture is too poisonous. These are definitely the heroes of Kyushu and the quartet world for nearly 1,000 years, but they have been evaluated like this, which makes all these people blush. Finally, when it was Niu Ren's turn to step forward, the martial ancestor Junjing came up with a more poisonous sentence, saying, "You came to the wrong place, you should go to Yaozu." FCK, I'm a human, okay. Niu Ren shook his huge horns. Then you should go to the Shemale. The simple and honest Niu Ren also ran away in anger. Xiao Chen could see that this martial ancestor sutra was born with a poisonous tongue, making him evaluated was purely self-inflicted. But at this moment, the seal of Wu Ji discovered him and said, "You." Seeing this venomous tongue and wanted to comment again, Xiao Chen stepped forward and said, "You are not good enough, it is really bad, it is terrible, it is terrible. It is a miracle that a scripture like yours can be passed down to the world, the way of heaven is not fair, it should be struck by lightning, I am too lazy to judge you." Everyone was dumbfounded. What's wrong with this guy who just wanted to vent his anger? That's the Martial Ancestors Sutra. Could it be that he really isn't tempted at all? The mark of martial arts seemed to be in a daze as well. He didn't expect that someone would be rebellious and didn't care about it at all. It's you, a terrible kid. The hazy cyan light kept beating, as if it was observing Xiao Chen, and seemed to be explaining to everyone, saying, "The reason why I am so demanding is because once I am selected, it means that I have the qualifications to become an ancestor god." Everyone was astonished. The chosen successor of the Martial Ancestors Sutra must have the potential to become an ancestral god, and they might not be able to find it after several lifetimes of searching. Seeing the mark of Wu Ji and wanting to comment on him, Xiao Chen hastily spoke first, saying, "You can't teach me, I'm not here for your selection. I have something to ask." Then, he secretly sent a voice transmission, saying, "You stole part of my remnant soul and accepted it as a disciple. You owe me a favor. I just want to ask you a piece of news. Do you know where the eternal light is?" "The eternal light, of course I know where it is." Martial Ancestor Seal replied. Everyone present was stunned, and almost everyone didn't know what it meant, but the half-ancestors who came here all changed their colors. If they find this legendary thing, it is very likely that one will become an ancestor god. "You, what a big mouth." Xiao Chen was so angry that he never thought that this guy would mutter so nonchalantly. "Let me think about it. Well, the eternal light seems to be in one of the holy mountain of Dragon Island, Devil's Plain, Sky Burial Valley, and the most evil place in the soul world." Xiao Chen was completely speechless. How could this guy be like this? Does it really know? He just said it so nonchalantly. In the distance, Wu Ming was also speechless, feeling an urge to scold his mother. The light was shining, the sound of piercing the sky was endless, and the half-ancestors left through the space one after another. In just one day, the news of eternal light spread throughout the world, and everyone knew it. In less than 3 days, all the cultivators in the 4 directions knew about it. Various anecdotes about the eternal light spread from the half-ancestors' personal disciples. 10 ancestor gods died in the same place. I'm not dreaming. Because of the burning of the souls of more than 10 ancestor gods. The burial place of more than 10 ancestor gods. A word from the seal of martial arts moved the world, and everyone was looking for the eternal light and the burial place of the ancestor gods. The world is turbulent, and the peaceful Dragon Island has often been invaded by powerful people recently, and the roar of dragons on the island shakes the sky. The most powerful man among the half-ancestors of the Dragon clan, the god of war king, went on a killing spree, killing dozens of practitioners who didn't know how to advance or retreat, and even wounded a half-ancestor. Then, he swore in the name of the ancestor dragon, saying that the sacred mountain of the dragon clan was not the place where the ancestor gods were buried. In the end, he invited several half-ancestors to explore together, and finally calmed down Long Island. At the same time, those who went to Devil's Plain and Sky Burial Valley didn't gain anything. In the end, many cultivators rushed to the most evil place in the soul world, and almost half of the half-ancestors set out for this. The eternal light has incomparable magic power, even the half-ancestor can hardly resist that temptation. The ancient wood wolf forest in the soul world has a primitive style, but it is very cloudy. Even at noon, it still makes people feel chilly. White bones can be seen everywhere on the plains and in the mountains and forests. I don't know when it was left, but if you dig a hole, you can find a few cold, dry corpses. Xiao Chen also entered the soul realm. This was his first time in this world. Before he found the most evil place in the legend, he was trapped in a boundless and desolate reddish-brown stone mountain. Here he lost the ability to fly, and it was difficult for him to walk. There was a vast and unpredictable mysterious force that affected everything here. Can't tell the direction, can't find the way out at all. Xiao Chen knew that there was definitely an unimaginable ancient formation here, which was so powerful that it could completely trap Banzu. After being trapped for half a month, when Xiao Chen stepped into a taller stone mountain, he saw a broken stone tablet with a few words engraved on it, which made him change color on the spot. Quote, "Kill the ancestor god from another world, here." The two places where the name should have been engraved were erased with fingers, but the remaining words are extremely clear. An unrivaled powerhouse killed an ancestor god from another world here. The long chapter calls for the monthly pass. Now during the period when the monthly pass is doubled, it is all canvassing. If you don't canvass, you will find that the ranking will drop down. Brothers and sisters, let's have the support of the monthly pass. Chapter 465 Sojin's Fall. The broken stone tablet records the fact that an ancestor god from another world once fell here, and a world-shattering war broke out here countless years ago. But under the power of time, everything in the past has disappeared. Who killed the ancestor god of the other world? I am afraid it will remain a mystery forever. Most of the invincible powerhouses of the past are no longer in this world. Xiao Chen very much suspected that this was once the battlefield where Suorenshi, Wuzu, Fuxi and others shed their blood. He straightened the steel, and then continued to walk forward. There was a sound under his feet, and a skull was kicked out inadvertently. After walking forward for more than 100 steps, he was shocked to find that there were no less than 1,000 skulls all over the place. These should not be weak people, and their cultivation before death may have far surpassed the realm of longevity. Because, among these more than 1,000 skulls, he discovered a special and brilliant skull, which was definitely left behind after the death of the half-ancestor. This is not a good place. Xiao Chen made such a judgment and became cautious. In this mountain range, there is almost no grass growing, all are reddish-brown rocky mountains, some standing upright alone like a divine sword, or like criss-crossed teeth, with a hideous appearance. Moreover, a mysterious and unpredictable force permeates here, not to mention flying, even walking is somewhat difficult. Bone Lulu. A skull suddenly rolled towards him from the stone forest. Xiao Chen immediately pulled out a sword and held it in his hand. Kai. The sword light suddenly appeared, the snow-white skull was split in two, and a vole with black fur squeaked and escaped from it. Well, that's not right. Xiao Chen became alert in an instant. It's likely that a master of the Heavenly King would have difficulty walking into this stone forest. How could a mouse be so fast? Whoosh. Sure enough, there was a piercing sound, and a black light shot towards his throat like a black lightning. It was the pitch-black vole whose fur was shining like silk at this moment. The sharp teeth in the mouth were as white as bayonets, sharp and cold, shining coldly, ready to bite Xiao Chen's throat. Xiao Chen turned his body sideways, and at the same time the sword slashed out. Squeak. Unexpectedly, this wild mouse was as fast as lightning, turned around the moment the sword struck, turned around in the air, and managed to dodge it. Well, it's weird, demon mouse. Xiao Chen followed up one step at a time, his whole body glowing. He overcame the strong pressure in this area, increased his speed, and the sword fell again. Puff. Blood splashed everywhere, and the blade sank into the wild mouse's body, but it was not cut into two pieces, but just cut open, with a layer of skin still attached to it. One must know that the battle sword is extremely sharp and invincible, but it didn't completely tear the demon rat apart. This result seems very wicked. However, this sword is absolutely fatal, completely tearing apart the body. If there is no accident, it is impossible for the demon mouse to survive. Xiao Chen wanted to watch carefully to understand. Unexpectedly, an accident happened. The wound of the dead mouse that was cut open healed quickly, and all the blood that splashed out flowed back. Xiao Chen was taken aback. A mouse was so weird, it made him feel that this place was full of evil. Moreover, he noticed that the mouse's flesh and blood were shining brightly, and there was a faint brilliance flickering, which was absolutely unusual. Xiao Chen was even more surprised when he saw the gleaming black wild mouse with a cunning gleam in his eyes, just like the eyes of a human being. Puff! A blood arrow shot out from the wild mouse's mouth and shot straight at Xiao Chen's forehead. Court death. Xiao Chen dodged on one side, and at the same time stabbed fiercely with the sword in his hand, pierced it with a poof, and stuck it on the sword. And at this moment, he felt that the danger was approaching, and his body moved several meters away. Looking back, it turned out that the blood arrow turned back and shot at the same place. At this moment, it rushed towards him even more. With a flash of red light, it fell into the mouth of the wild mouse. Squeak! The pierced vole couldn't die at all, and screamed frantically. What's so weird here, that it makes such a wild mouse? Xiao Chen felt very puzzled. He was afraid that ordinary cultivators would be attacked and killed by demon rats if they were not careful when they came here. While he was observing the voles, there were rustling sounds from all directions, and many skulls rolled over. Xiao Chen suddenly felt the hairs all over his body stand on end. In all directions, there were no less than tens of thousands of voles surrounding him. Among them, hundreds of wild rats were all gleaming black, exactly the same as the one nailed to the sword by him, and the rest were all blood red. The wild rats were densely packed, with cold teeth, rushing towards him like a flood, making people feel uncomfortable all over. 27 battle swords appeared, and facing the rats coming in like a tide, they slashed vertically and horizontally, and suddenly blood burst out, and a bloody path was cut out. However, something that surprised Xiao Chen happened again. Not a single black vole was killed. Even if the body was cut open, it would be intact in an instant, and the blood splashed would flow back. And although the blood rats were not as powerful as the black rats, their wounds were slowly healing and there was no sign of death. Xiao Chen frowned at that time, and said, "Familiar breath, this is, the ancestor god." He was taken aback, suddenly thought of something, violently shattered the black rat stuck in the battle sword, blood spattered, and at this moment he woke up. The body of the strange demon mouse really contains the breath and divine power of the ancestor god. Couldn't they have eaten the corpse of the ancestor god from another world? This result made Xiao Chen feel a beating in his heart, more and more aware of the possibility. Tens of thousands of wild rats charged here frantically. At this moment, Xiao Chen noticed a huge golden rat, which seemed to be casted from gold and was as big as a horse. 2 cold lights shot out from Xiao Chen's eyes, and 13 war swords shot up into the sky, forming 13 long rainbows side by side, and slashed downward. The bright rainbow glow eclipsed the sun in the sky, and the sound of "chi-chi" could be described as terrifying and piercing, as they all slashed at the giant golden rat. The golden giant mouse is obviously an old goblin who has long been psychic. It actually left an afterimage on the spot, avoided 13 long rainbows, and rushed towards Xiao Chen frantically as if traveling through space. This mighty golden giant rat has almost reached the realm of completeness. 13 battle swords slashed back, and a total of 27 long rainbows impacted in the stone forest, which was extremely gorgeous. Although the golden voles, the size of a pony, showed great strength, they still suffered a big loss when they called them to Xiao Chen's approach. Xiao Chen let it bite, and kicked it out. Even though the sharp rat teeth bit the dark iron battle suit, it was impossible to tear it, and the 27 battle swords all fell on it in the next moment. 27 terrifying wounds appeared, and golden blood flowed out immediately, but the giant rat was not torn apart, turned into a golden light and retreated quickly, and all the golden blood also flowed back. Combat strength is not its scariest part. The giant rat's biggest reliance is its immortal body, which can recover quickly after being cut open. Xiao Chen intercepted a few drops of golden blood, stared carefully, and felt an ancestral aura stronger than the blood of the black rat. This group of voles is too heaven-defying. There is such a big opportunity, no wonder the body is so tyrannical. Xiao Chen was secretly surprised. Where to go? With the sword flying across the sky, Xiao Chen cut a bloody path and chased forward. At this moment, the golden giant rat turned into the image of a middle-aged man, as if forged from gold, the whole body was golden. How dare you break into my family's forbidden area and leave your flesh and blood behind? I can let your spirit go away. The eyes of the golden middle-aged man shone with a gloomy light. The tone is not small. You dare to eat my flesh? Xiao Chen waved the sword in his hand and slashed forward. Knowing how powerful it is, the golden middle-aged man turned into a beam of light and rushed towards the distant rocky mountain. His sharp teeth were terrifyingly powerful. Several golden rays shot out, and immediately opened a cave on the rocky mountain and drilled in. Kai, the light swept by the war sword was several kilometers long, and the huge beam split the rocky mountain open. The golden figure escaped in amazement, and said, "You are really tyrannical, but we cannot kill you, and you will never be able to get out of this ancient forbidden formation, and you will be eaten by us sooner or later. If you want to eat me, you can practice for another 1,000 or 800 years. Xiao Chen's sword swept across, blood and flesh flew all around, and wild rats screamed. Most of the blood rats had died, but not a single black rat had died. He frowned, stretched out his right hand, which was as big as a small mountain, shrouded it, grabbed dozens of black demon rats, and refined them with divine power. Puff! For a full quarter of an hour, the blood gleamed, and the black demon rat finally shattered physically, wanting to reorganize, but their blood was also evaporated alive by Xiao Chen, and the little crystals turned into fly ash, and the black demon rat died completely. You dare to kill my people, you are dead. The golden giant rat the size of a pony manifested itself again, screaming upwards on a distant rocky mountain. Boom! As if a flood had broken its embankment, the rocky mountains in the distance were trembling, covering the sky and covering the earth, and endless monster rats rushed to kill them. It's like a tide, there are hundreds of thousands of them, blood red, and the momentum is terrifying. What reassured Xiao Chen was that most of them were blood rats, and there were only a few thousand black demon rats. But 3 golden rats reappeared, and together with the original one, there were 4 terrifying golden rats the size of a horse. Their strength was already close to that of the thorough realm, and they possessed an immortal body. A flood of demon rats rushed from all directions, completely submerging Xiao Chen. At this moment, he secretly rejoiced that he was protected by the dark iron battle suit, otherwise he would have been in trouble today in this evil place where he could not fly. The colorful brilliance shone, and Xiao Chen summoned the little holy tree from his body, causing it to float above his head, and a series of silk-like auspicious colors fell down, protecting his only head that was not protected by the ancestral god's battle clothes. He rushed to fight in the flood of demon rats, opened the way with his sword, and walked forward slowly. Xiao Chen felt that these 4 golden giant rats should be equal, and presumably there should be a stronger rat king. He wanted to find the source, and maybe he would find something amazing. The corpse of the ancestor god from another world created this group of demon rats, and there may be other important artifacts left behind. Kai! Fierce golden light flashed, and a giant golden rat came to kill it, but it was cut open by Xiao Chen's sword. However, it had an immortal body, and it couldn't be killed if it didn't grasp the refinement. The golden demon rat retreated with one blow, and was quickly submerged in the rat tide. Kai! The second golden giant mouse appeared. It was very greedy and cruel, not only wanted to cut Xiao Chen's head, but also grabbed the colorful holy tree above his head. The 27 war swords shattered the surrounding demon rats and blocked them in an instant. The giant golden mouse the size of a pony screamed, and couldn't escape even if it wanted to escape. Because, when it grabbed the colorful sacred tree, it was fixed there by the colorful brilliance. I've been waiting for you to throw yourself into the trap, to see how I can destroy your immortality. Xiao Chen meditated on the spot, pierced the giant golden rat with his war sword, and held it in midair. Then the dark iron battle suit emitted a terrible black light, submerging the world. The monstrous divine power surged out, and Xiao Chen began to refine the golden giant rat that was comparable to the realm of the earth. The divine power surged, the stone forest shook violently, hundreds of thousands of demon rats crazily leveled up, and the 3 golden giant rats continued to attack and kill, but they couldn't break through the black light shining through the battle clothes of the ancestor gods. For a whole hour, the golden giant rat, which was pierced by the sword, gradually became weak, and the energy of the ancestral god attribute in the body was pulled out, and it was about to be completely annihilated. At this moment, a muffled roar came from the ground, like a dragon's skin drum vibrating, and the surrounding towering stone mountains shook. Sure enough, there is a big guy. Xiao Chen dropped the half-dead golden giant mouse and strode forward. At this time, hundreds of thousands of demon rats receded in one direction, like the ebb tide of the sea. Xiao Chen followed, and found that at the foot of a towering rocky mountain, there was a big dark hole, and all the demon rats had entered it. This is a huge, dark and extremely eerie cave, as if connected to the underworld. Bursts of whimpers came from inside, lifeless. Xiao Chen strode in with a 7-colored holy tree on his head, wearing a dark iron battle suit, and 27 battle swords suspended around him. With the brilliance of the sacred tree, you can see everything inside with the eyes of the sky. This is a huge cave that seems to have no end. The entrance is at the foot of the mountain, leading to the middle of the mountain, and then the terrain gradually sinks, leading to the depths of the earth. After going 1,000 feet deep into the ground, Xiao Chen arrived in a vast underground palace, surrounded by pairs of mouse eyes with blue light. But he didn't care at all and moved on. The terrain of the underground palace is getting wider and wider, and the huge cave is gradually flickering with light, and it turns out that there are strange glowing crystals inlaid on the cave wall. Suddenly, a great sense of danger appeared in his heart. At the same time Xiao Chen felt a terrifying force hitting his waist. He suddenly flew out like flying through the clouds. Immediately afterwards, he felt a majestic force approaching suddenly, and at a terrifying speed, he quickly approached, but this time the 27 battle swords slashed past under his urging. Clang! The trembling sound of the metal impact made people's eardrums hurt, and the eardrum seemed to be ruptured. Just now, he managed to hide from his spiritual sense, successfully attacked. Xiao Chen turned to watch. It turned out to be a white bone, with no flesh and blood on it. The bones were as crystal clear as white jade, without any gloomy feeling. There was just an evil aura, which made people feel fear involuntarily. Because, this white bone is very strange. It wasn't a human skeleton. On both sides of the human figure's body, there were 8 spider-like white bone spurs, about 1.5 meters long. And on his coccyx, there is also a scorpion-like bone barb, which is 2 meters long. This is simply a monster, very different from a human skeleton. The bones of the ancestor god. Xiao Chen was taken aback, and stepped back more than a dozen steps. He didn't feel the slightest energy fluctuation on the opponent, but he felt a dangerous aura. The glistening white skeleton in front of him seemed to be full of tyranny in his bones, an invisible killing intent, which did not fluctuate but was clearly transmitted to his heart. Even if it was a living half-ancestor, it was impossible to give him such a feeling, but the bones in front of him did it, which made him feel chilly. Xiao Chen didn't find soul fluctuations on the bone, let alone sparks of fire in his skull. The bones seemed to be acting entirely according to the instinct of the remaining imprint. Brush. With a flash of white light, the bones of the ancestor god disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, the sword in front of Xiao Chen also burst into dazzling light, intercepting it across the sky. The sound of clang can be heard endlessly, and the corpse of the ancestor god blocked the battle sword with his hand, without any damage. The white bones are crystal clear, like the strongest magic weapon in the world, and it is impossible to cut half a scar at all. Xiao Chen was horrified. The power of the ancestor god was really unimaginable. The unconscious bones are so powerful, let alone the living ancestor god. No wonder that in the heavenly palace of the death world, after the mysterious strongman killed an ancestor with his sword, the 3 swords broke at the same time. If you don't collect all the battle swords and form a real sword formation, it will be really difficult to kill the ancestor god. Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. This is a veritable bone body of the ancestor god. It can be called an extremely precious body. If it is placed in the world of death, it will definitely drive thousands of fire creatures crazy. Even a king might not be able to resist the temptation. Putting on such an ancestor god bone body would greatly increase the fire creature's combat power. Even if it is not given to others, Xiao Chen can use it himself. It is definitely a treasure. The bone body of the ancestor god, like light and electricity, is incredibly fast in the underground palace. Just a simple attack and kill shows a strong combat power, and it is not afraid of the 27 swords. Clang clang clang. The battle sword collided with the bone of the ancestor god. At this moment, on both sides of the holy white bones, the 8 spider-like bone spurs suddenly swelled up, piercing towards Xiao Chen, like bone spears, extremely sharp. The battle swords flew across the sky, blocking 8 bone spears. In the vast underground palace, the light was shining brightly, and the 8 bone spears collided violently with more than 20 battle swords. Suddenly, a white light exploded. Behind the skeletal body of the ancestral god, a white light rose, which was unimaginably fast. Dodging the light curtain formed by the war swords, he drew an arc and pierced towards Xiao Chen. He hastily blocked it with the 4 major sanshou, and with a bang, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and a piece of the dark iron battle suit on his arm was dented. If he didn't have the ancestor god battle suit, his arm might have been pierced. Xiao Chen was shocked. The scorpion tailbone behind the bones of the ancestor god has amazing penetrating power. Although it didn't penetrate the ancestral god's battle suit, it made it dented and deformed. Xiao Chen was furious, and the 7-color sacred tree above his head shot out streaks of auspicious colors, covering the skeleton. At the same time, the 27 battle swords were brilliant and formed an incomplete sword array, besieging the skeleton. Chi chi chi. The sound of piercing the sky was endless, and finally temporarily suppressed this powerful and outrageous bone, and then he retreated. The bone could not threaten him for the time being. Xiao Chen was surprised to find a jade book, which seemed to belong to the bone body of the ancestor god, and his breath was still left on it. Could it be the scriptures left by the ancestor gods? He speculated that this bone body probably belonged to the ancestor god from another world, so the jade book in front of him must be a mysterious book from another world. Danger. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt a strong sense of danger. There seemed to be something hidden in the depths of the underground palace, and suddenly he heard the dull sound again, as if the ancestral dragon drum was being beaten, and the entire underground palace was about to shake. If there is really a big guy hiding, those damned rat monsters seem to be serving it. What exactly is it? He judged that it was not the so-called Rat King, but a supergiant beast. Xiao Chen became alert. There was an unknown danger ahead, and the bones of the ancestor god blocked his way later. His situation was really bad. Chapter 466. The River of Corpse deters the half-ancestor. In the depths of the earth, the muffled sound made people feel irritated. It seemed that there was an unrivaled giant walking around, or that 100,000 gods and demons were locked in a dungeon. They roared in unison, and the muffled roar came out through the closed room. Boom! The endless rat monsters rushed from afar like a torrent, and all of them stared at this place with fierce eyes. Xiao Chen's heart trembled. He knew that the terrifying monsters deep underground might appear. Hundreds of thousands, millions of demon rats, screaming sharply, rushed towards him in fear, fearless of death. Rat monsters are ugly and make people's scalp tingle. In this dark underground palace under thousands of feet, if it is not for the ancestral god's battle clothes, Xiao Chen will definitely suffer a big loss. Boom! Dozens of black demon rats hit his body, and the clanging sound of those fangs biting Zhu Ming's iron battle suit could be clearly heard. Boom! Hundreds of thousands of blood rats piled up together and surged over, drowning him. Xiao Chen didn't care. He shook the original Tianyan and crushed and killed the rat monsters in pieces, but his mind was always paying attention to the bones of the ancestor god and the savage beast that hadn't shown up. The battle sword shone brightly, and the sound of divine iron colliding continued to be heard. The bones of the ancestor gods were so powerful that they could shake the battle sword, moving like a gust of wind and lightning, and the power of the gods trembled like a vast mountain. The 8 bone spears struck vertically and horizontally, with unparalleled penetrating power, and successfully blocked the battle sword outside, making it impossible to get close. Xiao Chen frowned secretly, and instantly summoned 13 battle swords back to protect him. He had to guard against the fierce beasts in the dark, and only 14 battle swords continued to besiege the bones of the ancestor god. Roar! At this moment, another roar came from the depths of the earth, which was much stronger and clearer than before. Although the voice was loud and deafening, it reassured Xiao Chen a lot. That terrifying monster was in the realm of Banzu, not a pervert like Dway Pluto. It might be stronger than Shira Banzu and Skeleton King, but not much higher. He opened the way with 13 battle swords, and charged forward suddenly. 13 long rainbows were flying the flesh and blood of the millions of demon rats around him. Although many black wild rats were able to be resurrected, such a terrifying lethality also stunned them for a short time. Xiao Chen made a bloody path and rushed into the depths of the earth. The bones of the ancestral god came chasing after him, but he was trapped by 14 swords and stopped in his tracks. I don't know how wide this cave is. Xiao Chen rushed out a long way, and then began to go deep underground along the huge cave. He vaguely heard the sound of flood rushing, and at the same time, bursts of tragic sinister aura rushed. As strong as he is at this moment, he also feels chills. The ferocity of the underground is beyond his imagination, and it is a veritable place of great viciousness. Tens of thousands of demon rats were splashed by the blood of the sword, and Xiao Chen finally came to the deepest part of the cave. With the help of those glowing spars around him, he saw a terrible scene. A big yellow river was rushing, and the smell of corpses and death was overwhelming. This place was even more terrifying than the world of death, with evil spirits and terrifying breaths permeating the air. When Xiao Chen arrived here, he was startled by the ocean-like death energy and backed away for more than a dozen steps. It was an invisible momentum, which forced him to retreat involuntarily. What kind of evil place is here? How can there be such a river of corpses? Xiao Chen was secretly shocked. The dark wind roared on the yellow river, shrouded in corpse aura. It was like the legendary underworld. It is certain that it is a river of corpses, which is completely formed by the collection of corpses. How could there be such a vile river? Xiao Chen was really shocked. It was hard to imagine what kind of place the source of this big river would be. What you see in front of you is even worse than the world of death. Roar. The soul-stirring roar came from the upper reaches of the Corpse River, not far from here. Near the Yellow Evil River, those rat demons did not dare to get too close. Xiao Chen is wearing the ancestral god's battle clothes and has a battle sword in his hand, so he is not very afraid. Even if he loses, he still has the ability to protect himself. Along the bank, he strode upstream towards the Corpse River to see what kind of evil beast it was. Boom! Suddenly, there were thousands of waves, and the yellow corpse water surging in the Corpse River was like an endless yellow wall, falling towards Xiao Chen. The pungent corpse odor and the suffocating terrifying evil spirit make people feel chills in the soul. The seven-colored holy tree above Xiao Chen's head was full of light, and the seven different colors of divine light were like a rainbow piercing the sun, protecting him tightly and blocking the large swath of corpse water. The rain of corpses was torrential around, and a large piece of foul-smelling yellow water was falling down, corroding dozens of black demon rats who had followed here so desperately that there were not even any remains left. One can imagine the horror of the corpse water. How is it possible? This corpse water can kill the black demon rat that has devoured the flesh and blood of the ancestor gods in an instant. Xiao Chen was horrified, and a bad thought surged in his heart. The end of this corpse river must be an unimaginable place. Roar. The roar shook the sky, the depths of the earth were shaking violently, the river of corpses roared, and boundless waves surged, yellow and vast, making people feel palpitations and chills. And at this moment, Xiao Chen found a huge monster in the river of corpses, ups and downs in the river of corpses, and a tyrannical breath was emanating from there. What the hell, get out! Xiao Chen shouted standing on the river bank. Humble and weak lowly creature, dare to break into my cave, disturb my cultivation, and seek death. The dull voice was like thunder rumbling, and the river of corpses was surging with it. A gigantic monster, half of its real body, emerged from the yellow corpse water, tens of meters high, hideous and terrifying. This is a rat-headed monster with a human body and a rat head, standing like a hill in the river of corpses. Crash! The sound of the iron chain shaking came out, and as it surfaced, it could be clearly seen that a series of huge blood-colored iron chains were bound to its body, imprisoning its fleshy body. Could it be that someone locked him in this place? Xiao Chen was secretly surprised. Who on earth locked a monster that had reached the level of a half-ancestor in the river of corpses? You seem to be a strong man. It's been a long time since you tasted the blood of a strong man. Today, you come here yourself, and I will give you a happy one. The huge monster in the river of corpses looked down at Xiao Chen, as if everything was under control, and the rat's head looked particularly ferocious and terrifying. I'm not ashamed to say that. I thought it was some kind of wild beast, but I didn't think it was a mouse after all. Your eyesight is really like the one in the legend. What are you talking about? The huge monster stood in the river of corpses, roaring down, the sound made the ground above tremble. It is conceivable how terrifying power is contained in this guy's body. I'm saying you're short-sighted. Xiao Chen replied calmly, but the more so, the more angry this monster was. Puff! It opened its mouth and sprayed out a large piece of yellow light, with a stench that was so strong that even Xiao Chen felt drowsy, but soon he woke up again. The whole body was full of rays of light, and he drank the original heavenly sound from his mouth, which shattered the yellow light in the air, and a large piece of corpse water spilled down. It was the essence of the river of corpses, the most evil water refined by monsters, which landed on the ground and corroded all the rocks. Do you think you are great if you are big? Xiao Chen sneered, you are locked here, and you are not honest. Do you want to force me to kill you today? Is someone locked here? Hearing this, the monster laughed loudly, with a murderous light in the eyes of the mouse, extremely gloomy, and said, I am disappointed, it is not someone else who locked me here, but myself. In order to use the river of corpses to refine my body, I am bound here by myself. Boom! Speaking of this, a wave tens of meters high broke out in the corpse river, and a huge blood-colored iron chain broke, which was as thick as a water tank, and swept towards Xiao Chen. Such a huge iron chain swept across, making a ghostly whistling sound, the void was shattered, and black holes were punched out, which made people horrified. The iron chain is like a giant blood-colored dragon writhing in the river of corpses, and there is nothing that can resist it wherever it passes. With a flash of light, Xiao Chen rushed hundreds of feet away, dodging the blow. At this moment, earth-shattering sounds continued to be heard, and a dozen huge blood-colored iron chains all broke, piercing towards Xiao Chen at the same time like poisonous dragons passing across the sky. The 13 battle swords around Xiao Chen all soared into the sky, turned into bright rainbows, and slashed in the air. The clanging sound was deafening, and more than a dozen iron chains the size of water tanks were broken inch by inch, and fell to the ground. Good sword, that's mine. Greedy eyes appeared in the eyes of the huge monster, stirring up boundless waves. It walked out of the river of corpses. Its real body is daunting, and it has many similarities with the bones of the ancestor gods seen before. On both sides of the humanoid body, there are 4 pale bone spears like spider legs. At the same time, the mouse tail is bent, with barbs facing the sky, and the end is sharp bone spurs, like the tail of a scorpion. It seems that you not only ate the corpse of the ancestor god from another world, but also learned some techniques, and gained a lot of benefits. Xiao Chen quietly stared at this giant. The benefits I got are beyond your imagination. Do you know where the source of this river of corpses is? Well, there is no need to tell the dead. It is too late even if you know now. Your sword is mine, and your flesh and blood are mine too. The monster looked down at Xiao Chen, showing a cold smile, and then its body shrank rapidly, turning into the height of a normal human being. You don't like to hear that you are a mouse, so why would you be happy if you are called a toad? Xiao Chen mercilessly attacked, sitting in a well and watching the sky. You think you are the ancestor god, and I will eat it if you want it. Although Xiao Chen said so, he was on high alert. This monster is definitely not a weak half-ancestor, and it seems to have mastered the skills of ancestor gods from other worlds, so it may be very dangerous. Court death. Hearing the words, the monster uttered 2 words coldly, and disappeared on the spot, and then Xiao Chen felt a strong danger signal coming from behind his body. Without looking back, he kicked backwards, and at the same time, 13 swords swooped down and slashed backwards. Whoosh! An extremely dangerous wave passed by Xiao Chen and went away in an instant. The monster reappeared in the place where he stood just now. This surprised Xiao Chen. This monster is really terrifying, its speed is so fast, I am afraid it is not weaker than his 8-phase extreme speed. You really are a strong man, I like this kind of flesh and blood the most. After saying this, the monster disappeared again. When, more than a dozen war swords went up against the sky, slashing towards the void, making metal trills. The sound of breaking through the sky continued, and the monster appeared. He was actually shaking the sword with the bone spears on both sides of his body and the tailhook behind him. Immortal. Xiao Chen frowned. This guy ate the flesh and blood of the ancestral gods and possessed an immortal body. He even had such weird abilities with a bone spear and a scorpion tail, which was a big trouble. Chi chi chi. There was a sound of piercing through the sky. Although the monster was surrounded by the sword formation, it swooped down in a desperate posture at this moment. 3 battle swords slashed at its body, but it still ignored it, and came to Xiao Chen's approach, and the 4 bone spears on both sides of its body pierced through. The 4 white lights are as cunning and vicious as 4 poisonous snakes, but they are thousands of times more terrifying than poisonous snakes. This is the death bone spear that can definitely penetrate the body of Banzu. Although the monster's flesh wounded by the sword was bleeding profusely at the beginning, it quickly healed the moment the sword struck it. Not even a single drop of the shining blood was wasted, returning to the body. He sneered, possessing an immortal body, he was already invincible, ignoring Xiao Chen's attack and charging directly. But at this moment, Xiao Chen's actions made him feel very strange. He didn't dodge like it, and let the 4 bone spears stab at him. His hands were crystal clear and almost transparent, and they shot out instantly. When the 4 bone spears that could pierce Banzu's body all hit Xiao Chen's body, making a loud noise, but 4 blood holes did not appear as the monster expected. The gleaming black battle suit defended against the 4 bone spears. The monster yelled badly, and it was too late when it backed up. Xiao Chen's jade-like palm slapped the shadows of the steel on all sides, and made a rumbling sound, all of which hit its chest. The monster's body was indeed tyrannical. Although it spurted blood from its mouth, its sternum was not completely shattered, only 2 sternums were broken, and it was knocked upside down. The battle suit on your body is. When the monster landed on the bank of the corpse river, he wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Xiao Chen's dark iron battle suit with surprise. If you want to eat my meat, come on. Xiao Chen held an ordinary sword and controlled 12 swords, pointing at the ferocious monster. The monster's eyes shot a fierce light. Without saying a word, it rushed forward, leaving afterimages in the sky. Xiao Chen chopped with his sword. It has to be said that this monster is very powerful. If the 4 bone spears hadn't encountered the battle clothes of the ancestor gods, they would definitely be indestructible weapons. Even if they were cut by the sword, they could recover in an instant. And the scorpion tail-like bony barb is even more venomous, extremely fast, every time it strikes at an incredible angle, brushing Xiao Chen's throat several times. The fighting style of these two people is very special, fierce and ferocious. One has the body of the ancestor god's battle clothes, and the other has the undead body, often ignoring the opponent's attack and attacking the most vital part of the opponent. When the monster stabbed at Xiao Chen's head with its scorpion tail and was blocked by the colorful holy tree, it felt bottomless. It has an immortal body, has been wounded many times, and has all recovered. However, the opponent has a tortoise-shell-like battle suit, making it impossible to attack. It is not good if this continues. Plop! It jumped into the river of corpses, but Xiao Chen was not afraid at all, and chased after it, stepping on the river of corpses with both feet, and his battle clothes blocked the strong evil spirit. Immediately, the river of corpses was full of waves, the stench was raging, the wind was howling, and the aura of corpses was overwhelming. The two strong men fought in the river of corpses. Terrifying rays of light shot out from the monster's eyes. It was waiting for an opportunity. Although the opponent had a terrifying battle suit, it would be fatal if it broke through once. But it has an immortal body, even if it is repeatedly injured, it is only weakened once. Hey, the corpse water will give me endless power. The monster stirred up endless waves in the corpse river. I'll wait and see what skills you can have. Xiao Chen replied with a sneer. But soon he discovered to his astonishment that the monster had indeed become more and more tyrannical, and its strength had improved a bit. I locked myself in the river of corpses with godly iron chains. Do you think I'm pretending? The river of corpses has endless magic power. With it, my combat power will never dry up. Speaking of this, the monster licked its lips, revealing its snow-white and ferocious fangs, and said, I like the smell of the flesh and blood of the strong. At this moment, from the upper reaches of the corpse river, at the far end, bursts of whining sounds were heard. The sound was so shrill, even Xiao Chen felt his scalp tingle when he heard it. When the monster heard this voice, its color changed instantly. He seemed to be terrified, and said, My lord is about to wake up again. Well, if I offer you your flesh and blood, I think your lord will be very happy. Xiao Chen was horrified in his heart. That whining sound was really terrifying, as if it sounded in the heart of a person, it made people feel creepy. One must know that his current combat strength is comparable to that of the half-ancestor, so that he has such a chill. The source of the corpse water must be a terrible and ominous place. What is there in the upper reaches of the corpse river? Xiao Chen asked. Of course it's my lord. What kind of monster is he? Monster. My lord is the most powerful man in the world. The whole river of corpses appeared because of my lord's existence. Xiao Chen was taken aback. This river of corpses could corrode the black demon rats that had devoured the flesh and blood of ancestor gods. It is conceivable that the corpse water is terrifying, and the whole rushing and roaring corpse river was actually caused by that adult alone. Even if it is the ancestor god of your mankind, it is nothing in front of adults. From the words of the monster, it is not difficult to imagine how terrifying the terrifying existence at the end of the river of corpses is. Even though the words of the monster in front of him are watery, they deserve extreme vigilance and attention. Xiao Chen had an extremely bad feeling in his heart. This underground cave was too vicious. First he encountered the corpse of the ancestor god from another world, and then he saw the monster that had devoured the flesh and blood of the ancestor god before him, and there was an unimaginable existence at the end of the unknown river of corpses. Chapter 467 Sojin Babura. Woo! A shrill voice came from the upper reaches of the corpse river. Boom! The yellow corpse water roared and roared. At this moment, it seemed to be boiling. Hundreds of thousands of big waves rushed up, and the underground cave was covered in yellow mist. There was a breath of death everywhere, and the stench of corpses made people want to vomit. My lord, what's the matter? Is it going to be born? The monster looked up in awe, trembling. Xiao Chen's complexion is very ugly. At the end of the river of corpses, he is definitely a giant in the world. If he really goes down the river of corpses, then his situation is very bad. He immediately had the intention to quit, otherwise, he might suffer a big loss and even die here. I want to leave, it's impossible. The monster's eyes shone coldly, and he rushed out of the corpse river, blocking Xiao Chen's way, and said, Today, I will present you as fresh flesh and blood to the Lord, this is your destiny. A mouse dares to talk nonsense, get out of the way. Xiao Chen controlled 13 war swords, arranged in a cone shape, and pierced towards the monster. Thousands of illusions. The monster screamed, 1 turned into 10, 10 turned into hundreds, and hundreds turned into thousands. His shadow was everywhere, different from ordinary incarnations and phantoms outside the body. It seemed that every monster was a real body, and it was difficult to distinguish even with a glance. The 10 directions are full of monsters, all of them have 4 bone spears and a scorpion tail, and their attack methods are extremely vicious, besieging Xiao Chen. To kill, Xiao Chen swept across the 4 directions with 13 battle swords, and all the 13 rainbow lights surged immediately, lasting several miles, sweeping and killing in this vast underground palace. Puff, puff, the blood splattered, and phantoms were cut into blood mist, and turned into bloody water that shone brightly, condensing and lingering. The shadows of many monsters, each of which was transformed by a drop of blood, possessed extremely strong combat power, making it hard to guard against. The main body of the monster lurked in front of Xiao Chen, and finally waited for the opportunity to attack. Boom! The 4 bone spears on both sides of the monster's body burst into dazzling white light at this moment, and together, they condensed into a terrifying death spear, which pierced Xiao Chen's throat in the blink of an eye. The colorful rays of light flowed, and the holy brilliance hanging from the holy tree was like a silk ribbon, which fixed the terrible bone spear at a critical moment. Ding! The grown bone spear moved down and hit Xiao Chen's chest heavily. Although it didn't penetrate the ancestral god's battle suit, it emitted a strange force that shook Xiao Chen's body through the suit. Kai! At the same time, the scorpion's tail also turned into a white light, piercing to the same position like lightning. Xiao Chen seemed to be struck by lightning, his face turned red, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. The monster gave 2 heavy blows with all its strength, all of which were stabbed in the chest, and the weird and overbearing force shocked him. The spear of destruction, reaching the ultimate level, can still kill the enemy even if it is separated by a few planets or even across a starry sky. The monster's cold voice came, and said, "The ancestor gods of other worlds in the distant sky, across the infinite starry sky, can hurt the ancestor gods of human beings." While he was speaking, his actions were not affected at all, and thousands of spear shadows stabbed at Xiao Chen. Chi chi chi. At this time, Zhangjian had already wiped out all the surrounding monsters and came towards this real body. Boom! But at this moment, thousands of blood droplets suspended in the air suddenly gathered together, forming a bloody battle spear. "The ancient spear of destruction, please heed my call and manifest it," the monster shouted. The blood spear suspended in the void, the light became brighter and brighter, it really appeared in the hands of the monster like a physical destruction spear. Xiao Chen was startled, he knew that there should really be such a spear in this world, and now he has been summoned with some soldier souls. Break! Xiao Chen didn't want to see most of the spirits summoned by that spear, and 13 swords descended in a formation of swords. Boom! With a shocking blow, the underground palace shook violently, and the river of corpses burst into waves more than 100 meters high. It was yellow and stinking, and the wind was howling, and ghosts were crying and howling, making people hairy. If it wasn't for the fact that the underground palace had been blessed with great mana, it would have been destroyed countless times, and the ground above would have sunk. Rumble! The war sword chopped the incompletely summoned Great Destroyer spear to pieces on the spot, leaving more than a dozen terrifying wounds on the monster's body, splashing blood everywhere. Brush! With a flash of light, the monster retreated hundreds of meters away. The wounds on his body healed quickly, and the blood flowed back. He stared at the battle sword beside Xiao Xiao, and said, "Even the battle spears of great destruction have been chopped into pieces. These war swords are really terrifying. Most likely they can collide with the real battle spears of the great destroyer ancestor god. If you want to escape from the underground palace, you must break through the level of monsters." Xiao Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and rushed forward. "Leave flesh and blood." The monster rushed forward. The two fought fiercely again, with a loud boom. The water of the river of corpses was attracted by the monster, raging everywhere in the underground palace, and it besieged Xiao Chen with the power of the river of corpses. Woo! The sobbing sound that made Banzu feel his scalp tingling resounded again in the upper reaches of the corpse river, which made people feel creepy. The terrible breath seemed to spread to the bones of the person, and it was impossible to avoid it. "My lord, what's the matter?" The monster showed fear and confusion. Xiao Chen also felt very strange. What kind of terrifying existence is that? But at this moment, something amazing happened. The roaring corpse river gradually calmed down, and finally became an ancient well without any waves, like a pool of stagnant water. Xiao Chen was puzzled. "My lord has fallen into a deep sleep again, and I have become the master of this underground world." Like an amnesty, the monster heaved a sigh of relief, then looked at Xiao Chen, and said, "Since your lord has fallen asleep again, I will enjoy your flesh and blood." Xiao Chen originally wanted to escape, but he wasn't afraid of the monster in front of him, just because of the unknown existence in the upper reaches of the corpse river. Now, after hearing this, he no longer ran away, but returned directly. "You dead mouse, you don't know the heights of heaven and earth, I will kill you today, and it will not be too late to leave." I have an immortal body, how do you fight me? And I will always find a chance to break through your battle suit. The monster was extremely ferocious. Then wait and see who kills who. Xiao Chen made up his mind to get rid of him. Now that the unknown strongman in the upper reaches of the corpse river fell into a deep sleep, it was a God-sent opportunity and he couldn't let it go. A fierce battle broke out again, and the two of them turned into two rays of light entangled together, ups and downs in the river of corpses, causing huge waves, and the smelly corpse water splashed everywhere. Such a battle lasted for half an hour, but the monster still didn't catch the opportunity. In the end, it kept appearing in the river of corpses and the strata. Neither water nor soil could stop it. It entered the water like a fish, and entered the soil like a pangolin. Sure enough, it's a mouse. It escapes and hides, and its ability to dig holes is the best in the world. Xiao Chen deliberately provoked it. But the monster remained unmoved, appearing and disappearing in the corpse river and the stratum. However, an hour has passed, and it still hasn't waited for any chance. I wanted to slowly torture you to death and enjoy your terrified expression. It is a pleasure to savor your flesh and blood, but now I have changed my mind. When the monster said so, it appeared again, with its shadows in all directions, attacking Xiao Chen frantically. 4 bone spears plus the scorpion tail collided with the dark iron battle suit continuously, although it could not penetrate, but the momentum was terrifying. All directions are hideous shadows of the monster. Just when Xiao Chen thought it was going to die, the monster suddenly turned into one and appeared in front of Xiao Chen. 2-inch-long green lights suddenly shot out from his eyes. Burning pain. Severe burning pain. Xiao Chen felt as if his eyes were shattered, and a powerful sense of consciousness rushed towards him crazily. The physical attack was ineffective. The monster launched a purely spiritual attack, entangled Xiao Chen's consciousness, and wanted to rush into his body. Short-sighted, Xiao Chen cursed, but this inch of light is too powerful. Those 2-inch-long rays of light are powerful divine thoughts, entangled with Xiao Chen's divine consciousness, trying to break it down. Damn rat. Xiao Chen fell into a stalemate with the monster, feeling a splitting headache, and his outward consciousness was being violently attacked. Break it, Xiao Chen roared, and he grabbed the colorful holy tree suspended above his head and waved it forward. The colorful rainbow illuminated the entire cave, forcing the 2 green rays of light back, but the monster obviously didn't want to give up, and still entangled part of Xiao Chen's consciousness. Mouse, go to hell. The sacred tree bloomed with divine splendor, and the ancestral spirit absorbed from the majestic Pluto suddenly released a coercive pressure. The monster's divine sense was immediately frightened back, and he was terrified in his heart. Xiao Chen was finally out of danger completely. At this moment, the monster suddenly yelled in horror, very terrified, "You are not dead yet. Your broken mark has not completely disappeared, ah." Although the 2 green lights flew back into the eyes, the monster's body was very stiff and seemed uncontrollable. It seemed to be talking to another soul in the body, and it screamed. How could Xiao Chen let go of this opportunity, rushed over with the sword in hand, and swung it continuously. Blood splattered, and the monster was slashed by Shenhong, with terrifying wounds all over its body. In the end, it was cut into several pieces, and blood flowed all over the ground. But at this moment, something weird happened, and the screams turned into laughter. Then, the body on the ground quickly reorganized, and all wounds healed quickly. The monster moved its body, as if it had just been reborn and awakened, full of curiosity about everything around it. Ha ha. Then, he laughed wildly. Who are you? Xiao Chen looked at him very vigilantly. Ancestor God Babra. The monster stopped laughing wildly, stared at Xiao Chen coldly, and said, "You are not a weak human being, but you can only die when you meet me. Are you an ancestor god from another world?" Xiao Chen's expression was solemn. There was a wave of ups and downs. The unknown and powerful man at the end of the river of corpses fell asleep, but now another ancestor god appeared. Other world, that's right, thinking in your way, it's true. I am Babra, the ancestor god of the other world. The monster in front of him looked down on the world and looked down on me. This dirty mouse makes me feel more uncomfortable and unpleasant than a human like you. The patriarch Babra looked at the body he lived in at the moment, and looked down at Xiao Chen, not looking at a person at all, but looking at a beast, full of contempt. I think this mouse is cuter than you. You make me feel disgusted. Xiao Chen also looked contemptuous, as if looking at an ant. You, Babra, the patriarch god of the alien world, stared at Xiao Chen coldly, and said, "In those days, even Nua and Swiren didn't dare to humiliate me like this. They are too lazy to talk to you." Xiao Chen sneered, and said, "But I don't care about anything, you are the ancestor god of another world, and you have to lie on your stomach even if you have no meat now. You humble human being, dare to be so presumptuous in front of me. It is a precedent throughout the ages. No one has ever dared to talk to me like this. I want you to understand that the majesty of the ancestor gods cannot be offended. Although Babra, the ancestor god of the alien world, spoke very plainly and looked calm, but the more he was like this, the more terrifying he looked. Ancestral god, never jokes, what he says is what he says. The dignity of the ancestor god. You deserve it. Whose ancestor are you? Whose god? Xiao Chen stared at him indifferently, as if the person in front of him was not the ancestor god, but just an inconspicuous little character, and said, before saying those words, please add the word, otherworld as a prefix. Sorry, to us, you are really no fart. Brush. With a flash of light, the monster disappeared out of thin air, and then Xiao Chen felt as if struck by lightning. It was too fast, he didn't even see the opponent's movement track clearly, and he was hit hard, and all 4 bone spears hit the same position on his chest, and the vigor and blood surged all over his body, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. The brilliance flashed again, and the monster had retreated to its place. This filthy rat is in terrible health. Having said that, 2 icy rays of light shot out from his eyes, swept towards Xiao Chen, and said, but even so, it should be enough to kill you. Don't blow your breath. Xiao Chen blocked all the swords in front of him, and said, I have killed the half-ancestor, but I have never killed the ancestor god of another world in my life. I think today I can get my wish. It's up to you. In the past, few of your ancestor gods dared to speak such wild words. The monster's expression became more and more cruel, and said, back then, I killed half of Yu Chao's life with my own hands, but now I am looked down upon by a small ant like you. It is really unforgivable. There are ancestor gods of the Chao clan. Xiao Chen couldn't help showing surprise when he heard the news. He really wanted to know the deeds of those ancestor gods back then. Seeing his fluctuating expression, Babra, the patriarch of the alien world, showed a cruel sneer, and said, when I saw Yu Chao's blood staining the earth, that feeling was really wonderful. Xiao Chen quickly calmed down, and said coldly, but didn't you die in the end? Although the martial ancestor killed me, he must have died too. I left a plan to deal with him back then. The patriarch god Babra shook his head, showing a regretful expression, and said, it's a pity, he cultivated to the 9th layer of the ancestral god realm in vain. It's you, a sinister bitch. Immediately, Xiao Chen's eyes were red, the roots of his teeth were itchy with hatred, and his blood surged. He already knew the past from Tianweishan and Renwiren. Wuzu and Fuxi were the strongest ancestor gods of mankind back then, and Wuzu's death is too regrettable. It seems that martial ancestor is indeed dead. In this way, he died indirectly by my hands. The monster laughed out loud with pleasure and cruelty, and then stared at Xiao Chen coldly. God has eyes. Let me meet you today, Barbara, let me have a chance to kill you with my own hands. Xiao Chen's words were extremely cold, and he said, without flesh and blood, you can only be regarded as a cat or a dog. If you don't want to lie down, you have to lie down for me. Today, I want to vent my anger on the blood-stained ancestor god in the past, and I want to skin you alive. God's Tomb OL will start the wake-up beta test on January 22nd, and the activation code will be released soon. If there are book friends who want to play, you can go to activate and experience it. Game official website. Chapter 468, Battle Ancestor God. Fell me alive, Babra, the ancestor god of the foreign world, said with a cold mockery, you are not worthy. But at this moment his words stopped abruptly. Xiao Chen's whole body was full of light, his whole body seemed to be on fire, and the 6-faced celestial monument appeared in the void, as if it were a real entity. The vastness undulates violently, like the sea is roaring, and like the starry sky is shaking. Boom! There is a huge stone tablet on the 4 sides and on the top and bottom, which are in the number of Liuhe, and Babra is trapped inside. An earth-shattering divine power erupted, and the 6 stells shook together, causing Babra to spurt out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Sky Monument. He seemed to be very surprised, the bones all over his body were creaking, and the blood all over his body seemed to be burning, and his whole body burst into a sky-high light. Even if it is as strong as Barbara, he has to fight hard. All of this happened in an instant, and this was the first time since Xiao Chen was born again that he hit the 6-faced steel. This terrible phenomenon can only occur when the profound arts are running to the extreme. It is not like a phantom at all, it is exactly the same as the real steel, even the half-ancestor feels palpitations. The huge 6-faced steel seems to have traveled through time and space since ancient times. It is so abrupt and terrifying. The terrifying breath is breathtaking. It is engraved with ancient patterns on it, and the light that blooms is as compelling as a blade. And at the moment when the Tianbei manifested, 13 battle swords rushed into the arena, slashing the ancestor god Babra with the shocking skylight. The shocking sword lights were all compressed into a very small space, cutting vertically and horizontally in the six-sided enclosed space, even if Babul, the ancestor god of the alien world, couldn't escape it. Puff! Blood splattered, and under the dazzling light of the 13 swords, terrifying wounds appeared on Babra's body. Roar! Babra, the ancestor god of another world, raised his head to the sky and screamed. The rat's head was extremely ferocious, and the flesh and blood all over his body surged, as if there were horned dragons climbing on his body, which looked extremely terrifying. But even so, he couldn't stop the constant slashing of the sword, and blood spattered everywhere. At this moment, he couldn't pass through the space at all. The moment the war sword entered, the six-sided sky monument had completely sealed the place, like the strongest cage, without a single flaw. Xiao Chen directly used his trump card when he came up, and the six-sided sky monument sealed the space. This is an ability he only possessed after he was born again, but he didn't show it until today. Humble worm, you can't kill me. Barbara, the patriarch of the alien world, had terrible wounds all over his body, but his voice was still extremely cold, making people feel cold in the bottom of their hearts. Puff! Blood splattered. No matter what he said, he was still trapped, and he was currently suffering from a devastating attack. Ah! Barbara finally yelled loudly. At this moment, the 13 war swords had torn him apart, completely dismembering him, and the space was covered with blood mist. He suffered such a big loss in the first fight, which made Barbara furious, but at the same time felt very aggrieved. It was unimaginable in the past that a majestic generation of ancestor gods would fall into this world. Boom! At this moment, the six-sided sky monument shook again, and they slowly squeezed towards the center. An unimaginably vast force caused the entire underground palace to tremble, and the river of corpses not far away surged with monstrous waves, and the breath of death and the stench of corpses raged everywhere. And at this moment, there are big cracks appearing on the ground. Even if they are separated by thousands of feet and guarded by the power of the seal, they can't stop the shock of this terrible fluctuation. Ah! Babra, the ancestor god of the alien world, yelled, and his torn body was gradually shattered by the six-sided sky tablet. Your hands are covered with the blood of the ancestor god, today I will treat you well. Xiao Chen's voice was very cold, ever since he knew that Barbara let the ancestor god of Yuchao blood stain the earth, and even planned to assassinate the martial ancestor, his heart was full of resentment. Boom! The six-faced Tianbei suppressed Liuhe and made an earth-shattering sound. Many reddish-brown mountains on the surface were not strengthened by divine power. At this moment, dozens of hard stone mountains on the surface collapsed with a rumbling sound. And on the ground, there are many mountains farther away, with huge gaps cracked. It is conceivable how terrifying the squeezing force of the six-sided sky monument is under the earth. You, Barbara, the ancestor god of the alien world, roared, you humble bug, you will regret everything you have done. You old reptile is so stubborn when you are about to die, I want to refine you. Xiao Chen's whole body was full of light, and mysterious patterns emerged, and the sky monument also burst into light, making it even more majestic and unattainable. As his words finished, the six-faced steel made a terrifying trembling sound, shaking continuously, and all the terrifying destructive power concentrated in the center. The dissected body of Babra, the patriarch god of the alien world, was shattered on the spot, turning into a large cloud of blood mist, which splashed completely, and the enclosed space was filled with blood red. Barbara, the ancestor god of the alien world, kept roaring, but he couldn't break free. Humans, you have angered me, don't give me a chance, or I will let this world collapse, flood the sky, and completely destroy it, and you will be tortured forever. Babra Senen's voice was like a curse, it was extremely cold, and the chill hit people, making people feel chills in their bones. Xiao Chen was unmoved, and said, I won't give you a chance, you are no longer the Barbara you were back then, you still can't do anything to me. I am immortal and eternal, you can't kill me. I will let you know the meaning of the word regret. Barbara was full of resentment, his voice was cold and frightening. After you fall, if you still have the power of the ancestor gods, you won't be eaten by the rats. Even the fragments of spiritual consciousness have to be hidden, and you dare not let the original owner of the body find out. If it weren't for me, you might not be able to occupy the dominant position of that body. Xiao Chen's voice was also very cold, and then he shouted indifferently, refine it for me. Boom! The radiance of the six-faced steel became more intense, and the desolate and long-lasting breath came out overwhelmingly, and the lines engraved on it seemed to come alive. The blood mist imprisoned in this space was immediately enveloped by the beam of light from the sky monument, making a chi-chi sound, and bursts of white smoke rose. It can be clearly seen that the blood mist is dimming, and a lot of pure divine power has been refined. Damn, Barbara, the ancestor god of the alien world, was furious. The steel shook, and the battle swords inside clanged together, forming an inexplicable sword array, cutting off the blood mist layer by layer, and at the same time bursting into divine splendor, it also began to refine the blood inside. This was an arduous battle. Although Barbara, the ancestor god of the alien world, was trapped, he was attacking crazily and wanted to escape. He tilted the Tianbei several times, but was blocked by Xiao Fang. He sat cross-legged beside the river of corpses, motionless, his whole body was radiant, like the sun, and many patterns appeared around him. His profound arts were running to the extreme, and he was trying his best to control the Tianbei and the battle sword, trying to completely solve this serious problem. Painful roars rang out beside the river of corpses, and the ancestor god Barbara fell into the most dangerous situation. Xiao Chen has done what he said. At this moment, he has skinned Barbara alive and completely crushed his flesh and blood, but it is very difficult to really kill him. He obviously felt that he was exhausted, and the energy consumed to make the 6 giant celestial monuments appear was astonishing. Even if he was as strong as him, he would not be able to last for a long time. However, the power of the combination of the Tianbei and the battle sword is unquestionable. Even if it is the body of a rat monster that has devoured the flesh and blood of the ancestor god, it is no longer an immortal body at this moment. It was broken into pieces, so refined, it has already been destroyed in half. Half an hour later, there was no more sound from the six-faced steel, and it fell into a dead silence. It seemed that Barbara, the ancestor god of the alien world, had been completely refined. At this time, Xiao Chen also felt exhausted, but he didn't dare to relax. He summoned the colorful holy tree into his body and supplemented his divine power with colorful divine light. He continues refining. Another half an hour later, Xiao Chen felt that there was no mental fluctuation in the Tianbei and it was completely purified. But, after all, it was the ancestor god of another world in the past, so he dared not be careless. With the help of the divine power of the colorful sacred tree, it was refined for another whole hour. At this time, he could already clearly sense that the inside was empty and there was nothing left. Barbara, you shouldn't have continued to appear in this world. Rest in peace today. Xiao Chen continued refining while adjusting his own state. It wasn't until 3 hours later that he gradually relaxed. And at this time, Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically, and another powerful enemy came. Barbara's bone body broke through the blockade of the 14 swords and rushed towards the depths of the earth. Xiao Chen was too involved just now. He was a little negligent in controlling the 14 battle swords, and the bones of the ancestor god rushed over. It should be completely refined. Xiao Chen stood up, and the 7-colored holy tree emerged, protecting his head again, and countless auspicious colors fell from the sky above his head. At the same time, the 6-faced monument gradually blurred, and then it shook violently, disappearing completely, as if traveling back to the ancient times. 13 swords flew back and protected Xiao Chen's side. That space was empty, and there was nothing left. Finally refined, Xiao Chen let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, a white light flashed, and a terrifying figure appeared. Barbara's bone body rushed to this place. The 8 bone spears on both sides of his body looked like 8 spider legs, and the scorpion tail behind him was also shining white, with barbs facing the sky. At the same time, 14 battle swords flew back to protect Xiao Chen's side. There was a little imprint left on the white bone, and it had a fighting instinct, but after all, without the guidance of spiritual consciousness, it was not a great threat to Xiao Chen. Brush. This bone has an incomparable speed, leaving afterimages near the river of corpses, as if looking for something. 8 white bone spears pierced through the void, and the barbs of the pale scorpion's tail tore out terrifying black holes. Suddenly, the void shook. Xiao Chen yelled that it was not good, and 27 swords struck at the sealed place of the Tianbei at the same time. But it was too late. A blood clot the size of a fist burst out into the sky with light, and broke free all of a sudden. Then, it turned into a blood glow, rushed into the bone body, and entered the skull. Humble bug, you can't kill me. The voice of the ancestor god Barbara from another world came out again. After submerging into the bone body, he seemed much calmer, as if he had nothing to fear. Just now, Barbara did suffer a devastating attack. The original undead body of the monster was completely destroyed. not even a single residue left. Now, the only fist-sized blood left is the purest blood of the ancestor god, which protected his broken spiritual consciousness and escaped a catastrophe. It's a pity that I still haven't been able to refine you. Although Xiao Chen said this, he didn't show any regret, and said calmly, it's a big deal, I will refine you again. Ha ha ha, Barbara looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, as if he had heard the funniest thing. He stopped after a long time, and said in a dark and cold voice, you have no chance. You want to trap me with the monument. The same thing won't happen a second time. I just want you to fall into the same pit twice. Xiao Chen confronted her tit for tat and said, do you still think you were the Barbara back then? It's just a bit of broken spiritual knowledge. It can be clearly seen that within the mass of blood light in Barbara's skull, there is a piece of divine light the size of a fingernail, which is the fragmented spiritual consciousness of Barbara, the ancestor god of another world. However, it can also be seen that he is terrifying. Even with such a broken mark, he still has half-ancestral combat power. One can imagine how terrifying the real him was in the past. This is enough. Although the body of the dead mouse just now is powerful, it is still not as good as my bone body of the ancestor god. Compared with just now, I am only stronger than weaker now. It is enough to kill you. After getting the powerful bone body, Barbara became more and more calm. He began to look at the river of corpses next to him, and then let out a sound of surprise. Although the yellow corpse water calmed down, the surrounding wind was still howling, crying and screaming, and the corpse aura was overwhelming. Barbara, the ancestor god of the alien world, took 100 feet away, and immediately appeared by the river. He seemed very dignified. He squatted down, put a pair of bone hands into the corpse river, held a handful of corpse water, and watched carefully. This is, as if he had been stung by a scorpion, he shook his bony hands, spilling the corpse water all over the ground, and stepped back a dozen steps in succession. How can it be? Even though Barbara is a bone body at this moment, he can still see his horror at the moment from the light emitted from the eye hole. He looked towards the upper end of the corpse river, and his eyes conveyed extremely complicated emotions, such as disgust, joy, hatred, tenderness, shock, fear and so on. Humble worm, you make me feel bad. Barbara, the patriarch of the alien world, turned around again, and said, let's fight in another place, or if we continue here, we will wake up the sleeping people at the end of the river of corpses, and you and I will not be able to survive. You also have someone you are afraid of. Who is that person? You don't need to know. Barbara's figure was like a dream, and disappeared in place with just a flash. Xiao Chen's six-faced celestial monument was instantly emptied, and he quickly chased after it. When Xiao Chen came to the cave on the upper floor, Barbara suddenly appeared, and the 8 white bone spears pierced through the void, all of which pierced his body. The ancestral god's battle clothes collapsed immediately, making Xiao Chen fly upside down as if struck by lightning. After wiping off the blood from the corner of his mouth, Xiao Chen landed on the ground, and the Ming-Ti battle suit returned to its original state. He stared at Barbara, and said, however, it seems that even if you are one with the bone body, there is nothing terrible. It turned out to be the ancestral god's battle suit, no wonder you have no fear. Barbara stared at Xiao Chen's dark iron battle suit, and said, but it's nothing, let's see how I break it. Speaking of this, his right arm was raised horizontally, blood glistened between the bones and palms, and an ancient battle spear full of bloody smell slowly emerged. My great destruction spear can not only pierce through everything in the world, but can also shatter the entire world. The ancestral god-level great destruction spear manifested in Barbara's hands, full of blood. Xiao Chen was unmoved, shook his head, and said, it's a pity, you don't have the ability to really summon this spear, otherwise I would have another treasure in my collection. Excuse me, even the ancestor gods of your humans dare not speak to me like this. In the past, this spear was stained with the blood of more than one ancestor god. It's you who blows the air. Xiao Chen swung his sword and rushed over, saying, I want to kill you for the ancestor god of the past. The sword light is more than 10 kilometers long, and it blooms dazzling brilliance in the vast underground palace. When the sword and the spear intersected, Xiao Chen was sent flying 5 or 6 miles away, and Barbara also flew horizontally for 3 or 4 miles. Go outside and fight. Xiao Chen was also afraid of disturbing the terrifying existence in the upper reaches of the corpse river, so he rushed to the ground first. Soon he returned to the ground from under the earth. But at this moment, a huge ray of light that was more than 30 kilometers long suddenly burst out on the surface of the ground, submerging Xiao Chen, and then swept out. The terrifying blood-colored light beam shattered dozens of surrounding stone mountains. This turned out to be spread up from the depths of the ground across the earth. Xiao Chen vomited blood and flew dozens of miles before falling into the stone forest. In this area, it is difficult to fly in the air, and there is a mysterious formation that imprisons everything here. Xiao Chen's speed reached the extreme, and he passed through the mountains in an instant, and returned to the place where he was standing just now. Only then did Barbara come out from the ground, and said with a sneer, "Back then, I was able to injure your ancestor god Yuchao clan even across a starry sky, and let him stain the earth with blood. Even if I don't have that kind of strength now, it is enough to hurt you across a mere layer of earth." At this moment, Barbara poses a great threat to Xiao Chen. Even with the body protection of the ancestral god's battle clothes, he will definitely suffer trauma. Even if part of the souls of the soldiers summoned by the Great Destruction Spear also have unpredictable power. Although Xiao Chen was calm on the surface, his heart was full of ups and downs. The power of the ancestor gods in other worlds was really unimaginable. Fortunately, the person in front of him had already fallen to that level. Boom! Barbara raised the Great Destruction Spear with one hand, piercing the sky at once, and a huge black hole appeared, and then he rushed to Xiao Chen's approach in one step, and stabbed fiercely. At this moment, the endless blood light shot up to the sky, like a raging fire, dazzling brilliance everywhere in 100 miles, the sky and the ground were all red. Especially Barbara, the blood light all over his body broke through the clouds, as if tens of thousands of huge swords were carried on his back. Facing this majestic and overbearing spear, Xiao Chen didn't dare to be careless. Even with the ancestral god's battle clothes on his body, he couldn't force it. He grabbed the seven-colored sacred tree on his head and tried his best to run the profound art. Not only 6 heavenly monuments emerged around him. What's more, the colorful sacred tree is full of light, and a ray of the ancestor's spirit in it is as dazzling as the sun, falling towards the Great Destruction Spear. A vast and incomparable majestic force spread instantly between the heavens and the earth, and the surrounding reddish-brown mountains continued to collapse, disappearing into ashes one after another. Make an advertisement for someone. The Lost Empire. Brief introduction. War, destruction, friendship, family affection, and love all blend together to form a cruel yet soft picture. Chapter 469 365 Great Gods. The colorful sacred tree shines on the heaven and the earth, and the spirit of the ancestors is like a scorching sun. The two complement each other, making the 10 directions tremble, and the sky and the earth tremble together. Boom! The colorful holy tree collided with the great destroyer spear, and the sky and the earth were full of glory, and the divine power surged out like a stormy sea. Around, hundreds of reddish-brown mountains crumbled into pieces, rising and falling like ocean waves, and finally disappeared, turning into smoke and dust, and the original primitive stone forest became a plain. The monstrous energy fluctuations swept all directions. Dazzling rays of light filled every inch of space, and the 7-colored sacred tree pressed on the Great Destruction Spear. The spirit of the ancestor was particularly fierce, imprisoning the bloody spear like the scorching sun. Xiao Chen and Barbara almost stuck together, trying their best to break each other. It's a pity, your strength is not enough, and it is difficult to display the true power of this sacred tree, even if you have the spirit of an ancestor god. Barbara, the ancestor god of another world, shot a strange light from his eye hole, staring coldly at Xiao Chen, and said, "If Fuxi and Suorenshi come to fight me, it's not too bad, you are far from it. If they come, I'm afraid you'll fuck off and run away desperately. How dare you utter such wild words with such a fragment of your spiritual knowledge now? I'm enough to kill a half-dead person like you." Xiao Chen spoke mercilessly and hit the other party. At the same time, the 6-faced sky monument landed and suppressed Barbara. The spear of destruction, piercing the world. Barbara yelled. The blood-red spear burst into the sky with bloody light, and the surrounding area was full of waves, turning into a blood-colored world. During this process, the Great Destroyer spear trembled again and again, and the impact force was like waves, with waves higher than waves. The Tianbei was blocked by him, and the colorful holy tree that was pressing on the spear of destruction was gradually picked up. "I am invincible in the world, you ants have blasphemed me, accept the punishment." Barbara shouted. The skeleton became more majestic and taller, and the spear of destruction turned over at once, suppressing the colorful sacred tree. At the same time, the 8 snow-white bone spears on both sides of his body pierced through the void and pierced towards Xiao Chen, who was close at hand. The sound of clanging rang endlessly. Xiao Chen had been on guard for a long time. With more than 20 battle swords in front of him, he shook 8 ancient spears at close range. At the same time, he took the initiative to attack, chopping the bone of the ancestor god in front of him. "I, Barbara, am invincible in heaven and earth, lowly human beings can enjoy the torture. Babra shouted loudly, and monstrous magic flames burst out all over his body. The blood of the ancestor god in the skull burst out at this moment, dyeing the whole bone of the ancestor god red. The bright red blood became the only one in the world. The bone body of the ancestor god, which was originally snow white, now looks like a crystal red agate, bright and translucent, and full of brilliance. Boom! The bone body of the ancestor god erupted into a wave of divine power that shook the 9 heavens, and the domineering aura was unimaginable. More than a dozen waves of energy burst out from the spear of destruction in succession. Can't resist at all. This is a destructive force. The great destroyer spear flew Xiao Chen, the 7-colored sacred tree in the battle soared all away. Xiao Chen was unstoppable, the domineering aura sent him flying into the sky, the colorful sacred tree and the war sword clanged. And the 6-faced sky monument dimmed and disappeared because he was blown away. During this process, Xiao Chen coughed up blood continuously, and his whole body was in excruciating pain. Even with the protection of the ancestor god's battle clothes, he still felt extremely uncomfortable. At least 7 or 8 ribs were broken, and the viscera were severely impacted. Back then, Barbara stood in the outer starry sky with the great destruction spear in his hand, and stained the earth with the blood of the ancestor gods on the land of Kyushu. He really had the power of ghosts and gods to shake the sky. Now he just summoned the soldier soul, and shocked Xiao Chen into serious injuries. Xiao Chen was shocked and flew upside down for more than 30 miles. During this process, he coughed up blood, and it is conceivable how serious the trauma he suffered. At the same time, Barbara turned into a streak of blood and chased after him. The great destruction spear slanted toward the sky, and then drew a terrifying trajectory, piercing through the void. Xiao Chen's face changed suddenly, and the colorful holy tree had been resuspended above his head, protecting his head. 27 battle swords were arranged in an array to fight against the bloody spear. Boom! Like the opening of the world, an incomparably vast and mighty force erupted. Like a kite with a broken thread, Xiao Chen was sent flying another 30 miles. The sword array blocked the spear of destruction and retreated quickly, guarding his side. Boom! Xiao Chen fell to the ground, creating a huge hole in the shape of a human in the stone forest. Although the ancestral god's battle suit was not broken, it seemed a bit too weak in the face of this kind of destructive spear that could exert force across the starry sky. Xiao Chen's face was pale, with more than a dozen fractures all over his body, and he didn't know how many mouthfuls of blood he spit out. This is one of the limited times since his debut that he was quite embarrassed. Ever since he competed with Banzu, he has been invincible all the way, even against Shira Banzu and Skeleton King, he can beat him, but today he suffered such a big loss. This made him clearly realize that he is still far from being a real top expert. Even among the powerful of the half-ancestor 4th and 5th heaven realms there are terrifying people. Having sung along the way for so many years without encountering an opponent, it is really a big setback to be hit so hard today. Even if my flesh and blood are gone, my soul is shattered, and only my spiritual consciousness remains, you are no match for me. Babra, the ancestor god of the alien world, walked through the stone forest, shrinking the ground to an inch, and arrived in the blink of an eye for more than 30 miles. He held the great destroyer spear in one hand, with an air of supremacy. Xiao Chen stood up on the broken ground, walked forward step by step, and said, "If you are strong, you will kill me. If I am strong, I will kill you. Today is as simple as that." Xiao Chen walked forward with bare hands, all the swords were guarding his side. "Then you disappear from this world." Barbara, the patriarch god of the alien world, yelled, and swung the great destruction spear in his hand. In the direction of the spear, the space collapsed, time stagnated, and the supreme power was mighty. At this moment, Xiao Chen raised his head to the sky and howled, his whole body burst into a sky-high light, all the acupuncture points in his body brightened up, and his profound kung fu was functioning to the extreme. The huge 6-faced steel emerged, clearer than the previous one, and the patterns engraved on it were clearly visible, and the vicissitudes of life emanating from it made one suspect that they had come to the ancient times. Boom! With Xiao Chen waving his right arm, the first sky tablet fell down, pressing down on Babra. When Babra, the patriarch god of the alien world, slanted upwards with the great destruction spear, shaking the monument hard. The huge energy vibration suddenly turned the world upside down. With a loud boom, the Tianbei was thrown out, but Babra also stepped back 10 steps in a row. At this time, the second celestial monument descended and fell on Babula. "I'll open it." Babra, the ancestor god of the alien world, roared loudly, the bloody spear in his hand shot into the sky, and with a fierce aura, it shook the sky. With a loud Buzz, the bloody spear bent, but it still lifted the second sky tablet into the air. Suppression, Xiao Chen yelled, his whole body was as dazzling as the sun, and the third monument fell down. When the ear-piercing sound rang out for hundreds of miles, even if there were immortal masters around, their eardrums would be pierced. The third celestial monument was lifted off by the spear. Boom! At this moment, the fourth, fifth, and sixth stels all arrived and were suppressed at the same time. The land that was blessed and protected by the mysterious ancient god array was cracked open, the three-sided sky monument suppressed Babra, and the great destruction spear was bent even though it was bloody. Click! The spear shattered, but at the same time it also knocked the fourth and fifth steel away. Boom! The sixth celestial monument came down, and it hit the bone of Babra's ancestor god firmly, smashing it directly into the depths of the earth. This is not to seal the space with the stels, but to wave them, almost draining all the strength of Xiao Chen's body, but the colorful sacred tree quickly replenished his divine power, so that he would not lose his strength. However, it was impossible to condense the six-sided sky monument immediately. Boom! The earth collapsed, and Babra rushed up from the depths of the ground. At the same time, his right hand was bloody, and a new great destruction spear once again condensed into shape. I am immortal and eternal. He swung the great destruction spear, piercing through the void, and stabbing at Xiao Chen. Boom! Xiao Chen was blown away on the spot, suffered heavy injuries again, and was sent flying for more than 20 miles. Holding the great destruction spear in one hand, Barbara shrinks the ground into an inch, and in an instant he is in front of him again, with demonic flames surging to the sky. The so-called unrivaled master, looking down on the world, that kind of invincible demeanor is completely conceivable. That must have been the case when Barbara was at his peak. Now, he lost all his flesh and blood, his mind and soul were shattered, leaving only a fragment of spiritual consciousness the size of a fingernail, but relying on his bone body, he still displayed a domineering aura. Holding the spear with one hand, he pierced the sky. Barbara and the great destruction war spear were united, as if they were born together. At this moment, the arrogance was overwhelming the 9 heavens, and the surrounding 100 miles were red, and blood was everywhere, and the vast energy fluctuations made people tremble. Near those crumbling stones, millions of rat demons were all prostrate on the ground, trembling at this moment, terrified all day long. Die! Babra, the ancestor god of the alien world, followed up one step at a time, swept his spear, and swept Xiao Chen away with a bang. This is a rare fiasco since Xiao Chen was born. He has always defeated his opponents, but now he is obviously invincible. Dewey Pluto is comparable to the ancestor god, and the powerhouse of that level is not counted, but the Barbara in front of him is obviously only in the half-ancestor realm, but it makes Xiao Chen feel invincible. For many years, he has not tasted the taste of this failure. However, he is not depressed, it is not so easy to want him to die. He still has the ability to fight, and it is hard to say who will win in the end. Babra, the ancestor god from another world, came striding forward, and the whole world trembled because of him. He was like an unrivaled demon king. You have terrifying combat skills and terrifying magic weapons, but your absolute strength is too weak. Ants, disappear. Barbara raised the destructive spear. It's not that easy to make me disappear. Xiao Chen once again grabbed the 7 sacred tree, and let the 27 war swords guard the sky above his head. At the same time, he took out a jade bottle from his acupoint space, poured out a few drops of Zhu Jun's blood, and smeared it on his hands. The blood of the ancestor god. Babra shot 2 terrifying rays of light from his eye holes, and said, "It's not easy for you to have such a thing." At this moment, the ancestor's essence in the colorful sacred tree seemed to sense something, and the light was so bright that there were signs of rushing out of the sacred tree, trying to overlap with the ancestor's blood. Barbara, the ancestor god of another world, sneered and said, "I see what you can do to me." Boom! Xiao Chen held the colorful sacred tree and swept it towards Babra, the ancestor god of the other world. Under the stimulation of Zhu Jun's blood, the ancestor's essence in the middle is like an eternal beam of light, which is extremely bright. Kai, Zhu Jun's essence was like sword energy, making a sound that pierced through the air. Boom! After colliding with the great destruction spear, it shattered the bloody spear. At the same time, the holy tree smashed on the bone of Babra's ancestor god, sending it flying sideways for dozens of miles. Xiao Chen didn't expect Zhu Jun's spirit to be so overbearing, he turned into a black light and chased after him. Boom! The colorful sacred tree swept across again, and Babra, who had just fallen to the ground, was thrown out again, his bones groaning. Humble reptile, you have once again desecrated the dignity of the ancestor gods, please enjoy the torture. The brilliance of the left hand of Babra, the ancestor god of another world, flashed, and a simple shield appeared, and the bloody right hand, and the great destruction spear emerged again. The immortal sky shield, which even martial ancestor and Fuxi can't shatter, plus my great destroyer spear, I see what other means you have to defy the sky. Barbara's words were very cold, and it seemed that he didn't intend to delay any longer, and wanted to end the battle immediately. Although the immortal sky shield looks ancient, it also brought Xiao Chen a great sense of oppression, even surpassing the great destruction war spear. If there is such an intact sky shield in the world, it must be a peerless fetish that the ancestor gods will fight for. Xiao Chen didn't answer, and the colorful holy tree swung down again. Boom! The colorful brilliance and the essence of the ancestors slammed into the immortal sky shield, and the vast energy fluctuated, and both of them were blown away. Block it! Xiao Chen's pupils shrank suddenly, feeling that something was wrong. The immortal sky shield blocked his attack. These are the two divine weapons that followed me back then. They have accompanied me through the ages and made me invincible. They are used to kill you. It really feels like killing a chicken with a sledgehammer. Invincible in the world, you are self-proclaimed. Back then, Fuxi and Wuzu killed you like a chicken and a dog. Don't forget, you are already dead. Xiao Chen's words made Barbara choke heavily. Kill. Barbara just spit out such a word and charged over. Xiao Chen vibrates 27 swords and at the same time wields the colorful holy tree to fight against Babra, the patriarch god of another world. However, as Barbara said, both the battle sword and the holy tree are the top magic weapons, but because Xiao Chen's absolute strength is not enough, it is difficult to play to the extreme. Boom! The sky is full of light, like the eternal light, the sky and the earth are bright. Barbara blocked all of Xiao Chen's attacks with the immortal shield, and pierced the sky and the earth with the great destruction spear, stabbing Xiao Chen dozens of miles away. Boom! When Xiao Chen fell into the rocky forest, Barbara had already caught up with him and was approaching step by step. His expression was extremely cold, and he said, "Everything should be over, you can go to die." Xiao Chen coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and it was very difficult to stand up. Barbara, whose broken spiritual consciousness and the bone body of the ancestor god were united, made him feel powerful and terrifying. Even if the ancestral god-level master is lost, he still has unimaginable means against the sky. The ground trembled with the sound of Barbara's footsteps. On his left arm was the immortal shield, and in his right hand was holding the spear of destruction. The two soldiers' souls were so glaring. Weak race, humble reptile, even if I kill you and stain my hands, I will kill you. Barbara sneered cruelly. Xiao Chen roared and raised his Shuangong to the limit. He wanted to summon the six-faced steel to defend against the enemy again. But at this moment, he heard a roar coming from his body. After the profound art was raised to the limit, the 365 acupoints all over his body suddenly shone like bright stars, as if they were about to rush out of his body. 365 roars came out from Xiao Chen's body, which immediately changed the situation and turned the world into an eclipse. 365 acupuncture points, with blazing light, combined together, is like a miniature version of the gorgeous starry sky. The dazzling light forced Barbara, the ancestor god of the other world, back a few steps. Kai! The sound of piercing the sky came, and the destruction spear pierced through the void in Barbara's hand, and it had already stabbed down. He vaguely felt an uncomfortable breath, so he didn't want to give Xiao Chen any chance. Boom! Xiao Chen was blown away, but this time he did not suffer a devastating blow. The 365 deified acupoints all burst out with terrifying light, like hundreds of millions of stars intertwined together, dazzlingly dazzling. At the same time, 365 roars rang out again. The sound was even louder. It could be said that it shook the 9 heavens upwards, and moved the 9 seclusions downwards, stopping the chasing Barbara. Xiao Chen's whole body was full of brilliance, and all the 365 acupoints burst out with dazzling divine light. Barbara's pupils contracted suddenly, and he was extremely surprised. At this moment, around Xiao Chen, a figure appeared, hazy and unclear. However, there is a terrifying aura, the kind of aura that is no one but me, and I am the only one who does not hide it. Roar! This roar was directly sent out from the outside world, and it was even more terrifying. The shaking mountains collapsed. Hallucination or phantom? Nothing like it, this is simply a living god. At the same time, the colorful sacred tree vibrated. Not only the spirit of the ancestors, but also the spirits of the 7 ancestor dragons appeared in it. Around the sacred tree, there were gusts of wind and thunder, and the roar of dragons shook the sky. Kill! Following Xiao Chen's shout, he rushed over holding the colorful sacred tree, and the great god behind him rushed forward together in step with him. In the end, the great god even controlled all the battle swords floating around, and slashed at Babra, the ancestor god of the other world. Boom! The colorful holy tree collided with the immortal sky shield. This time, the 7 ancestor dragon spirits and 1 ancestor spirit all erupted into terrifying fluctuations. The ancient shield was shattered in an instant, and at the same time, the great god who controlled the 27 battle swords also blocked the great destruction spear with his battle swords. Boom! The moment Xiao Chen shattered the immortal sky shield, he waved the colorful sacred tree again and again, attacking the ancestor god Babra. Babra was blown away all of a sudden. Xiao Chen chased after him and kept attacking. And the great god who controlled the sword ran side by side with him, controlling the sword to slash the ancestor god from another world. A fierce battle broke out, and the area was shattered, and ghosts cried and gods howled. The battle lasted for more than 2 hours. Boom! The moment Xiao Chen slapped Babra away again, the great god who controlled the sword rushed over, and with a click, unloaded the left calf bone of Babra, the ancestor god from another world. Even if you knock down Babra, you can't break the bone of the ancestor god at all, you can only dismantle it. Court death. Babra, the ancestor god of the alien world, was furious and fought for the leg bone, and finally took the foot bone back, but the left calf bone was snatched by Xiao Chen. Boy, you made me angry. I don't care how weird you are today, but I will kill you. Babra stood on the ground with one leg, and stared at Xiao Chen with a cold light from his empty eyes. At this moment, the killing intent soared to the sky, and the whole world was shaking. But suddenly, Babra felt very dizzy, and there was a sense of unreality. Behind Xiao Chen, he saw a large group of figures, more than 300 figures. Babra was really dumbfounded, completely dizzy. Then he couldn't help throwing out a curse from another world, Chugorama. Then, he ran away without looking back. Xiao Chen didn't know that there was a figure behind him. Seeing Babra flying away, he was a little confused, so it was too late to catch up. Babra, the ancestor god of another world, ran away. Abandoning his own calf bone, without the demeanor of an ancestor, he could be called an elite in the escape world, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It wasn't until Xiao Chen turned around that he realized what had happened. He was also dizzy for a while. There were 365 hazy shadows. All stood behind him. The hazy appearance is somewhat similar to him, but it doesn't seem to be the same when you look closely. Observing carefully, Xiao Chen saw the reality. Except for the great god who appeared first, which had great combat power, the other 364 hazy shadows were all phantoms, without any combat power. Xiao Chen was a little dumbfounded. It turned out to be this group of phantoms that scared away Babra, the ancestor god of the alien world. Ha ha ha. In the end, he couldn't help laughing out loud, which was too speechless. If Babra, the ancestor god of the alien world, knew the truth, he might be so angry that he would vomit blood for 3 liters. The 365 great gods turned into 365 beams of light, all rushing back to his acupuncture points. If the 365 great gods hadn't manifested and frightened Babra back, the outcome of this battle would have been hard to say. Babra from the other world is really powerful. After merging with his own body, with the soul of the soldier in hand, his combat power soars. This battle made Xiao Chen realize soberly that he is still far from being a top player, and it is not a bad thing to suffer setbacks. Xiao Chen couldn't help laughing when he thought of Babra's dizzy look at the end, and how he threw out the curse from the foreign world with his spiritual sense, and then fled. He estimated that Babra would be depressed for several days. Xiao Chen walked into the underground palace again and put away the jade book. However, he didn't continue to explore. It was close to the corpse river, and the unknown existence that fell into a deep sleep made Babra feel terrified, and he knew it was extremely dangerous without even thinking about it. It was not until half a month later that Xiao Chen walked out of the stone forest. He didn't know how to decipher the ancient god formation in this area, until he discovered the clues of when Babu broke the formation and left. He found a way out with difficulty and walked out. After leaving this strange rocky mountain group, Xiao Chen flew hundreds of miles and met many monks, all of whom were looking for the eternal light. After a brief contact, he learned from those people that the most evil place in the soul world was suspected to have been discovered, and everyone was flying in that direction. Xiao Chen followed them and flew over the lush and green mountains. After hundreds of miles, he was shocked to find that the suspected most evil place turned out to be the upper reaches of the underground river of corpses. Chapter 470 The End of the Corpse River. Xiao Chen did not continue to follow those people, but stopped in a lush primitive mountain range. He wanted to take a rest. In a battle with Babra, the ancestor god of another world, Xiao Chen suffered extremely serious trauma, and after escaping from the trap, he took several days of recuperation before he fully recovered. This battle sounded the alarm for him. Even if the ancestor god fell, any fragment of spiritual consciousness would have unimaginable means against the sky. He wants to climb to the top, but he is still far away. Opening the jade book in his hand, Xiao Chen frowned. He didn't know a single word, the foreign language was crooked, it was difficult to discern its meaning. Most of the content recorded in ordinary Bible and divine books is left in jade and other carriers in the form of spiritual imprints, but this jade book is all recorded in words. Xiao Chen pondered for a long time and couldn't figure it out. He didn't gain anything until he turned over the last 2 pages, and he drew 2 pictures respectively. The first engraved picture is just a battle spear, straight to the sky. The spear's edge seemed to be coming out through the wall, and the aura was so fierce that it made people feel chills in the bones. You don't need to think about it to know that this is the spear of destruction. Powerful and domineering, with an endlessly destructive aura. Just such an engraved picture gives people a strong sense of oppression, like a peerless sharp sword in the throat. It's just a battle spear, and the text in front of it can't be read, so I can't get any ideas at all. What should I do? Xiao Chen observed carefully. At this moment he felt a soul-stirring power, rushing straight out from the spear, almost breaking his spiritual consciousness. The sharp edge is sharp, destructive, like the punishment of the god of destroying the world, piercing the world, and it contains an extremely mysterious and terrifying aura. Xiao Chen was startled, and immediately took a few steps back, pointed out, and shot a beam of divine light towards the jade book. With a crisp clang, the jade book was unharmed, and the divine light did not destroy it. This is really a divine book, it's hard to destroy. Although I don't understand the words inside, I can get the essence of the engravings on the last 2 pages. Xiao Chen said to himself. Now, he already knew that although the engraving was simple, it directly showed the true meaning of the Great Destruction Spear. As long as you can quietly comprehend it, you will definitely be able to comprehend the mystery. He has already obtained the profound method of the Tianbei, and he doesn't care about the moves and mental methods. The important thing is to understand the artistic conception that the divine book wants to convey. All he needs is the very essence of the spear of destruction. Moreover, it's not difficult to attack, as the name of the war spear, the true meaning of the fierce and domineering attack is, the 3 characters of great destruction. Xiao Chen attacked the jade book with his spiritual sense, and immediately felt a destructive aura. The true meaning of the great destruction spear seemed to be transformed into a tangible body, piercing the void, and stabbing at him. Xiao Chen screamed, raised his right arm horizontally, and the light in his right palm was shining brightly. With a killing intent soaring into the sky, the battle spear with endless destructive aura gradually emerged. Although it is not as powerful as the spear in Barbara's hand, it is also fierce and breathtaking. Over time, it will definitely grow further. The so-called one method, 10,000 methods. Xiao Chen pondered carefully for 10 days, and gradually figured out the true meaning of the 3 characters of Great Destroyer. Although the power is still far from being able to compete with the spear in Barbara's hand, he believes that one day he will be able to surpass it. Barbara, I will give you a surprise with your combat skills. Maybe I will summon the true spear of destruction body, and then you will be in tragedy. Xiao Chen turned the jade book to the last page. There was nothing to doubt, it was the engraving of the immortal heavenly shield. A simple large shield gives people a sense of stability, firmness, and unbreakability. Although it is only a jade carving, it gives people a sense of earth-like thickness. The immortal sky shield, as its name suggests, is eternal and indestructible, majestic as the sea, thick as the earth, and as far-reaching as the starry sky. This is an eternal and immortal ancient shield. Xiao Chen's desire for this shield is more than that of the Great Destruction Spear, because he already has a battle sword in terms of attack, so it doesn't matter if he doesn't get the Great Destruction Spear. However, if he can find the true immortal sky shield body, it will undoubtedly make his defense power unrivaled in the world. Barbara once said personally that even the strongest of the 2 ancestor gods, Wuzu and Fuxi, could not smash the immortal shield, so one can imagine how great his name, Immortal, is. Immortal sky shield, Xiao Chen shouted loudly, his left arm shone with light, and a primitive shield emerged, as if protecting his body thickly. Finally, Xiao Chen took out another trophy, a calf bone as white as jade, which was unloaded from Barbara. It couldn't be cut with a sword, so one could imagine how hard this calf bone was. He wanted to polish it into a bone dagger, but found that it couldn't be worn down at all. It is worthy of being the bone of the ancestor god. This somewhat made Xiao Chen a little helpless, but he also knew that Barbara would be more depressed in comparison, even losing the leg bone of the ancestor god. I am afraid that Barbara is sullen these days, and it will be a matter of time before he finds him. Xiao Chen practiced for nearly 20 days before leaving this mountain range. He crossed the mountains and flew northward for more than 600 miles, and finally arrived at the suspected, most evil place. Many cultivators have arrived for a long time, but still no one has discovered the eternal light, and they are not even sure that this is the most evil place. In the past 20 days, more than 100 people have gone deep into the ground, but they have disappeared without a sound, as if they have completely evaporated. This is a dead land, the mountains are bare, not a blade of grass grows, and there is no vegetation. The color of the soil is also different from other places, it is completely corpse yellow, gloomy and scary. In the mountains, even in the daytime, it is gloomy and cold, and the scorching sun in the sky seems to be unable to transfer the heat here, and the sunlight looks a bit miserable. Regardless of whether it is the real most evil place or not, this place is very strange, and there must be endless destructive power buried under the earth. Otherwise, it would not be the case on the surface. Xiao Chen carefully observed this area with a radius of more than 100 miles for a long time, and felt that this might really be the source of the corpse river. Will there be eternal light in this place? He couldn't judge for a while. After all, the eternal light can only be formed if more than 10 ancestor gods are buried together. At present, under this land, he knows that at least 2 ancestor-level powerhouses have been buried, one is Barbara, and the other is the adult that even Barbara fears. Perhaps, several ancestor gods were really buried in this underground. Up to now, none of the masters present has died, and none of the ancestors has shown up. Xiao Chen has already turned into another face, hiding his identity. He is not afraid of old Shira and the Skeleton King and others, but he just wants to guard against Barbara's attack. Mixed in the crowd, he waited and watched quietly. He didn't believe that those half-ancestors would never move, and that the eternal light could help them become half-ancestors. Any half-ancestor would be moved. After a few more days like this, Xiao Chen accidentally learned from a heavenly king that those half-ancestors invited the strong men from the soul world to study together for a long time, and after secret discussions, they planned to go underground together to search for the eternal light. And these days, besides discussing in secret, Banzu is still actively preparing various materials, preparing to set up a divine formation to seal this place. One is for safety considerations. If there is a sudden change in the ground, you can retreat quickly and use the magic circle as your backing. The second is to prevent latecomers from entering, and cannot share the results of the underground battle. Xiao Chen is not in a hurry. Even if there is eternal light, it is difficult to get it. It is hard to imagine how terrifying the adult at the end of the river of corpses is. Originally, Xiao Chen wanted to remind those half-ancestors, but in the middle of the night, those half-ancestors had already taken action. They appeared silently, and without giving anyone else a chance, they directly set up the formation, isolating everyone outside. Xiao Chen looked at the god formation that covered the sky and covered the sun, and said, "It's impossible to remind you kindly. If you encounter danger, unfortunately, it's purely your own fault." Hundreds of white bone banners stand among the high mountains, all of which are more than 100 meters high. It is unknown how they were made. The huge white bones are extremely terrifying. The banners on them fluttered with the wind, shaking out endless black mist. This strange land was soon sealed off. From a distance, ghosts were crying and gods were howling, and there were many gods and demons gathered around the hundreds of white bone banners, roaring up to the sky. This is not a god formation, it is clearly a large evil spirit formation, and it is known without thinking that it was made by the Skeleton King and blessed by many half-ancestors. The gloomy clouds here are bleak, the dark wind is howling, the demonic energy is soaring into the sky, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. It is dark and gloomy. It was already a fierce place, and with this arrangement, it became even more evil here, and people, ghosts and gods would run away when they saw it. Everyone on the periphery was startled that night, and they all cursed the Skeleton King and others for their immorality, cutting off the chances of others. Xiao Chen learned from the scolding of some insiders that the half-ancestors who joined forces were his enemies, the half-ancestor Shira, the Skeleton King, the half-ancestor Yaksha, the angel holy god and others. And when it was dawn, the area covered by the big banner of white bones could no longer be seen. It can be seen that the Banzu has gone through a series of strict arrangements inside, and the main reason for mobilizing so many troops is to intercept other Banzu-level competitors. If you want to eat alone, you will end up shooting yourself in the foot. Xiao Chen sneered, watching all this quietly. When the king's formation was fully formed, this area emerged like an abyss. We went deep into the ground from other places. If you don't believe it, we can't break through this big formation. Someone shouted. Immediately there were many responders, but everyone was disappointed to find that the king's formation reached the sky and descended into the netherworld, and it was impossible to pass through. Xiao Chenyan found in the crowd a few unremarkable people wandering around the formation all the time. He gradually became concerned, and felt that these people were probably half-ancestors. In the end, 3 of them managed to walk into the black mist-covered formation and broke in. And a few others were blocked outside, still wandering and thinking. Xiao Chen was not in a hurry. Even if these people broke in, they might not be able to gain anything. However, it didn't take long for him to change his mind. Because he found the mighty Barbara. Although this foreign ancestor god used illusion to hide his real body, when he wandered not far from Xiao Chen, he still felt the unique breath of the blood of the ancestor god. That was the blood of the ancestral gods that Barbara couldn't really hide. Barbara, the ancestor god of the alien world, only walked around the formation, and immediately began to break through the formation, successfully breaking into it. Xiao Chen was greatly surprised. Barbara was obviously very afraid of the adult at the end of the river of corpses, but why did he rush in so eagerly today? Could it be that the eternal light is really not here? At this point, Xiao Chen couldn't be calm anymore. After watching the digital half-ancestors break the formation, he also started to act. However, this grand formation of kings is really no small matter, and it is difficult for people who don't know the details to enter. Fortunately, he wasn't the only one who wanted to break in. It happened that 3 other half-ancestors broke in. Xiao Chen followed them and rushed in with all his strength. What the hell is Barbara trying to do? This is what Xiao Chen is eager to know. The 3 people in front disappeared in the blink of an eye, but after entering the hinterland, although there are still some formations, they can no longer stop Xiao Chen. Soon, he found an entrance. The huge cave was dug out by the Skeleton King and others, and it was bottomless. Xiao Chen jumped down without hesitation. The wind was blowing, the cold air was pressing, and there was a faint smell of corpses rushing up. After going down for several thousand meters, there was the sound of water flowing, and a big yellow river rushing and roaring made people feel chills on their backs. Corpse River. It really is where the river of corpses is located. The current in this area is turbulent, and the yellow corpse water rushes into big waves from time to time, and the stench is pungent. The powerhouses who have cultivated to the level of the half-ancestors are all extraordinary people. It is obvious that the few people who entered later found out that something was wrong, and they were very cautious, and they were all cautiously advancing along the river of corpses. At this moment, a roar came from the front, and it was from the Skeleton King. Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. If he woke up the sleeping adult, I am afraid few people present would survive. But the worst thing didn't happen. The Skeleton King rushed downstream, scanning all directions angrily. The half-ancestors in front looked at the old skeleton strangely, and Xiao Chen almost laughed out loud. The Skeleton King's left calf bone disappeared, as if someone had snatched it away with brute force. Can you see a monster with 8 bone spears? The Skeleton King was very gloomy, obviously in an extremely bad mood. At this moment King Shira and King Yasha rushed over. No one rushed out at all. If there is an enemy plotting against you, they must still be ahead. Let's go. Hearing these words, Yasha Banzu and others changed their colors, and immediately rushed towards the upper reaches of the Corpse River, for fear of being caught by others first. Xiao Chen snatched away the left calf bone of Barbara, the ancestor god of the alien world, and now he sneakily attacked the Skeleton King and snatched his calf bone. How could a king not be angry when someone plotted against him and removed a part of his body? Xiao Chen was a little anxious. Barbara didn't back out. Obviously he went deep into the end of the river of corpses, afraid of the sleeping adult, dared to take such a risk. There must be something to attract the ancestor gods from other worlds. The half-ancestors in front of Xiao Chen also speeded up, rushed upstream like lightning, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chen didn't dare to delay, and ran at top speed along the roaring corpse river. The stench ahead was unbearable, and a yellow sea appeared in everyone's field of vision. How could there be a yellow sea of corpses underground? Xiao Chen was puzzled, and then he seemed to have discovered something, and said to himself, no, this place is a world of its own, a mysterious space opened up by people. Well, that is. Xiao Chen couldn't help showing surprise. In the endless sea of yellow corpses in front of him, a huge island appeared indistinctly. There were bursts of divine light that soared to the sky, and all the half-ancestors had already rushed there. Chapter 471 Sojin Sealed Land. The yellow sea is undulating, which can be called magnificent, but it is far from magnificent. The stench of the sea water was overwhelming, and the yellow color made people feel very uncomfortable. The corpse water gathered into a sea, it was very scary. It is impossible to imagine how such a landscape can be created. In the vast and undulating sea of corpses, the huge islands have divine light rushing from time to time. The half-ancestors all soared into the sky and flew towards the depths of the sea of corpses. Everyone has only one purpose, and that is to compete for the eternal light. Xiao Chen was a latecomer, most of the half-ancestors had already rushed to the front, but he did not dare to act rashly. The most tempting place is also the scariest place, he is always on guard against that adult who will violently attack him. The sound of breaking through the sky came again, and behind him came two unknown half-ancestors. After observing the coast for a while, they couldn't resist the temptation in the end, and rushed towards the place that seemed to be the location of the eternal light. Suddenly, Xiao Chen found a familiar figure, the ancestor god Babra emerged from the sea of corpses, and he seemed to have penetrated into the foul-smelling yellow sea just now. Barbara, why is he going deep into the sea? Xiao Chen hid his whereabouts and observed the alien ancestor god on the coast. Barbara seemed to be searching for something, and the moment he emerged from the sea, he kept scanning the surroundings with powerful spiritual consciousness, and then sank into the bottom of the sea again. What the hell is this guy looking for? Seeing that the powerful alien ancestor did not go to the island deep in the sea of corpses, Xiao Chen dared not act rashly. Xiao Chen observed for a long time, and found that Barbara was getting farther and farther away, searching farther and farther into the sea of corpses. In the end, he gritted his teeth and sank into the sea of corpses, using his divine power to block the smelly sea water and prevent the corpse water from corroding his body. Soon he understood why Barbara had to face the water every once in a while. There was a tragic evil spirit in the sea of corpses, which was extremely corrosive, and even the half-ancestors' divine power could be slowly eroded away. It's no wonder that the rat monsters bound themselves with iron chains and trained their bodies in the river of corpses. The water of corpses is really extraordinary. If this sea of corpses was caused by one person, it would be too terrifying. Xiao Chen muttered inwardly. Soon he discovered in the sea of corpses, there were a lot of rubble on the smelly seabed, and there were countless broken walls and ruins. More than a dozen ruins had been discovered one after another. In the distant past, this must have been an extraordinary place. What is Barbara searching for? Could it be the spear of destruction? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen couldn't help being moved. Barbara was destroyed by the martial ancestor at the lower reaches of the corpse river. Maybe his destroyer spear and immortal sky shield were in this area. If that's the case, it's a big deal. No one knows better than him how terrifying the spear of destruction and the immortal sky shield are, and only those who have personally experienced that battle can understand. Barbara is already that powerful just by summoning an incomplete soldier soul. It would be even more unimaginable if two ancestral weapons were born. Xiao Chen secretly followed Babula, and kept searching in the river of corpses. In the process, he actually salvaged a few broken magic weapons. To his surprise, one of them turned out to be a spiritual treasure sacrificed by the half-ancestor, but it had been corroded by the river of corpses. Crash! Xiao Chen surfaced again. At this moment, he found that Barbara had risen into the sky and flew towards the giant island deep in the sea of corpses. He seemed to have lost his patience and rushed directly to the center of the sea of corpses. If there is anyone who knows something about this place, it is undoubtedly Barbara. No one knows the secrets here better than him. Xiao Chen decided to follow in his footsteps. This old antique from another world would definitely not seek death by himself, and it was much safer to be behind him than to follow other half-ancestors. The huge island looks far away, and it flies even further away, as if it is always in the sky, where the divine light rushes from time to time. Could it really be the eternal light? Xiao Chen also became suspicious. At Xiao Chen's speed, it took a quarter of an hour to approach the giant island. A desolate atmosphere rushed towards him, and this huge island seemed to be an ancient battlefield, full of killing atmosphere. There is no vegetation on it, and the divine light source comes from the center of the giant island. On the giant island, bones can be seen everywhere. It is not a big deal to find white bones in the soul world, but it is a bit unusual to find so many bones on the giant island in the sea of corpses. After all, this is a very dangerous place. Xiao Chen couldn't help but admire Barbara. The 8 bone spears on both sides of his body moved together like spider legs, making him incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, that guy made a big circle around the periphery of the island, searched all the places on the periphery, and then lurked inward without any haste. Boom! There was a violent energy fluctuation ahead, and the half-ancestors started a war. The dark clouds rolled over, and the Skeleton King, the Yasha Banzu and others were vaguely seen showing their magical powers and united against the enemy. It was not far from the center of the island, and one could clearly see streaks of divine light rushing towards the sky, like the eternal light. Everyone couldn't hold back the excitement in their hearts, and fought for it. The semi-ancestral battle was extremely fierce, causing the surrounding corpse sea to be turbulent, and the corpse aura raged in all directions. %%. The Skeleton King, who was fighting, found Barbara, who was stealthily approaching quietly, and immediately yelled without a kingly demeanor. Not long ago, Barbara attacked him and forcibly removed his left calf bone, turning him into a cripple. This was unimaginable for a powerful king, and it was a great shame. At this moment, the Skeleton King jumped out of the battle group and rushed towards Barbara with red eyes. "Where are you going, you villain? Give me back my leg bone." While shouting these words, a black line appeared on the Skull King's forehead injury, and he found that the calf bone had been connected to Barbara's leg. Barbara stepped forward generously, calmly, and said, "You weak skeleton, don't seek your own death, I'm too lazy to kill you now." If the Skeleton King had lungs, he would have exploded with anger. The bandit in front of him had just snatched his leg bones, but now he looked so confident, which really annoyed him. "Eight-legged monster, even though you and I are fire creatures, I will never let you go today." The Skeleton King gritted his teeth, and came up with a great supernatural power. A hell of bones suppressed it, covering Barbara in it, trying to refine it. However, a fierce and unparalleled spear soon appeared in Barbara's hand, piercing through the sky and the earth at once, and flew out of the bone hell. He saw that the half-ancestors nearby were all fighting, and their expressions were very ugly. Not only was he directed at the Skeleton King, he shouted at everyone, "If you don't want to die, stop immediately." All the half-ancestors stopped, including the Skeleton King, who also looked at him in astonishment. "This octopus master is too arrogant," this is the voice of everyone. "With 8 spider legs and an extra scorpion tail, do you really think you are heavier than others? That's right, it's true that you have a tail, but you can't be so proud to raise your head to the sky." The two half-ancestors couldn't help teasing. "Say more, we sealed him first, so as not to get in the way." The Skeleton King shouted, he wished that the monster in front of him would offend everyone and become a public enemy. Chugorama. Barbara was furious. He was the ancestor god of another world in the past, and no one had ever dared to point fingers at him. However, he soon figured out his identity again, and shouted, "I am doing it for your own good, can't you feel it? There is a shocking aura in this sea of corpses. What kind of power can shake the half-ancestor? I think you should know it in your heart." "You mean there is an ancestor god here?" someone asked in surprise. The half-ancestors present all change their colors. When they first entered the sea of corpses, they felt the strange fluctuations. They were deeply frightened, but for the sake of the eternal light, they had no choice but to venture here. A gloomy light shot out of Barbara's empty eyes, and he said, "You don't need me to say anything about the strong man sleeping in the sea of corpses. You can guess that he can easily destroy everyone present. If you don't want to die, don't wake up the sleeping people. It can destroy all the half-ancestors present, so what is it if it is not an ancestor god? Only a master of that level can do it." Thinking that this place is so evil and the sea of corpses is overwhelming, all the dozens of people present felt a chill in their hearts. "How do you know this?" the Skeleton King pressed. "I don't need to tell you." Barbara looked up at the place where the divine light was soaring in front of him. He didn't look at the Skeleton King at all, and there was a sense of contempt in his bones. He was an alien god during his lifetime, even after he died. It is also difficult to change the mentality of being superior. The Skeleton King was furious and shouted, "Give me back my leg bone, you villain. Do you want everyone to be buried with you?" Barbara said calmly, "If you force me to act, you will definitely alarm the people sleeping in the sea of corpses. By then, you will murder everyone present." The dozens of half-ancestors next to him all changed their colors, even the half-ancestors of Asura and Yaksha transmitted voices to the old skeleton, asking him to be patient for a while. Good. When you get out of this sea of corpses, I will make your life worse than death." The Skeleton King said harshly and walked aside. The dozen or so half-ancestors present are all extraordinary figures. They naturally know how powerful the ancestor god is, and no one dares to do it again. Everyone flew towards the center of the giant island together, temporarily putting aside the fight. Xiao Chen followed from afar. For some reason, he felt a strong sense of danger when he came here. It wasn't something caught by his consciousness, it was a natural intuition. Looking at the center of the giant island, more than a dozen half-ancestors came through the sky. It was in ruins, but there were streaks of divine light shooting up into the sky from time to time, brilliant and dazzling, exuding a sacred and soft light. The sacred aura was surging, and everyone could clearly feel that the fluctuation of divine power could purify people's souls, which made Banzu feel extremely comfortable. At this moment, more than a dozen people couldn't calm down in their hearts. If it was the eternal light, it would be the supreme fetish that could make the half-ancestor be promoted to the ancestor god. No one can be indifferent. Even Xiao Chen felt a little nervous, paying attention to the ruins. At this moment, Barbara was suddenly very excited, and he rushed forward quickly. Before Xiao Chen could act, the Skeleton King and others rushed over together and blocked his way. If you want to get there first, you have to pass our level first. The Skeleton King sneered. The light in the eyes of Barbara, the ancestor god of another world, was extremely cold, but it did not flare up. Shen Sheng said to everyone, "At first, I also thought that there was the eternal light you mentioned here, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Since not, why are you so anxious? Please go back." The Skeleton King choked him unceremoniously. "My former magic weapon is buried here. I will come naturally, and it is by no means the eternal light you are looking for," Barbara said in a deep voice. Immediately, the Banzu sneered and said, "Your divine weapon. Why don't you say that this sea of corpses is all yours?" Barbara was very angry in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He was no longer the ancestor god of another world in the past, and now facing so many half-ancestors, he couldn't be shaken by force. "If you don't believe me, you can dig up this ruin. There must be a battle spear inside." He didn't dare to reveal the name of the Great Destruction Spear to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Walking into the ruins, some half-ancestors couldn't hold back anymore, very much hoping that this is the eternal light. Boom! All the surrounding rubble shot up into the sky, completely clearing out the center of the ruins. Sealed land. I don't know how many years it has existed, the powerful seal has been loosened, and the divine power has begun to dissipate, and the soaring divine light turned out to be the power to break the seal. This is the seal of the ancestor god. More than a dozen half-ancestors gasped. Even if the power of the seal was about to collapse, it was not something that one or two half-ancestors could open. What is under the ruins that needs the seal of the ancestor god? Everyone showed doubts, and no one dared to act rashly. If there is an unimaginable existence in the underground, and some evil spirits are released, it will inevitably cause a catastrophe. Things sealed by the ancestor gods are by no means mundane things. It really is my magic soldier. Barbara couldn't restrain his excitement, and rushed forward again. But was blocked by the Skeleton King again, and said coldly, "Don't be self-righteous, everything here is ownerless." "Did you break the seal?" Everyone is hesitant. "I think it's okay to open it and have a look." A careful half-ancestor cleared the dust from the sealed ground, pointed to the ground and said, "Look, the symbols here seem to be alien scripts, and they shouldn't have been laid down by our ancestor gods. Naturally, we can open the place sealed by the old enemy." "That's right, this seems to be an alien rune." A half-ancestor next to him nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Barbara, the ancestor god of the alien world, stepped forward to watch it. He was shocked at the time, and he naturally recognized the 4 words, "dangerous place." However, he didn't say anything, because he really felt the breath of the Great Destruction Spear. Now that the matter has come to this point, no one is objecting to breaking the seal. Even though Barbara is aware of it, he has not spoken out to stop it. This is the seal set by the powerful ancestor god from another world. Even though 90% of the divine power has already been dissipated with the passage of time, and more than a dozen half-ancestors broke the seal together, it still took a lot of effort. Boom! With a surge of monstrous divine power, the brilliant light caused everyone to close their eyes, and the sealed door was broken open. Xiao Chen was far away, he was not affected by the impact, and at this moment he was keenly aware of the abnormality in the sea of corpses. Standing high above the sky, one can clearly see the sea of corpses soaring into the sky, and the endless water of corpses is turning yellow even more. Just looking at that color makes one's heart palpitate. At the same time, the powerful aura in the sea of corpses has obviously grown a lot. Not good, is the unknown and terrifying existence sleeping in the sea of corpses sealed? Could breaking the seal release it? Isn't it as simple as sleeping? Xiao Chen was horrified and had bad thoughts. He wanted to retreat immediately, but when he noticed Barbara's movement, he stopped again. Barbara reacted quickly. The moment the seal was broken, even though his divine power was overwhelming, he did not take half a step back, but instead gathered the soldier spirit of the great destruction spear in his hand, pierced through the void, and rushed directly into the ground. The moment the other half-ancestors reacted, Barbara had already disappeared on the ground. No, we can't let him succeed. A dozen or so half-ancestors all rushed into the burrow. There were screams in the crypt one after another, and after a while, 7 or 8 half-ancestors shot up into the sky, their bodies were bloody and their bodies were almost destroyed. Then the rest of the half-ancestors also rushed up in a panic, all of them suffered minor or severe injuries, and then a burst of golden light shot out into the sky, dazzling. But it exuded an extremely evil aura, and there was a strong smell of corpses. This turned out to be corpse water. The terrifying and outrageous corpse water had corroded Banzu's body. It was as if a large golden spring had been dug open, and the golden corpse water gushed out, causing the island to burst into the sky in an instant, and at the same time, there was a terrifying wave that made one's heart palpitate. Boom! At this moment, Barbara rushed up from the golden corpse spring, holding in his hand a jade box about 10 feet long and 1 foot wide. It was so densely engraved with incantations from other worlds that it was unrecognizable. "Stop him!" Angel Saint yelled. "There is an unimaginable mysterious power sealed underground. What we broke is only the first seal, and there is an unknown god formation below. And the central formation flag is the jade box in his hand. Don't let him take it away. It is necessary to seal this place again, or continue to break the formation. You need the things in the jade box." Barbara, the ancestor god of the alien world, was also very surprised. The spear of destruction, such a heaven-defying weapon of the ancestor god, was sealed here as the central formation flag. The underground god array is used to seal unknown caves, so it stands to reason that it is easy to crack outside. However, if it wasn't for a dozen half-ancestors rushing down and giving them a powerful blow, they wouldn't be able to loosen the formation flag at all, and Barbara wouldn't be able to take it into his hands so easily. Barbara, the ancestor god of the alien world, soared into the sky, so he didn't care about the seal below. Now it is enough to get the spear of destruction in his hand. He already knew that there was something weird here, but at this moment, he found that it was far beyond his expectations. He wanted to leave here immediately, because he also had a strong premonition of danger. However, many half-ancestors were not slow, and rushed to the sky to intercept. Barbara is still very confident in his speed, and directly broke through the space to escape. However, I never thought that there would be a loud bang, and someone directly shattered the space. Xiao Chen had been lying in ambush for a long time, and when he saw that Barbara was about to escape, he blasted him out of the space channel with the steel. Traveling through space is the most dangerous thing to be disturbed by people. An accident happened, and the violent space force shocked the ancestor god Barbara of the other world, who was dizzy. He didn't have time to condense the great destruction spear, and the six-faced steel blasted towards him one after another, causing Barbara to fly out of the way, and the jade box, which was about 10 feet long, flew out of his hands. Xiao Chen used the 8-phase speed to the extreme, flew across the sky, snatched the jade box, and hugged it in his arms. Barbara, the ancestor god of the alien world, stabilized his figure, and immediately recognized Xiao Chen. Although Xiao Chen had disguised his appearance, how could he deceive his eyes? Barbara was furious, his 7 orifices were filled with smoke, and without saying a word, he directly killed him. Xiao Chen secretly groaned, because more than a dozen half-ancestors had already cut off his way, and the exit direction was blocked. "Barbara, Chugolma," Xiao Chen threw out a curse from another world first, and then said, "Aren't you afraid to wake up the sleeping existence in the sea of corpses when you fight with me?" "Chugorlma," Barbara cursed angrily, "that is my divine weapon. If you don't return it, I will fight you forever." Seeing the dozens of half-ancestors also gathered around, Xiao Chen didn't say anything, and rushed directly to the depths of the corpse river, and it was impossible for him to hand over the great destruction spear. I have seen the horror of this spear with my own eyes. If I can hold the spear itself, I can imagine the scene of holding the spear with one hand to break through the sky. Xiao Chen rushed towards the depths of the corpse sea as quickly as lightning, and tried to open the jade box while flying, but found that there was a powerful seal of the ancestor god, which could not be shaken at all. Every time it vibrated, the dense spells on the jade box would burst into dazzling light, which made his eyes ache and his whole body ache. So far, he didn't dare to try again, so he could only put it away first, and then think of a solution later. However, Xiao Chen found helplessly that it was impossible to put the spear into the acupuncture point of the space, and the power of the seal on it was very evil. Looking back, Babra, the patriarch god of the alien world, and a dozen half-ancestors were chasing after him, not giving him a chance to breathe. Xiao Chen didn't dare to travel through the space easily, he was afraid that he would be blasted out like Babra, and that would be miserable, so he could only fly at the speed of 8 phases. However, the half-ancestor at the rear had no such scruples, and Babra was the first to catch up through the space, blocking his way. Xiao Chen had to turn around and fly to the west of the Sea of Corpses. At this moment, Xiao Chen discovered a huge island looming, and bursts of divine light shot up into the sky from there. Obviously, other people also discovered the mysterious island in the Sea of Corpses, and they were all moved. Why did a similar giant island appear again? I felt the surging divine power from a long distance away, and the holy breath was stronger than the sealed divine power on the island just now, just like a god island. Xiao Chen flew straight to the mysterious island in front, and there were bones all over the place, but the killing aura was covered by the divine power, the light here was more intense, and the auspicious colors were lingering, like a volcanic eruption, straight into the sky, and then fell from all directions. Shouldn't this be the real place of eternal light? Xiao Chen was puzzled. However, he had a bad association right after that. If the association was based on what he saw on the first island, this place should also be a sealed place. What would happen if it were broken? Is it the immortal sky shield, or other divine weapons? Just now, a array flag has been taken out from under a sealed place, causing abnormal changes in the Sea of Corpses. If the seal here is also broken, will it trigger a chain reaction? Could it be that there is a huge sealing circle in the whole Sea of Corpses? Is the seal just broken, just the first level of restriction? At this moment, Xiao Chen felt a strong uneasiness. Apart from the sleeping existence, what is there to fear here? Call for recommendation votes, brothers and sisters, please vote for support. Chapter 472 Awakening of the Ancestral God. I'll see where you're going, shouted Babra, the ancestor god of the alien world, and was the first to rush over, cutting off Xiao Chen's way. Then, more than a dozen half-ancestors turned into more than a dozen long rainbows, all of which descended and surrounded Xiao Chen. Holding the jade box sealed with the spear of destruction, Xiao Chen saw that there was no way to escape, so he landed on the huge island below. There are white bones all over the place, and there is a crackling sound when trampling on them. Many dead bones have been weathered, and white bone dust rises up after stepping on them. More than a dozen people surrounded Xiao Chen, not giving him any chance to escape. Everyone, we took the battle spear out with all our efforts, but he took it away. I think it is very necessary to ask him for an explanation. Why don't we work together to seal him here first? Then discuss the ownership of the war spear. Babra, the ancestor god of the alien world, put forward such a proposal calmly, wanting to get rid of Xiao Chen with the help of everyone. And, he was the first to do it. I have to say that this guy is very old and vicious, and he said a few words lightly, and then he made such a move. If others followed suit, then Xiao Chen would be really in danger. At the moment when more than a dozen half-ancestors also showed their killing intent, Xiao Chen threw out the jade box sealed with the great destruction spear without hesitation, and stuck it not far in front of Babra with a poof. Everyone who wanted to make a move stopped immediately and looked at the jade box in front of Babra, the ancestor god of another world. Xiao Chen was very calm, and said, "Everyone, don't forget that this guy was the first to run away with a spear in his arms, and wanted to take it for himself. It was I who broke the space and stopped him for everyone, otherwise he would have escaped without a trace." Having said that, Xiao Chen paused for a moment before saying, "You can fight for this jade box, but I think one person should be eliminated first." Barbara immediately felt bad, and before anyone else could speak, he hurriedly said, "Are you trying to sow discord?" Xiao Chen sneered, and said, "Why are you talking so provocatively? I just want to tell some facts. You guys don't know his origin yet, do you? You are Xiao Chen." At this time, the half-ancestor Shira suddenly raised his eyebrows, remembering the fiasco in the western land of the human world, and he still feels extremely uncomfortable. "It's me." Xiao Chen generously revealed his true face. "Why do you need to talk nonsense with him? Let's kill him directly, and then we will discuss the ownership of the treasure." Babra, the ancestor god of the alien world, was a little guilty, and attacked first. When the 8 bone spears shattered the void and collided with the battle sword in front of Xiao Chen. The two collided like wind and electricity, and they had collided thousands of times in a short moment. During this process, Xiao Chen's words came out clearly, and he said, "Everyone, you all attained the Tao in the ancient years. Don't you feel familiar with the character with 8 bone spears and a scorpion tail? Kai, the white bone barb of the scorpion's tail behind Barbara is sharper and more terrifying than 8 bone spears, coming and going like lightning under the cold light of the sword, unstoppable. When the bone barb of the scorpion's tail pierced Xiao Chen's dark iron battle suit, making clanging sounds, causing the dark iron battle suit to deform continuously. Xiao Chen dodged a heavy blow, then pointed at Barbara, and shouted, "This guy is a strong man from another world, everyone surround him first, and don't let him get away." As soon as the words, "strong man from another world," came out, everyone was taken aback. "Nonsense," Barbara shouted coldly, "to sow discord with the Banzu, this method is too low-level and boring," he said and launched a more fierce onslaught. Xiao Chen resisted with his sword, and shouted at the surroundings, "If you don't believe me, you can surround the two of us as much as you want." With a sound of crash, more than a dozen half-ancestors surrounded the two of them. Barbara, the ancestor god of the alien world, froze immediately, and 2 cold lights shot out from his empty eyes, temporarily stopping the fight. Shira Banzu shouted loudly, "Everyone, let's go together, no matter who they are, seal these 2 first and deal with them slowly." This old guy is obviously selfish, suspecting that Barbara is a strong man from another world, and at the same time wants to seal Xiao Chen. "That's right, let's capture these 2 people first." The Skeleton King responded, these 2 people in front of him were his enemies, and he hated them extremely. Everyone believed Xiao Chen's words to some extent, because they faintly sensed an unusual aura, which was released from the blood of the ancestor god the size of a fist on Barbara's body, and it was difficult to cover it up. Xiao Chen's expression was extremely solemn, and he let out a thunderous roar, "Everyone, don't lose the big because of small things. This man is really a strong man from another world, named Barbara. In the distant past, he once held a great battle spear of destruction and once fought against our ancestor god." "Barbara, the Barbara who was killed by martial ancestor," someone exclaimed. Some of them had apparently heard of the name Barbara. "That's right, the legendary Barbara really looks like this. His weapon is called the Spear of Destruction, and he once severely injured the Yuchao clan." Everyone showed solemn expressions, completely surrounded this place, and blocked all Barbara's escape routes. No wonder he knew that there was a battle spear sealed in the jade box, and he said it was his former divine weapon, and it turned out to be Barbara, the ancestor god of another world. The Skeleton King gritted his teeth. These half-ancestors are all old and mature, and they all pretended to be confused in order to compete for the treasure. Now that they are really fallen ancestors from other worlds, no one dares to play with fire. The pressure brought by other worlds to Kyushu and the Sifang world is too great, and only people of their level can truly understand it. "Never let him go." Snort. The ancestor god Barbara sneered coldly, his identity had been exposed, and he no longer hid the bone body of the ancestor god. The body of the bone suddenly erupted with a breath of incomparable holiness, and the bone body of the ancestor god shocked everyone present. At the same time, the blood of the ancestor god the size of a fist in the skull made everyone's heart beat. "You bunch of ants, you used to be reptiles crawling under my feet, but now you dare to fight me." Only Barbara dared to say that, and he never let go of his haughty attitude. "You 8-legged spider, if you die, you will die. If you dare to come out and reappear, we will return you to the dust on behalf of the martial ancestor." None of these half-ancestors were vegetarians, and no one dared to disrespect them for a long time. How could they swallow their anger when they were ridiculed by the broken spiritual knowledge of the ancestor gods from other worlds? The Skeleton King was the first to attack, and the bone hell suppressed it, colliding with 8 bone spears with a bang. "Kill him." The other half-ancestors shot out one after another, and it was rare for everyone to share the same hatred. "If you make such a big move and disturb the sleeping strong man in the sea of corpses, you don't even want to survive." Barbara, the ancestor god of another world, sneered again and met the attack of everyone. "Quick battle, get rid of him." Xiao Chen charged forward with a sword in hand. Among these people, Barbara hated Xiao Chen the most. He met Xiao Chen with his invincible scorpion tail and bone barb, and stabbed the sword with a clang. Just this blow between the two caused the sea of corpses to churn up into the sky. It was obvious that Barbara did this on purpose, wanting to startle the terrifying sleeping strong man, so as to scare away everyone present. Bang, bang, more than a dozen half-ancestors shot out one after another, even as strong as Barbara, it was difficult to parry, and they were hit continuously in a short while. However, he has the bone body of the ancestor god, which can be called immortal and cannot be broken at all, which makes everyone feel shocked. "Ah, Barbara, the ancestor god of the alien world," shouted, and suddenly the situation changed, and the sky and the earth turned pale. The roar from the soul caused all the corpse clouds in the sky to vibrate, and gathered over the island from all directions. In his right hand appeared a fierce and unparalleled spear, slanting towards the sky, exuding a murderous intent. The sea of corpses not far away suddenly went berserk, surging with huge waves. The yellow corpse water made people feel heart palpitations, and the strong fluctuations contained in it made Banzu feel very uncomfortable. If we die, let's die together, let the existence in the sea of corpses destroy us all. Barbara's move was almost crazy, but his tone was gloomy and calm. At this moment, everyone felt like a mouse hunt. Bang bang bang. Xiao Chen slapped it with the huge sky monument, hitting Barbara 3 times in a row. And the other half-ancestors were also ruthless, rattling Barbara's joints. You forced me to do this. Barbara roared, and the fist-sized blood of the ancestral god in the skull suddenly dyed his whole body red, and the white bone became bright red and crystal clear like a red agate. At the same time, the battle spear of destruction in his hand became more real, and the erupting terrifying aura shook the world. Boom! At this moment, he swept across the 4 directions with a spear in his hand, and the spirit of the spearman of destruction, which could penetrate the world, suddenly shattered. The incomparable divine power swept across the heaven and the earth, immediately boiling up the sea of corpses not far away, and the lingering divine light on this island became even brighter. We must die together, Barbara said crazily. At this moment, everyone felt an unusual aura growing, as if a giant awakened in the sea of corpses. An overwhelming coercion enveloped the 10 directions, deterring the soul of Banzu. Barbara is very decisive, not only ruthless to the enemy, but also ruthless to himself, and he does not hesitate to die with the enemy. Boom! The boundless sea of yellow corpses was surging, and the monstrous waves rolled up into the sky, smashing the cloud of corpses into pieces. At this moment, everyone felt their ears buzzing, felt a giant hammer hit their hearts, and their bodies shook violently. Who disturbed my deep sleep? That mighty voice reverberated throughout the entire world, every word rumbled like a thunderbolt. Not only the sea of corpses roared, but the blood in the bodies of more than a dozen half-ancestors also rushed uncontrollably. This shocked everyone. At this moment, more than a dozen half-ancestors held their breath, their hearts filled with awe. It really woke up the sleeping powerhouse. It was definitely an existence beyond the half-ancestor, which made everyone extremely nervous. Only Barbara's empty eyes shot out cloudy and uncertain light, as if he was thinking about something. Break into the sea of corpses and disturb my slumber, there is only one end, and that is death. The majestic voice resounded through the entire sea of corpses, shaking the sky and the earth. To kill more than a dozen half-ancestors at every turn is frightening just to think about it, but there really is such a person in the sea of corpses. At this moment, everyone was silent for a while. Everyone originally thought that this is the place where the ancestor gods of other worlds sealed, and their own people or things should be buried here, but it seems that they guessed wrong at this moment. This sleeping strong man seemed to be happy and angry at will, and he didn't even ask everyone about their origins. Give you a chance, or I will wipe you all from this world. A loud voice rang in the ears of more than a dozen half-ancestors, and the shaking half-ancestors were all full of energy and blood. Pull out the formation flag on the island under your feet. Hearing the last sentence, more than a dozen half-ancestors couldn't help being stunned. Could it be that the sleeping strong man was sealed? If so, there will be no threat to them. Don't doubt my ability. At this moment, the world in the distance suddenly shattered, and the exit of the sea of corpses was instantly blocked. Everyone changed color. Since the sleeping strong man has the ability comparable to the ancestor god, why should everyone help him pull out the formation flag? If you don't want to be obliterated, just do what I say and start right away. Barbara, the ancestor god of the alien world, didn't know what he was thinking, and was the first to walk towards the center of the giant island. More than a dozen half-ancestors looked at each other in blank dismay, and followed them one after another. The divine light in the center of the island is soaring into the sky, as if a volcano is erupting. It is extraordinarily gorgeous. Boom! Barbara slashed out with a palm, and cleaned up the ruins all at once. Now everyone doesn't care about settling accounts with him, they are all thinking secretly. The sealing power here is obviously much stronger than that of the island just now, and everyone needs to join forces again. Boom! Half a quarter of an hour later, the seal on the surface was broken by everyone. Since you pulled out the formation flag of the first island, then you should resolve the formation flag of this island. The Skeleton King stared at Barbara. Under the eyes of everyone, Barbara, the patriarch god of the alien world, nodded and said, okay. Then he pointed to the jade box temporarily held in the arms of the Yasha half-ancestor, and said, "My great destruction spear is sealed inside, and I need to rely on its power. And, all of you must help me." Yasha half-ancestor threw the jade box over, Barbara jumped into the burrow, and a dozen half-ancestors all cast divine light. However, after only a quarter of an hour, there was a scream from below. Holding the jade box, Barbara, the ancestor god of the other world, soared into the sky, and then fell to the ground of the island with a bang. He screamed and rolled back and forth on the ground. The dozen or so half-ancestors were astonished. At this moment, Babula was covered in jet black, and the bone body of the ancestor god, which was originally snow white, seemed to be dyed with ink at this moment, and there was a stench in the scorched black. Beside him, the jade box sealed with the spear of destruction had cracked a gap, and a stream of evil corpse water that made Banzu feel terrified was flowing out. "Liquid ancestral god corpse poison," someone exclaimed. Everyone retreated together. Xiao Chen's eyes shot a cold light. He was sure that it was indeed the corpse poison of the ancestor god. He had seen the gaseous one before. Barbara has a very evil heart. He used our power to help him open the jade box. He wants to take out the spear of destruction. He didn't expect that it contained the corpse poison of the ancestor god. Barbara, the ancestor god of the alien world, was scorched black all over, kept rolling, and died from the poison. Even the blood of the ancestor god in his skull was eroded, and it was no longer bright red. All the half-ancestors had a creepy feeling. The ancestor god's corpse poison claimed to be able to poison anyone below the ancestor god. Everyone was a little frightened and backed away one after another, fearing that they would be infected by every drop. "Chugolma, this is their corpse refining place," Barbara roared, rolling back and forth, and seemed to be sad, roaring, "The poisonous plan I left, but I didn't want to, but it came true on her. Her corpse was refined into the corpse poison of the ancestor god. The sea of corpses, the corpse fruit is really caused by the corrosion of her flesh and blood." The alien ancestor god Barbara looked crazy, and the ancestor god corpse poison did not poison him to death. He wailed in pain, as if he was extremely sad. All the half-ancestors felt chills running down their backs. What they were fighting for just now was such a terrifying corpse poison. If one of them opened it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just thinking about it makes me terrified. At the same time, everyone guessed a lot of things at once. Back then, the ancestor gods from other worlds used the corpse poison of the ancestor gods to erode the longevity world. In order to dissolve the poison, the ancestor gods of the Shenong clan destroyed even their bodies. Unexpectedly, the place where the corpse poison of the ancestor god was extracted was actually here, and the vast sea of corpses was caused by this. Xiao Chen immediately understood that this space, like the ancient ruins in Kyushu, was opened up by the ancestor gods from another world. In the ancient ruins of Kyushu, many masters of hundreds of clans were imprisoned and killed, and a king was sealed to death in the pool of blood. Rinweiren and Tianweishan once told Xiao Chen that the ancient ruins in Kyushu were the important place for the development of other worlds, and many brutal and inhuman racial experiments were carried out. And this place is undoubtedly an important place, but the target of the experiment is not the hundreds of clans, but the ancestor god-level powerhouse. It was even more frightening. They refined the ancestor gods who died in battle into terrifying corpse poison, and that person seemed to be the woman Barbara liked. Click. Barbara's black left calf bone was shattered all of a sudden, while the other bones were scorched black, but not damaged. The skeleton king can give birth to blood and flesh, but at the moment it is in the state of white bones, otherwise his face must have turned green, and he couldn't help roaring in anger. It was his calf bone, which was destroyed by the corpse poison of the ancestor god. They are so ruthless. I, Barbara, made great achievements. I fought all over the world, but was forgotten in the end. Even the corpse of the woman I liked was refined into corpse poison, ah. Barbara, the ancestor god of the alien world, looked up to the sky like a wounded wolf and howled crazily. The sound of his soul shook the sea of corpses. He seemed to be in extreme pain. Unexpectedly, after death, the two of us are so close. I am in the lower reaches of the corpse river, and you are in the upper reaches of the corpse river. Barbara thumped the ground in pain. You are Barbara, your name is very familiar. At this moment, the terrifying voice that shook the world came from the yellow corpse sea, saying, back then, they seemed to be planning to refine the two corpses, and wanted to find your corpse as well to sacrifice the corpse poison of the ancestor god. But for some reason, they did not search for your bones. They want to refine me into ancestral god corpse poison. Barbara let out a beast-like soul roar. Reptile, don't yell in front of me. The huge voice shook the half-ancestor's blood, as if thunder was rumbling. The dozen or so half-ancestors were silent at this moment, facing such a powerful existence, they had no strength to resist at all. Xiao Chen also said nothing, and frowned. Barbara yelled, "What are you talking about? You're saying I'm a reptile. In front of me, you are indeed a reptile. Who are you?" Barbara roared angrily. Not only Barbara wanted to know, but also more than a dozen half-ancestors wanted to know. Chapter 473 Zanzu, Reappearance of the Bridge of Death. Reptile, you say I'm a reptile? Barbara was greatly stimulated. The former ancestor god, who intimidated all worlds and was invincible, was so despised by others. He roared angrily, "Who the hell are you? Who am I?" The huge voice in the sea of corpses seemed to be full of emotion, and said to himself, "Who am I? I have almost forgotten myself in a long time. I am the ancestor god. No, I have never been the ancestor god, but I have no fear of the ancestor god." The dozen or so half-ancestors on Judao Island were all taken aback, not understanding why he said that. How could it be that the ancestor gods had such power? Perhaps I am already an ancestor god now. Those people from other worlds have been thinking hard in this sea of corpses for so long, and the tricks and feat they did on me should have worked. As soon as these words came out, it was even more surprising. The speculation was confirmed. This strong man who woke up from a deep sleep was once controlled by the powers from other worlds. This is really appalling. How powerful is the power of the alien world? Experimenting with living ancestral god-level figures is really a shocking masterpiece. It seems that I have almost completely forgotten who I am. The hands and feet of the ancestor gods from other worlds are very clean. Well, I still remember those things. After thinking about it, I am no longer the original me. It should be a collection, a brand new ancestor god-level undead. Everyone was very puzzled when they heard this, but Barbara vaguely guessed something, and said, "You are the most powerful man in the ancient times." That's right, I've lived long enough. I'm afraid all the old people from back then have disappeared in the long river of history. Barbara struggled to stand up from the ground. At this moment, his whole body was scorched black, and his snow-white bones completely turned into black, shining with a chilling black light. In particular, the 8 bone spears on both sides of his body and the barbed scorpion tail behind him pointing towards the sky are billions of times more terrifying than the fangs of poisonous snakes. A dozen or so half-ancestors were shocked when they saw it. He suffered such a severe injury and did not perish, and the ancestor god corpse poison is likely to become one of his weapons. Facing the sea of corpses, Barbara said loudly, "Which one of them are you?" Snort. There was a chilling cold snort from the sea of corpses, which made all the people tremble, and felt that the blood flow in their bodies accelerated 100 times in an instant, and they felt as if there were thousands of troops galloping in their bodies. "You reptile dare to ask me so hard?" A monstrous wave rushed out of the sea of corpses, and with a bang, all the clouds of corpses in the sky were scattered, and the waves rushed towards the island. Boom! The yellow corpse water poured out like a river in the sky, hit Barbara's bones, and sent him flying dozens of miles away. Then, a wave of corpses shot up to the sky from the other direction, penetrating the sky and the earth. A cloud of corpses roiled around, and a corpse dragon condensed, carrying endless evil energy, crashed into the giant island with a bang, almost overturning the entire island, and knocked Barbara away dozens of miles. With a bang, Barbara, the ancestor god of the alien world, hit the ground, and terrible big cracks cracked around him, and he was beaten back to the original place. Stronger than Barbara, who has the bone body of the ancestor god, he was also dizzy from the bombardment, and the bone body creaked. It is conceivable how terrifying the strong man in the sea of corpses is. It can be seen that he is not lying when he said that he killed more than a dozen half-ancestors, he really has such ability. No one can be arrogant and rude to me. If you don't need to solve the problem of the array flag, I will kill you an ant immediately. Barbara stood up slowly from the ground. At this moment, he really felt the unspeakable bitterness. In the past, he swept all the worlds and found no opponents, but now he is regarded as an ant. Moreover, he unexpectedly learned that the corpse of his former lover had been sacrificed to become the corpse poison of the ancestor god, which was a very heavy blow to him. He seemed to accept this reality and stopped saying a word. You have no choice, pull up the formation flags on several giant islands, or kill them immediately. The ruthless and indifferent voice shook the sky and the earth, like thousands of thunderbolts roaring over the sea of corpses, all the dozen or so half-ancestors changed their colors. If you don't submit, you will be obliterated. No one will doubt his words, and there is simply no way to fight now. In particular, Barbara, the ancestor god of the alien world, seemed to have figured out many problems at once, let go of his arrogance, and was the first to rush into the burrow of this giant island, trying to find a way to take out the formation flag. More than a dozen half-ancestors had to cooperate with him, but this time they encountered strong resistance, and it took a whole day and night to take out a square jade box with a length and width of 1 meter. Barbara was very excited. This is the jade box that once stored the immortal heavenly shield. There are many runes densely engraved on it, but ghosts don't know whether there is an immortal sky shield inside. Everyone guessed that there might still be corpse water in it. The long jade box suspected to seal the Great Destruction Spear was sealed by more than a dozen half-ancestors. This thing is too insidious. If it is spread out, tens of millions of lives may be destroyed. It must be handled carefully. Very good. Fly 300 miles west along the Sea of Corpses, and there is a giant island. Pull out the formation flag. More than a dozen people landed on the third island, where the divine power is mighty and the light is bright, not much weaker than the island just now. After breaking the seal on the ruins on the surface, it was still Barbara who entered the ground, and more than a dozen half-ancestors provided him with divine power to help him pick up the formation flag. Everyone has gradually realized that another person may not be able to remove the formation flag at all, and only Barbara knows the secret of the formation under the cave. But this time it was delayed for a long time. After 2 days and 2 nights, the so-called formation flag was still not removed. Why so slow? A terrifying voice sounded from the Sea of Corpses. Our divine power has been consumed too much, and we are unable to catch it at the moment. And the sealing power here has not lost much. Barbara responded in this way. It is conceivable how strong the seal is. It is difficult for more than a dozen half-ancestors and Barbara, who knows how to break the seal, to join forces. There was a cold snort from the Sea of Corpses, and then suddenly the sea was violently turbulent, rushing up to the sky. Get out of the way. Under the vibration of these 2 words, more than a dozen half-ancestors retreated involuntarily as if they were struck by lightning. At this moment, a roar of a fierce tiger shook the whole world, causing Banza's soul to tremble uncontrollably. At the same time, a huge piebald tiger emerged from the surface of the sea, with a length of dozens of miles, just like a majestic mountain range. Barbara also flew up from the burrow, saw this scene and said to himself, "It really is a giant in the ancient times, one of the ancestors of the zodiac." Hearing these words, everyone was shocked. This strong man who woke up from a deep sleep has such a big background, which is really shocking. Except for 2 or 3 of the ancestors of the zodiac, none of them are ancestor gods, but they have the fighting power to rival the ancestor gods. Yes, they are not weaker than the ancestor gods when they really fight. The only thing they lack is the understanding of the spirit of the universe, but their strength is indeed comparable to the ancestor gods. It's the ancestor of the fierce tiger. Even if he is not an ancestor god, he has enough combat power and is respected as an ancestor god by everyone. He is from our side. In the ancient times, the ancestors of the 12 zodiac signs were the main force to fight against the ancestor gods of other worlds. These half-ancestors were deeply shocked. Strictly speaking, Shira Banzu and others respect the 12 war ancestors more than the human ancestor gods. In a sense, the 12 war ancestors are born from hundreds of clans and are comparable to the ancestor gods. Of course, the so-called 12 war ancestors can't pass the number 10. When 8 or 9 were born in the past, they encountered a devastating war. It is impossible for the ancestor gods of other worlds to allow Kyushu to be in the same era as more than 10 ancestor god-level powerhouses in the Sifang world. Xiao Chen was also very shocked in his heart. These 12 war ancestors are really amazing. He still clearly remembered that Xingtian's sealed place back then was Chengyang Mountain in Kyushu, which was transformed by another giant among the 12 war ancestors. That is, at this moment, more than a dozen half-ancestors changed their colors again, the Sea of Corpses surged, and a big snake, which was unknown how many miles long, rushed out of the sea like an endless great wall, entangled with the fierce tiger. That's the Holy Snake War ancestor. Everyone was shocked, but soon understood that the strong man in the Sea of Corpses once said that he was no longer what he used to be. He was tampered with by the ancestor gods of other worlds, and now he is a collection. The tiger that was tens of miles long and the giant snake that didn't know how long were shocked violently, and a terrifying ray of light descended overwhelmingly, landing on Barbara's body. Pull out the formation flag quickly. You are the ancestor god of another world, only you are of great use. Barbara absorbed the terrifying light and jumped into the burrow again. Everyone has already understood that the person that the strong in the corpse sea really needs is Babula. There is a magic circle for the strong in the corpse sea in the crypt. It is a magic formation laid down by the ancestor god, which belongs to the mysterious method of the other world, and only Babula knows it best. You continue to provide him with divine power. After the strong man in the sea of corpses made such a sound, the huge entangled tiger snake suddenly sank into the sea, and at the same time, the terrifying light attached to Babra's body flew away in an instant. More than a dozen half-ancestors had to quickly replenish their divine power. Everyone was a little puzzled at first, but they figured it out again in an instant. The tiger and snake just now seemed to be transformed by divine thoughts, not the real body. From this point of view, isn't it true that the strong man in the sea of corpses was sealed? Moreover, it seems that the divine sense can only be manifested for a short time, and it cannot rush out of the sea of corpses for a long time. More than a dozen half-ancestors gradually guessed the truth. The strong in the corpse sea cannot really get out of trouble, only the powerful divine sense can temporarily rush out. If so, is it possible to resist him? But soon everyone dispelled this idea. Although the powerful divine thought was only momentary, it could shock their souls and was enough to kill anyone among them. Boom! The earth shook like a volcanic eruption, and the flag on the third island was pulled out after several attempts. It is also a sealed jade box, full of alien runes. Apocalypse. Barbara showed a surprised look, and said to himself, "It's the jade box that stores the doom. I understand that they put the jade box here as a banner to summon the soul power of the ancestral gods such as the Spear of Destruction, the Immortal Shield, and the Doom. The ancestral divine weapon is rare and rare in the world, it is impossible to really stay here, so it can only be the next best thing. There are still 2 islands, pull out all the array flags, and I will let you go." After 2 days and 2 nights of hard work, the strong man in the sea of corpses exerted divine power for a short time, and the formation flag on the 4th island was also pulled out. There was only one last island left, and all the formation flags were removed. On the 5th island, everyone saw a huge stone engraved with characters from other worlds. Babra stepped forward and thought to himself, "Smelt the tiger and the holy snake that are as powerful as the ancestor gods into one, erase his sea of memory and leave behind a will that focuses on killing. It will become a powerful killing tool for us to deal with Kyushu and the 4 worlds after we retreat." Everyone couldn't help but be astonished, the ancestor god from the other world was really poisonous. Fortunately, there was an accident. According to the record on the boulder, the memory of the killing tool has not been completely erased. Therefore, being sealed here, until his murderous thoughts take over the dominant will on his own, is the day he escapes from trouble. Originally, several ancestor gods from other worlds wanted to do more perfectly, but the order to retreat had arrived, and they had to retreat ahead of time. After learning that the body of his former lover was destroyed, Barbara seemed to be full of resentment towards the other world, so he didn't shy away from the few people present and read all the words on the boulder. The dozen or so half-ancestors remained silent for a long time. Is the strong man in the sea of corpses good or evil now? Now everyone has no idea. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, I am not what I used to be now, the tiger and the holy snake have fallen, don't you forget each other. Or do you forget all when you smile? The vast sky sound rolled and stirred above the sea of corpses. After a long silence, the thunderous voice sounded again, "Don't forget each other. Forget even if you smile. From today on, I will be called Mo Xiaowang." When they came to the 5th island, a dozen or so half-ancestors were all silent after learning the truth. Except for Barbara, the ancestor god of the alien world, everyone is unwilling to make another move. Although the original memory of this so-called Mo Xiaowang has not been completely wiped out, the will to kill has been implanted in the depths of his sea of consciousness. If he is really released, if he starts killing in Kyushu and the 4 worlds, then the dozen or so people present will be sinners through the ages. "Excuse me, senior, are you still our war ancestor?" a half-ancestor asked. Even though he knew it wouldn't change anything, he just wanted peace of mind. "We don't want to be sinners through the ages." Another half-ancestor said so. Everyone present had selfish intentions, but faced with such a serious problem, they couldn't help but think again. Barbara is also very uncertain. This Mo Xiaowang obviously still remembers a lot of ancient things. If he is released, he will probably be taken for a knife. The dozen or so people hesitated in their hearts. Although the strong men in the corpse sea did not show any desire to kill, if they were released, they might turn their faces ruthlessly and kill them directly. "You have no choice, either you will be wiped out, or you will pull out the last banner." The voice of the strong man in the sea of corpses was very cold, and there was no explanation for his state. "We don't want to be sinners through the ages, if you want to obliterate us, just come." Several half-ancestors took the lead in expressing their views. Well, I'll kill you one by one to see how tough your bones are. Suddenly, thousands of waves surged in the sea of corpses. A fierce tiger with a length of tens of miles and a giant snake with an unknown length entangled and floated out of the sea, and the endless cloud of corpses gathered in the sky, violently surging. Mo Xiaowang wanted to make a move, obliterating everyone present. Boom! At this moment, the sky above the sea of corpses suddenly shattered, and this world was pierced violently by people with great magic power. The Tongtian Dead Bridge, which had disappeared for many years, suddenly appeared, connecting the outside world and the space of the sea of corpses. The former Zanzu and today's Mo Xiaowang were furious, and shouted, "Who is it?" The Tongtian Death Bridge is simple and natural, full of sword marks and holes, all of which were left by ancestral god-level powerhouses. At this moment, it shines brightly, stretching tens of thousands of miles, from the far end of the soul world to the depths of the space where the sea of corpses is located. A figure was hazy, holy and innocent, and its whole body was shrouded in a halo. It was so close to the extreme that it blinked from tens of thousands of miles away along the dead bridge to the sky. At this moment, all the clouds of corpses in the sea of corpses collapsed, and with the arrival of this person, they collapsed on their own, and the whole world seemed to be purified. The corpse sea world instantly became sacred, no longer evil and gloomy, and all corpse aura disappeared without a trace. No one could see his real body clearly. Although he was standing quietly on the Tongtian Dead Bridge, only a dozen miles away from everyone, he couldn't see his body at all. In other words, everyone has seen his body, but they can't form any impression in their minds. This is a kind of terrifying spiritual power. The sea of corpses was silent, all the aura of corpses was suppressed, and the sacred aura permeated. The breath of a single person suppressed the entire corpse sea world. It is so powerful that everyone is shocked. This is definitely an ancestor god. Extending the dead bridge to the sky to tens of thousands of miles long, and controlling it freely, one can imagine his sky-defying means. Brush. With a flash of light, all the dozen or so people on the island involuntarily flew onto the Tongtian Dead Bridge, and a dazzling light appeared under their feet as if the wind was blowing. In the blink of an eye, everyone found that they had passively flown out of the corpse sea world along the Tongtian Dead Bridge, and they were teleported to the outside world. Moreover, it is already tens of thousands of miles away. This is just like a dream. A dozen powerful half-ancestors were sent out by the Bridge of Death before they could do anything. It is really shocking. The means of that person made them all from the bottom of their hearts. With a flash of brilliant light, the tens of thousands of dead bridges that stretched to the sky passed away from their feet, like a torrential river, and like an ancestral dragon stretching tens of thousands of miles, retreating towards the direction of the corpse sea world. In the blink of an eye, it completely disappeared. But the corpse sea world has not been completely closed. Many half-ancestors felt a sudden burst of powerful aura, which made them all tremble with fear. It seemed to be a big collision of ancestor god-level powerhouses. "Who the hell are you?" the former Zanzu and the present Mo Xiaowang asked. A girl who looks old at the fingertips, is young in an instant. The truth in the dream is true. The same smile, everything is empty in the end. In the world of corpse sea, such words came out. The holy breath was overwhelming, and the sea of corpses was completely holy and clean. Then there was a loud bang, and the corpse sea world was closed. This was the last scene that a dozen or so half-ancestors saw. A figure that they needed to look up to stood quietly on the bridge of death, and its radiance purified the entire sea of corpses. What kind of power is this? It simply exceeded everyone's imagination. Chapter 474 Bold Conjecture. The mysterious ancestral god stood alone on the dead bridge, shining brightly in the world and purifying the entire sea of corpses. How powerful a single person can be, deeply shocked more than a dozen half-ancestors. The dead bridge stretching across the sky for tens of thousands of miles has long since disappeared, but the hearts of the Banzu present are still throbbing. The power of the ancestor god level made them sincerely awe. Want to run? Stop him. At this moment, a half-ancestor discovered that Barbara was also sent out together, and was about to leave quietly. Boom! Barbara directly shattered the void and escaped through the space. Boom! More than a dozen half-ancestors shot together, trying to smash the space channel and bombard him out. However, this time Barbara was clearly prepared, and all the bombardments of the crowd failed, and he manifested a figure hundreds of miles away. Then, he traveled through the space earlier and disappeared completely. Many half-ancestors looked very ugly, and a strong man from another world escaped under their noses. This is not a trivial matter. Although Barbara no longer possessed the ancestral god-level combat power, he was still a big disaster. Since the ancestor god let him out, it seems that there is no deep meaning, we don't need to worry about it. Hearing what a half-ancestor said, everyone was immediately relieved. It was released by the ancestor god. If the strong man on the Tongtian death bridge wants to kill him, one finger is enough. Everyone didn't say anything more, but they all had calculations in their hearts, knowing that the ancestor god might want to use Barbara to do something. For Banzu, the grand battle at the level of ancestor gods was full of endless temptations. A dozen of them set off almost at the same time and flew tens of thousands of miles away. More than a dozen beams of light pierced the sky, extremely resplendent, and marched side by side. Looking from the land of the soul world, it was extremely gorgeous and beautiful. But when more than a dozen half-ancestors came to the suspected most evil place, there was silence here, and the people who came here to look for the eternal light had disappeared completely. Moreover, the large formation set up by the Skeleton King and others was completely flattened. The underground river of corpses also completely disappeared, leaving only a foul-smelling riverbed. As for the corpse sea space, it seemed to have evaporated out of thin air, disappearing without a trace. More than a dozen people searched for most of the day, but only found a clear underground river flowing, and found nothing else. 2 days later, more than a dozen half-ancestors left one after another. Everyone came here to find the eternal light, and they all wanted to get a great opportunity to achieve the position of ancestor god. I never thought that such a big change would happen, and almost all of them were destroyed. Some of them have given birth to the intention of quitting, while some half-ancestors are still unwilling to give up, and want to continue exploring in the soul world, hoping to obtain the eternal light. They think that the suspected most evil place is not the real most evil place, it is very likely to be another place. Since ancient times, there have been many legends about the most evil place in the soul world. In the distant past, an ancestor god once made a speculative conclusion on the most evil place based on various information, saying that the most evil place is really outrageously evil, and the evil is extremely testing people's imagination. One can imagine how evil it is there. It's just that the legend about the most evil place was gradually submerged in the long river of history, and almost no one knew where it was, so they could only speculate based on some clues. Xiao Chen felt that it was very elusive to find the eternal light. Most likely it was the big mouth of the martial ancestor Junjing fooling around. This guy is really annoying and hateful. However, he was not in a hurry to leave the soul realm. This was his first time in this magical world, and he wanted to visit various places. After more than 10 days, he found that the soul world was really desolate. There were ancient battlefields everywhere, but there were barren mountains and mountains. Although there were large areas of greenery covering the land, this world was still full of shadows. Even at noon, it made people feel chilly. White bones are the most common thing in the soul world, and they can be seen everywhere on the plains and in the mountains and forests. I don't know when it was left, but if you dig a hole, you can find a few cold, dry corpses. Although there are some human towns in the soul world, compared to the prosperity of Kyushu, this world seems a bit deserted. The population of this world is not very large, and the cultivation methods are very similar to those of fire creatures, all of which are directly cultivating the soul. Some big cities are like bright pearls, dotted on the land of the desolate soul world, and around them are some small towns. Compared with the vast uninhabited land, the area occupied by these towns is really limited. Xiao Chen came to a city named Mengjie, where he enjoyed a special meal in the soul world, and then learned many legends about the most evil place from people in detail. Recently, many people have been inquiring about the most evil place, but young people, I advise you to give up this idea. What is the most evil place? It was said by the ancestor god himself. It is the most evil place in the world. No one can come out after entering it. Is it so outrageous? Of course, through the ages, I don't know how many amazing, talented and beautiful people just disappeared, but fortunately no one knows where that place is. Hundreds of miles away from Mengjie City, there is a vast no-man's land. After advancing for more than 1,000 miles, Xiao Chen discovered several ancient castles one after another, and their respective owners were fire creatures, undead and so on. This world really has a lot in common with the world of death. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but shudder. He had heard of it before. Among the hundreds of clans, the Skeleton Clan, Evil Spirit Clan, Zombie Clan, etc., grew up in the soul world in the past. Moreover, he also learned the truth that the skeleton and other races escaped from the world of death. This is what he found from Skull Island when he first entered the important place of hundreds of overseas clans in Kyushu. Thinking of this question now, Xiao Chen couldn't help being surprised. There are many similarities between the soul world and the death world. Could it be that there is a good connection channel? It is said that the ancestors of the skeleton and other clans still remembered the secret way after they escaped, but all the secrets have been passed down to the present, and all the secrets have become historical puzzles that are difficult to solve. The most evil place, could it be? Xiao Chen was shocked by his own thoughts. If it was as guessed, wouldn't it mean that the eternal light is likely to be in the world of death? Yes, he guessed that the reason why the so-called most evil place was hard to find was probably not in the soul world at all, but in the death world connected to the soul world. This is a bold guess. Xiao Chen thinks it is very possible. Boom. At this moment, there was a violent energy fluctuation in front of the barren mountains, and several large cracks spread from a distance, lasting more than 20 miles. With a bang, several short mountains in front cracked suddenly. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. Such a big movement was definitely beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. He immediately soared into the sky and flew forward. In front, the light is shining brightly, like golden particles sprinkled all over the sky, extremely dazzling. There is a majestic old castle among the barren hills, but at this time the old castle is crumbling. Although the light curtain blocks the energy waves in the sky, it still cannot avoid the impact. Two shadow trails are fighting in the sky, fighting endlessly. Xiao Chen felt the familiar breath, opened his eyes, and saw the shadows in the blazing light. The party in the battle turned out to be a Fengtian painted halberd, a weapon, not a person. It's the golden halberd. Xiao Chen was quite surprised. After the final battle of the false god, his body was broken, and all the broken stone figures, swords, black iron seals, etc. he carried flew away. I don't want to see the golden halberd here today. This monster-like divine halberd was fighting a young man, and it was indistinguishable. That man's sword-browed and star-eyed man was full of murderous aura, surrounded by endless battle spirits, which could be described as howling ghosts and gods. The golden divine halberd has its own spiritual consciousness. After regaining its vitality, it is no different from a real half-ancestor. It yelled, "What's so great about killing 400,000 people? You think I'm scared and want me to be your magic weapon? You can practice for another 1,000 years. Bai Qi, Pooh, my lord will change his name to Hei Qi in the future, and you will be my little brother." Golden divine halberd, Xiao Chen shouted and rushed over quickly. The old monster instantly sensed Xiao Chen's breath, and immediately flew hundreds of feet away, avoiding the handsome young man, looked at Xiao Chen, and immediately shouted, how are you really alive? No matter what you say, no matter how you listen to it, it means hoping that he will not come back to life. Xiao Chen suddenly has the urge to beat it up, even though it is a weapon. Fork, I don't know you. After saying this to Xiao Chen, the golden divine halberd flew away through the sky. The young man next to him immediately chased after him, and Xiao Chen also followed closely, but the golden halberd was extremely cunning, and after throwing away enough distance, it immediately traveled through the space and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This damn golden halberd, Xiao Chen cursed. Are you Xiao Chen? Asked the heroic man opposite. Yes. Are you, Bai Qi? Good. Hearing these words, Xiao Chen was startled. This man in front of him is a superman, famous in history. Don't talk about his past life, but just say that after death, he reorganized his battle spirit and returned, ranking among the top masters, which is enough to make people startled. Bai Qi and other soul cultivators once practiced in the copper furnace of heaven and earth, and then rushed out. Xiao Chen had seen him from a distance in the longevity realm back then, and Bai Qi had appeared when he was fighting for the treasure in Yuchao's heavenly palace, but he didn't make a move. After so many years, I don't want him to come to the soul world, but this is indeed a suitable place for him to practice. That golden divine halberd shows signs of evolving into an ancestral divine weapon. Xiao Chen was stunned by Bai Qi's words. Could the golden halberd evolve into an ancestral weapon? This is somewhat unbelievable. I have been entangled with it in a black iron seal for almost 180 years. During this period, I have fought countless times. I have seen their power grow day by day. In just over 170 years, they have rapidly risen from the second level of the half-ancestor to the sixth level of the half-ancestor. Bai Qi said with a serious expression, this is impossible. Even if it is a conscious half-ancestor spirit treasure, it is impossible to have such an evolutionary speed. At this speed, they will evolve into ancestral soldiers sooner or later. Have you ever controlled them? Did it happen during that time? Did something special happen? Xiao Chen was speechless for a while. This is really too wicked. The semi-ancestral spirit treasure usually evolves with the improvement of the master's strength. The golden divine halberd and the black iron seal were almost completely shattered back then. What happened? Let them have such an evolutionary speed. If it continues like this, it is really possible that, as Bai Qi said, it will probably evolve into an ancestral soldier. Nothing special happened. Xiao Chen shook his head. It must be that these two strange soldiers have found some kind of mysterious power. Bai Qi took a few steps in the sky and said, "The golden divine halberd and the black iron seal will come to me every once in a while to provoke. It seems to be verifying whether their power is improving. Have you been living here for more than 170 years? Yes, I have been cultivating here." Xiao Chen asked again, "Have they ever sought out provocations from others?" "I have never heard of other powerful people in the soul world being provoked. Only once, when a friend came to visit, he was hit by the black iron seal on the way and vomited blood. So, those two spirit treasures may be hidden nearby." Xiao Chen made such an inference. Bai Qiqiu nodded and said, "I guessed the same way, but I couldn't find their hiding place at all." This place. Xiao Chen looked at Bai Qi at this point, and said without any concealment, "Could it be that the most evil place that has been rumored recently is nearby?" There is no need to hide it, he believes that Bai Qi must have already had such a guess. Bai Qi is a soul cultivator, so it must be reasonable to choose to practice hermit here. Yes, I did have such a guess. According to legend, in the distant past, half-ancestral spirit treasures accidentally fell into the most evil place, and after hundreds of years of rushing out, they evolved into ancestral soldiers. Bai Qi paused, and said, "It's just that I have never been able to find out where they ended up." "Ah, there is such a legend." Xiao Chen was taken aback. He searched for a long time in the soul world, asked many people, and knew almost all the legends, but he had never heard such a rumor. "That happened in the last civilization era. I found a related record in a ruin. It is said that after a half-ancestral ancient shield spirit treasure fell into the most evil place, it turned into an immortal sky shield and rushed out hundreds of years later. Later, that immortal sky shield was taken away by the ancestor god of another world." Xiao Chen was startled immediately, and said, "In this way, isn't it possible for the ancestor gods of other worlds to be able to find the most evil place? The immortal heavenly shield has no self-awareness, and the ancestor gods of other worlds don't know the secrets in it at all, and they don't know how the immortal heavenly shield spear was sacrificed." Xiao Chen was really surprised. Now he is 50% sure that the eternal light is in the most evil place. Knowing is one thing, but finding is another. Bai Qi has been waiting here for more than 170 years, and still has not found anything. One can imagine how hidden the most evil place is. Since you used to control the golden divine halberd and the black iron seal, and now you have come here again, how about we join hands? Bai Qi was serious from beginning to end, and now he made such a suggestion. Xiao Chen naturally knew what to do together, and immediately nodded and agreed, "Okay. The two of us work together, as long as we can trap a magic weapon." Bai Qi's eyes shot out a bright light. Although the most evil place is extremely evil, it is also full of opportunities. Back to the old castle where Bai Qi lived, the two discussed secretly for a long time. Xiao Chen never thought that there would be such an astonishing discovery in this barren mountain. This matter must not be leaked, otherwise all the half-ancestors will flock to him. Chapter 475 The Mark of Martial Arts Shot. The most evil place has touched the minds of many half-ancestors, and no one is indifferent to the eternal light. The half-ancestor is already at the ultimate state of being one with heaven and man. If he wants to become the supreme master in Kyushu and the four directions, he must reach the state of ancestor god. Otherwise, it will be indestructible forever, immortal through the ages, and I am afraid it will be nothing in the end. Once the ancestor gods from other worlds attack again, if they haven't reached that level, it's impossible to escape even if they want to. It is too difficult to count the people who have become ancestor gods since ancient times. Ancestral gods, everyone has earth-shattering deeds, and they are all true heroes who have been sung through the ages. At present, in Kyushu and the Sifang world, it is very likely that only the Yellow Emperor is left as an ancestor god. Over the endless years, many half-ancestors have been born in several worlds, but they cannot cross that natural mode at all. Xiao Chen waited for 2 months in the old castle where Bai Qi lived, but the golden divine halberd and Wu Tian were so cunning that they didn't even show their shadows. In the end, he discussed with Bai Qi to leave here temporarily and pay attention to this place thousands of miles away. Once abnormal fluctuations are sensed, they will appear at the first time. In the past few months, the soul world has been very turbulent. The cultivators from Kyushu and other 3 worlds haunt the soul world from time to time, looking for the most evil places. As a big city in the central part of the soul world, Mangjie City is naturally also known as a lively place, and powerful cultivators often pass by here. Especially in recent days, the Martial Ancestor Sutra suddenly flew over, claiming to select disciples, which suddenly made this place a place of great fame. Not only local cultivators from the Soul Realm swarmed here, but also powerhouses from other worlds came here upon hearing the news, and even those who had participated in the selection in Yandu, Kyushu, also came here again. After Xiao Chen came back to Mengjie City from Bai Chi's ancient castle, he got the news immediately, but he was not moved at all. Asking that guy to comment on the selection is purely an annoyance for himself. He had already listed the mark of martial arts as a dangerous big fool, and his words were extremely unreliable and irresponsible. He fooled all the strong people into the soul world, and almost wiped out more than a dozen half-ancestors. Although Xiao Chen didn't bother to pay attention to the mark of martial arts, that guy was extremely sacred in the eyes of others, and a tall altar was built for him in the central square of Mengjie City. There are huge crowds of people there, and they have been besieged for several days. The inn where Xiao Chen lived was not far from there, and he could clearly see everything on the square by opening the window, and he found many familiar figures. Hey, isn't that Toddy and Fatty Zug? Why are they also on the altar? Xiao Chen was a little surprised, and found Toddy with blonde hair and Fatty Zug with white hair like snow. The two were busy following the blue light on the altar. What stunned Xiao Chen the most was that he also found Jin Sinyi running around, busy maintaining order. You must know that when Jin Sinyi was in Yandu, he was severely criticized by Wuji's seal as terrible, and a mess. How could this guy help keep order? It's weird. Squeak. Not far away, another window was pushed open, and Wu Ming appeared, looking towards the altar on the square. Brother Wu, we really don't meet each other anywhere in life. Xiao Chen greeted with a smile. Wu Ming shouted bad luck in his heart, but he couldn't help but smile brightly on the surface, saying, what a surprise, I didn't expect to meet Brother Xiao here again. I heard that not long ago, many half-ancestors were trapped in the sea of corpses. Congratulations on Brother Xiao's safe return. Wu Ming is known as a rare genius in 500 years, and he is one of the most outstanding powerhouses in hundreds of years. He has even defeated the celestial beings who are known as invincible at the same level. One can imagine his strength. However, Xiao Chen seems to restrain him by nature, which makes him very reluctant to meet Xiao Chen, and once they fight, it will really make him feel guilty. I'll go and buy Brother Xiao a drink. Wu Ming wished that Xiao Chen would disappear from his eyes immediately, but he still had to greet him warmly. Then bother. Wu Ming secretly sighed that it was unlucky, he was speaking politely, but he didn't expect Xiao Chen to agree so readily. Okay then, let's go to the most famous Mengjie restaurant in this city. No need to bother, just go to the time-honored tavern below. Just order a few small dishes and 2 pots of old wine will be enough. The two of them sat down in a time-honored tavern not far from the square, ordered 2 pots of returning soul wine, unique to the soul realm, and ordered some special side dishes. Xiao Chen clinked a glass with Wu Ming, and asked, why do I see a few more figures beside the mark of Wu Ji, what are they doing? Oh, you mean that person, that's the registered disciple selected by the Martial Ancestors Sutra. Wu Ming rarely showed a real smile, and said, there are currently 4 people selected, and Xiao Shi is one of them. To be selected by the Martial Ancestors Sutra, the future is absolutely bright. Toddy and Fatty Zug were also among them, which surprised Xiao Chen. However, thinking that stuttering 3 times is also one of the 4, Xiao Chen felt like laughing. Not long ago, Jin Sinyi was scolding the martial ancestor scripture, but now he is rushing along. Moreover, he and Toddy have become senior brothers, and these 2 guys will definitely have a story in the future. I don't know if this martial ancestor manual is really selecting successors. Xiao Chen shook his head. Hearing these words, Wu Ming seemed to be touched, and said, I am also suspicious, I always feel that it is looking for other things, not really looking for the descendant. Xiao Chen was just talking casually, he didn't want Wu Ming to have such doubts, and he was stunned for a moment, it seemed that the martial ancestor scripture really had other plans. While drinking in the tavern, Xiao Chen found many acquaintances near the square, such as the King of War Mabao, King of Fighting Gods, Queen Yasha and so on. Hey, those are the Earth King and Sea God King. Xiao Chen smiled at Wu Ming and said, you haven't gathered all the spirits of the 5 elements for so many years. Hearing this, Wu Ming was very depressed and took a sip of wine, but didn't say anything. Not far away, there is also a small tavern, which is divided into upper and lower floors. At this moment, a little boy with blonde hair appeared at the window on the 2nd floor, which immediately caught Xiao Chen's attention. The little boy was only 8 or 9 years old, and he looked very beautiful and cute. His pretty face was like fine porcelain, and his long golden hair was as gorgeous as the sun. Moreover, there was a vertical eye on his forehead, which was tightly closed. Xiao Chen felt a familiar aura. The little boy looked very much like the Golden Lion King back then. Wu Ming's eyes shot out two great lights, and he said in a low voice, "That's the youngest son of the Golden King. Among the 5 elements heavenly kings, the Golden King is powerful. Although she is a woman, she joined forces with several other kings and almost killed Wu Ming several times. The little boy's father is Golden Lion King." Wu Ming took a sip of wine forcefully and said. Xiao Chen suddenly realized, no wonder Wu Ming has been unable to succeed for so many years. With the Golden Lion King around, he might hardly have any hope. Since Xiao Chen was born, he has seen countless masters, but there are only 4 people who really make him feel unparalleled in talent, and that is Lan Nuo, Qing Qing, Snow White Little Beast, and Golden Lion King. Needless to say, Lan Nuo and Qing Qing, both of them can be called outstanding people through the ages. And KK is even more outrageously talented, making the heavens jealous, leading to a bad fate. And the Golden Lion King is equally powerful, he is the only one who can match the little beast in terms of talent. Only the 3rd vertical eye of the Golden Lion King, the little snow white beast that had forced it to reveal its original supernatural powers, if the little ancestor dragons of the Dragon Clan come out, even the Golden Lion King can suppress those little dragon kings. Wu Shaoxi, your father calls you home for a drink. At this moment, the blonde boy from the window on the 2nd floor of the tavern not far away suddenly smiled and shouted at the altar on the square, and then retreated nimbly. It's really a naughty little thing. Wu Ming gloomily poured a glass of wine, because the other party's son Wu Shaoxi, who is small but capable of competing in strength, made him somewhat helpless. Tati, your mother told you to go home and mop the floor. At this time, the little boy showed up again, shouting mischievously in the direction of the altar. Wu Shaoxi and Tati's 7 orifices were filled with smoke, and they looked in this direction. But at this time, a beautiful blonde woman hastily pulled the little kid back and left the window. This little thing is really lively. Wu Ming said. The heavenly kings of the 5 elements are gathered. Xiao Chen pointed not far away. At this moment, the king of earth, king of sea god, king of fire spirit, and other heavenly kings of different races, such as king of war Mabao, king of fighting god, and Queen Yasha, walked towards the tavern where the Golden King was. The light in Wu Ming's eyes is shining brightly. He wants to collect all 5 elements in his dreams. In that case, he will advance by leaps and bounds and reach an incomparably terrifying state. It's rare to see so many old friends. Let's go and see. Xiao Chen made such a suggestion to Wu Ming. Wu Ming was a little moved, but he said, many people on the other side have great hostility towards you and me, so it's not good to go like this. If they want to do something, today I will help you gather all 5 elements. Wu Ming's heart suddenly trembled. Xiao Chen is qualified to speak like this now, but it also made him feel a pressure. He must improve his strength as soon as possible. At this moment, Xiao Chen was startled. Because, at this time, there was a great chaos in the center of the square, and for some unknown reason, the ball of light formed by Wuji's imprint rose into the sky and disappeared. At the same time, Xiao Chen sensed a trace of unusual fluctuations in the direction of the old castle where Bai Qi lived. Why is the martial ancestor scripture missing? Why did it suddenly disappear? In the end, what happened? Everyone was very surprised, looked at the sky in puzzlement, and looked around. Tati and Jinsen Yi also rushed into the sky, looking for the chief master. I'm sorry, I have something important to leave. Saying these words, Xiao Chen soared into the sky. It turned into a long rainbow and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wu Ming suddenly realized something, and he followed Xiao Chen in the direction he left. Moreover, some masters followed. At this moment, Xiao Chen already had a certain inference in his heart. I am afraid that the damn mark of martial arts is not only for the selection of apprentices but probably has other purposes. Xiao Chen's speed reached the extreme, and he quickly rushed hundreds of miles to the vast and boundless no man's land, and then came to the ancient castle thousands of miles away in a short while. At this moment, Bai Qi was standing in the sky facing a ball of blue light, which was the mark of the martial ancestor. What's going on? Xiao Chen asked. This group of blue lights of unknown origin scared away Wu Tian, otherwise we will be able to seal it together this time. Bai Qi seemed very angry. Interesting, I didn't expect you to find it here. My old man only recently figured out the approximate range. Seal of Wu said to himself. You mean the most evil place? Bai Qi asked. No, the mark of martial arts denied. Then what are you looking for? I'm looking for the Valley of Burial Soldiers. The mark of Wu said it openly. At this time, Xiao Chen spoke, and said, is it true that the place is where the eternal light is most likely to appear or what you said last time? Of course it's not true. If I had known, I would have told you that I would have already become the successor of the Wuji lineage. The Wuji imprint said with confidence. If those half-ancestors were here, they would definitely be angry and vomit blood. Xiao Chen immediately gritted his teeth angrily. This old bastard deceived a group of people last time, and almost wiped out a dozen half-ancestors, but now he strolls over leisurely by himself. It is really annoying and hateful. Bai Qi was also very annoyed. It was this guy in front of him that made him fall short. Don't stare, you two, you just scared away a black iron bump. When the time comes to enter the Valley of Burial Soldiers, I will reward you with that rotten iron seal. Bai Qi didn't talk nonsense with him, and asked directly, can you find the so-called Valley of Burial Soldiers? Of course, who am I? I am the mark of martial arts. There is nothing in the sky and on the earth that I don't know. This old flicker said with an air of shamelessness. Speaking of this, Wu Ji's imprint blazed brightly, and said, just now I have come into contact with the breath of the black iron lump, but if I have touched it, I can find it out even if he goes to heaven or earth. Now, I will search for the soul Dafa for 9 days and 10 days, detain it, and find the exact location of the Valley of Burial Soldiers. The mark of martial arts is not the ancestor god, but it has the strength to make the half-ancestor helpless. However, it was difficult for Xiao Chen to respect him from his heart, and even had the urge to beat him up violently. All of a sudden, the seal of Wu Ji became extremely sacred and majestic, and the vast and incomparable spiritual fluctuations swept across the 10 directions like a galaxy in the sky. 9 heavens and 10 earths, I am the only one to be honored. All gods and demons, listen to my orders. At this moment, the sky and the earth paled, the wind and cloud changed, and endless clouds gathered from thousands of miles away. The sky here is as black as ink, almost falling to the ground. At the same time, gods were crying and ghosts were howling, and endless soul shadows appeared in the pitch-black sky, and the sky and earth were filled with endless war souls. All of these were forcibly detained by the mark of martial arts. Xiao Chen really wanted to beat the mark of martial arts violently. This old flicker made such a big noise. Wasn't he clearly telling those half-ancestors that something big happened here? Things are definitely coming to light. Boom. At this moment, a huge head descended from the sky. It was as tall as hundreds of mountains put together. It landed directly, smashing the mark of Wu Ji into a big somersault. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi were shocked. That's right, it's here. It is said that whoever dares to summon the gods and demons in the world here will attract a huge mysterious head to devour them. The mark of Wu Ji seemed to be confirming something. He was a little excited, and the blue light was trembling. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi glanced at each other. They were very surprised that the mark of Wu Ji was in such a state of affairs. Is it true that the Valley of Burial Soldiers is really extraordinary and has something it desperately wants? Boom. The huge head that fell from the sky suddenly disappeared. And at this moment, Wu Ji's seal yelled, and said, I sensed it, the black iron lump is 500 miles ahead, and the Valley of Burial Soldiers must be there. 500 miles is nothing to a powerhouse like Xiao Chen, and soon they reached their destination. It's a desolate place, full of barren mountains and wild mountains. Is this what you sensed in the Valley of Burial Soldiers? Xiao Chen asked. No, just now I clearly caught the breath of the Valley of Burial Soldiers, but why did it disappear again? It must be a world of its own, and it is closed at this moment. The mark of Wu Ji seemed a little anxious, and he roared, 9 heavens and 10 earths, I am the only one. All gods and demons in the sky, listen to my orders. This time, the momentum created was even greater than before. Around, all the barren mountains and wild ridges shook, and dark clouds enveloped the surrounding fields. Fallen gods and demons gathered from all directions, and their fighting spirits roared wildly, shaking the world. Woo! The gangster wind was mighty, and many barren mountains were torn apart, and many mountains were directly blown into fly ash. Boom! The 9 heavens and the 10 earths seemed to be shaking. At this moment, many powerful people in the soul world sensed the unusual aura in this direction. In addition to many masters rushing here in Mengjie City, which is the closest to here, there are also dozens of top figures in other places thousands of miles away on the land of the soul world. Boom! In this vast no-man's land, in the pitch-black sky, the head, which was as big as dozens of giant mountains, manifested again, bombarding towards the bottom. Boom! In battle, the mark of martial arts is strong enough, otherwise, if it were an ordinary half-ancestor, he might be beaten to death, and the green light formed by the mark of martial arts resisted stiffly. This shocked Xiao Chen and Bai Qi. What is that huge head and why it has such power? It seems to be guarding this area. Destroy the ages, break through the origin of all phenomena, and open the door to the world. The mark of Wuji yelled, and used the terrifying combat skills of the Wuji lineage. Boom! The world shook, and a dark door to the world was forcibly opened by the mark of martial arts. The Valley of the Burial Soldiers. I really found the Valley of the Burial Soldiers. The Seal of Wu was very excited, and was the first to rush in. The energy fluctuations emitted by the pitch-black gate of the world are extremely vast, full of a power that even half-ancestors need to look up to. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi looked at each other in blank dismay. They followed closely behind and rushed into the Valley of Burial Soldiers. At the same time, Xiao Chen sensed that at least dozens of extremely strong men were about to rush here. Martial Ancestor, I'm here. The mark of martial arts seemed to be extremely excited, and his voice was trembling. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi were horrified when they heard this, the word Wu Zhu. This shocked them to the extreme. As an advertisement, the closed test client of Tomb of God OL will be available for download tomorrow afternoon. Chapter 476 Funeral Valley. The sky and the earth were pitch black, endless war spirits roared in the distance, like thunder shaking, and the vast uninhabited land seemed to have a tsunami and an earthquake. The gate of the world is mysterious and unpredictable, and you can't see your fingers inside. After Xiao Chen and Bai Qi rushed in, they sensed an extremely uncomfortable atmosphere, and felt a creepy feeling. The mark of martial arts kept calling the name of martial ancestor, and it looked even more eerie in such a strange and mysterious world portal. Martial ancestor, here. He is still alive. This is what Xiao Chen and Bai Qi are eager to know. Wu Ji's mark didn't answer, and rushed forward first. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi were all in high spirits, and they chased after them. Naturally, it can be seen that this place is very unusual. Most of the soldiers buried in the so-called Valley of Burying Soldiers are the soldiers of the ancestor gods. Boom! The mark of martial arts seemed to have crashed into the magic mountain. The blue light shook violently and was blocked. The world barrier ahead had come to an end. Although there is no way forward, the dark and deep space below is like a bottomless pit, showing the tip of the iceberg. It was a huge valley, and it looked extremely strange in this dark world portal. Even with clairvoyant eyes, he couldn't see clearly at all, he could only vaguely see a dark area. There is no doubt that the Valley of Burial Soldiers is below. With the mark of Wu Ji in front, Xiao Chen and Bai Qi in the back, they descended slowly, wanting to go deep into the valley. Chi chi chi. At this moment, the sound of piercing the sky came, and the terrifying sword lights pierced through the sky and the earth, and the endless murderous aura made the half-ancestor Bai Qi change his color. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi felt like being struck by lightning. Although they avoided the soaring sword lights, they were still surged by the invisible murderous aura and had the urge to vomit blood. It was an invisible force that directly shook people's souls. The Valley of Burial Soldiers is indeed not a mortal place. The murderous aura that emanates from it is so overwhelming that Ban Zhu feels uncomfortable. Fortunately, I didn't get hit by those sword chi, otherwise it would be hard enough. Xiao Chen felt lingering fear. The mark of martial arts also seemed to sense the danger, and he led the way until all the sword glows were dimmed, and landed on the cliff of the valley, and did not go down easily. This is an area similar to a giant volcano. The so-called Burial Valley is the area inside the crater, which is bottomless. Don't fly. It is rumored that even if you are unparalleled in combat power, if you want to fly to the bottom of the valley, you will be pierced by murderous aura. After Mark of Martial Arts said this, he walked down the huge crater first. Inside the crater, there are circles of winding roads leading to the bottom of the valley. They walked down the passage dug out of the steep valley wall step by step, with a high degree of concentration, guarding against hidden dangers. Boom! At this moment, a black shadow appeared, and a palm slapped on the body of Wu Ji's seal, causing the surrounding cliffs to rumble. The Burial Valley is full of terrifying power, and the surrounding rocks are hard to break and almost unshakable. The fact that this black shadow can create such a momentum is enough to show that it is extremely terrifying. The Mark of Martial Arts burst into light, shaking out an incomparably fierce sword energy, which immediately made the shadow hit fly out, and then collapsed on the cliff with a bang. It turned out to be a cloud of yin energy, and the long years had made him condense into a tangible body. Be careful, it's extremely dangerous here. The Mark of Wu Ji reminded. It was him just now. If it were Xiao Chen and Bai Qi, they would be very busy and might even be injured. And this has just entered the edge of the valley, it is still far from the bottom, and the front will definitely be more dangerous. Tap, tap, tap. Only the sound of their own footsteps echoed in the darkness. Other than that, the huge valley was dead silent, and nothing could be sensed. Along the winding mountain road, I walked more than 10 times inside the giant volcano, and went down for more than 10 miles, but I still haven't seen the bottom of the valley. Boom. At this moment, a huge monster suddenly jumped out on the road ahead, shaking its head and tail, rushing towards the mark of martial arts. At the same time, two black shadows appeared behind Xiao Chen and Bai Qi, attacking and killing them. Xiao Chen hastily shook his sword to defend against the enemy. Cold light shot out, 27 swords shot vertically and horizontally, blocking a black shadow. And Bai Qi let out a deep roar, and battle spirits emerged around him, trapping the black shadow attacking him. The black shadow completely condensed from this place's Yin Qi, although not a half-ancestor, does not have much power than a half-ancestor. With every palm strike, the surrounding rocks trembled. It was very difficult for Banzu to shake this mysterious valley. One can imagine the strength of Sui Ying. Roar! The giant beast in front roared. Wu Ziyan shot out a blue light, and immediately knocked away the giant beast blocking the way. It was a giant beast with 3 heads, and seemed to know that there was no way to do anything about Wu Ziyan, and silently slaughtered Xiao Chen. Clang! The huge sharp claws were the size of a millstone, grabbing Xiao Chen's body, leaving a string of terrifying sparks on the dark iron battle suit. Absolutely has the strength of half-ancestor level. At this moment, Xiao Chen had shaken away his black shadow who was the first to attack, turned around, and slashed at the giant beast with his battle sword. Bai Qi also solved his opponent and helped him. Don't worry about it. At this time, a voice came from the mark of martial arts, saying, these are the souls of fallen divine soldiers, recondensed, very unstable, and they will decompose on their own after a few collisions. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi retreated cautiously, and sure enough the 3-headed giant beast collapsed in front of the stone wall with a bang. The real danger is ahead, you should be more careful. Along the rugged stone road that surrounds the inner wall of the valley, we went down again for 7 or 8 miles, but we were still far away from the bottom of the valley. At this moment, a beam of sword light was cold, and suddenly exploded, slashing towards the 3 of them, dazzling like a divine rainbow. This place is full of mysterious power. The power of the Banzu cannot be displayed. It is no longer a destructive force, but being able to show such a sword light is enough to show that it is terrifying, and it must have the strength of the Banzu. Even if the semi-ancestral master is not paying attention, his body will be pierced. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi deeply felt the danger of that sword. It was absolutely terrifying and terrifying. The mark of martial arts rushed over, and the blue light flourished, blocking the sharp sword glow. Chi chi chi. The sword light is divided into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In an instant, it turned into thousands of ways. Dao Dao is gorgeous and dazzling, terrifying and almost evil. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi's pupils quickly searched. This kind of power can definitely cut Banzu to pieces. They tried their best to resist hundreds of sword lights. The mark of martial arts was also a little surprised. He didn't expect so many terrifying sword glows to erupt under his suppression. If it was outside, such power would be enough to destroy endless mountains and rivers. I'm afraid a continent will sink because of it. Destroy me. The mark of Wu Ji turned into a piece of blue light, covering the sky and the earth, covering it all at once. In this way, hundreds of thousands of sword lights completely collapsed with a bang. The black shadow holding the sword vanished into thin air, completely disappearing into the darkness. With a clang, there was the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, and it was the sharp sword held by the black shadow that fell to the ground. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi immediately walked over to see what kind of artifact it was. But when they got close to it, they were shocked. It was not a perfect divine sword at all. The body of the sword had already been broken, and only the hilt was left in tatters. I don't know what kind of tree it was carved out of. Although it is almost decayed, it is still heavy. The terrifying sword glow just now came out of it. If it is not destroyed, this is really an unimaginable magic weapon, and I am afraid that it is at least a magic sword that ranks in the 8th and 9th heavens of the half-ancestor. Bai Qi made such an inference. This is the valley of burial soldiers, so there are naturally many gods. Wu Ji's mark said, it was just the sword energy swept out by the remaining soldier soul of the divine sword. If it is intact, it will be far more terrifying than before. We may be able to find 1 or 2 magical weapons. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, the mark of martialism immediately struck down mercilessly. If you really see the undamaged magic weapon, I advise you to run away immediately, otherwise it will definitely be a disaster. Why is that? Bai Qi asked. The divine weapon that can be preserved intact must be the ancestral divine weapon. Do you think you can control the ancestral divine weapon? This is not anywhere else. This is the valley of burial soldiers. There are many immortal soldier souls. Many of them have self-awareness. The ancestral divine weapon is compatible with them, and if they have their own souls. Both Xiao Chen and Bai Qi gasped. The ancestral god soldiers with their own souls, wouldn't they be comparable to the ancestral gods? That is not something they can surrender at all. I am afraid that even if they encounter the mark of martial arts, they can only run away. No way, there are ancestor-level existences here. Both Xiao Chen and Bai Qi feel that they are in an extremely dangerous situation. If such an ancestral weapon rushes out, I am afraid that they, even as half-ancestors, will have to hold grudges here. How many ancestor gods can there be in several worlds? Don't worry, the existence of that series has always only appeared in legends, and not everyone can see it. The mark of Wuji gave them a reassurance, and said, in this valley of burial soldiers, theoretically, there will be no ancestor god soldiers with self-awareness. Otherwise, wouldn't there be one or two more ancestor gods in this world? That's impossible. Hearing what he said, although Xiao Chen and Bai Qi knew that the situation was not so dangerous, they were somewhat disappointed. It was somewhat regrettable that they could not have an ancestral soldier with their own soul. They had already traveled down the inner wall of the valley for more than 20 miles, but the valley of burial soldiers seemed to have no end, and they didn't know how far they were from the dark and deep valley bottom. As they continued to descend, fierce killing intent came up from the depths of the valley, making Xiao Chen and Bai Qi feel a little chilly. The cold breath seemed to have a sharp sword on their spines. In the darkness, there seemed to be endless murderous aura that was being suppressed, and it seemed that it would rise into the sky at any moment and twist them into pieces. Trouble is coming. At this moment, Wu Ji's imprint suddenly became extremely dignified, reminding Xiao Chen and Bai Qi like this, and telling them to back off. Looming indistinctly, Xiao Chen felt a killing intent, although it was very faint, but it was transmitted directly to his bones, extremely cold and terrifying. Tap, tap, tap. Not long after, a tall figure walked up the rocky road step by step from a distance, and the footsteps landed on the ground with a crisp sound, as if wearing a pair of glazed shoes. Holding a sword in his hand, it was 10 feet long, as if it could pierce the sky, and it shone with a cold light. He was calm and unhurried, as if everything was under control. Although he was below, he seemed to be looking down on Xiao Chen and the others. He couldn't see his face clearly, but the divine light in his eyes was sharper and more terrifying than sword energy, and it was several feet long, smashing the space in front of him into chaos. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi were both very shocked. If this person is not a remnant soul, he might be quite terrifying if he has persistent combat power. At least he is also a figure of the half-ancestor Zhuchongtian. Boom! He held his spear with one hand, stabbed forward, and immediately turned the void in front of the mark of Wu into chaos. A breath of destruction erupted. The dazzling light made the eyes of Xiao Chen and Bai Qi extremely painful, overflowing with blood and tears. The terrifying power was extremely domineering. The mark of martial arts is not the real ancestor god. Although it is powerful, its strength is also in the half-ancestor Zhuchongtian, and it is not stronger than the opposite spear-bearer. The blue light was dazzling, constantly shining, and condensed into a human form. The mark of martial arts smashed the chaos with a fist, and shook the sword hard. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi retreated quickly. The strong man of the Banzu Zhuchongtian was not something they could fight against at all, and they could only die if they went up. That tall figure was so powerful that it cut through the sky with the sword in its hand, turning everything into chaos. Banzu Zhuchongtian can easily kill a strong man who has just stepped into the realm of Banzu. Bai Qi looked extremely dignified. Boom! The mark of martial arts was swept away by Zhan Jie, and a ray of light almost tore his body, condensed with blue light into pieces. The area shook violently, and endless boulders rolled down. The mark of martial arts seemed very surprised, and lost his voice. Is it really? Chaos War. Tap, tap, tap. The tall figure walked forward slowly but unswervingly without saying a word, giving half-ancestors like Xiao Chen and Bai Qi a sense of suffocation. Back, back, the farther the better. Wu Ziyan shouted at Xiao Chen and Bai Qi. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi realized the seriousness of the situation, and stepped back decisively. At the same time, a tragic war broke out. A ball of chaotic light and a ball of blue light entangled together, moving quickly on the rocky road on the inner wall of the valley. The valley wall, which is difficult for Banzu to break, continuously shattered, collapsed, and fell down when the two entangled rays of light rolled past, and the sound of rumbling was endless. Vaguely, one could see a figure in the blue light constantly punching, tearing apart the world, bursting out with an unparalleled fighting spirit. And in the chaotic light, a Zhan Jie slashed vertically and horizontally, destroying the dead and destroying time and space. It was impossible to resist. Both Xiao Chen and Bai Qi were horrified. In this mysterious valley, Banzha's power could not be displayed, and the two groups of light still had such power, one can imagine how terrifying it is. At this moment, outside the world gate of Burial Valley, dozens of extremely powerful men came, all of whom came from tens of thousands of miles away. Opposite them was the extremely dark space. Ahead, there is no light in the mysterious gate of the world, it is pitch black, which makes people feel creepy. It was at this time that the most gigantic head, comparable to dozens of mountains, was slowly fading away and gradually disappearing into the pitch-black world. Dozens of strong men saw that the gate of the world was slowly closing, and they hesitated, not knowing whether to rush in. In the end, someone gritted his teeth fiercely and flew into the valley of burial soldiers. Someone took the lead, and naturally someone followed, and some top figures rushed in. Boom! After fighting for a long time with the mark of martial arts and the tall figure holding the sword, they finally separated, and the valley shook for a while. Wherever the Zhang Xu long sword passed, everything turned into chaos, but at this moment it suddenly turned into a beam of light, rushed into the depths of endless darkness, and disappeared. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi rushed over and felt relieved when they saw that the light of Wu Ji's mark had not weakened. Things have exceeded my expectations. The Chaos Battle Jie is still in this world. Although it has been damaged, it is an ancestral soldier after all. Combined with other soldiers' souls with self-consciousness, it is equivalent to a half-ancestral ninth heaven powerhouse. The mark of Wu Ji seemed to be concerned, and said, "This is very scary. This is unusual, you must know that it has not reached the bottom of the burial valley. I am worried that there may really be an intact ancestral soldier with its own soul." Hearing these words, Xiao Chen and Bai Qi also felt an invisible murderous intent. It seemed that a handful of unrivaled ancestral divine soldiers were really buried at the bottom of the burial valley. The invisible murderous intent made them feel a biting chill. "Did you shatter the consciousness on Chaos Zon Jie just now?" Xiao Chen asked. "No, it retreated by itself." Wu Ji's seal replied, and then said, "Don't move forward anymore, just wait here. After endless years have passed, there may be a shocking change in the burial valley. At that time, I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of you. The majestic half-ancestor actually needs someone to take care of him. It has to be said that the Valley of Burial Soldiers is too dangerous, and he is not even sure about the mark of martial arts." Watching the imprint of Wu Ji gradually go away, Xiao Chen and Bai Qi stood in place for a long time. "I want to take a look," Bai Qi said, then strode forward and disappeared into the darkness. Xiao Chen stood silent for a long time, and finally chose to move on. Because, vaguely, he felt that there seemed to be something attracting him below. Xiao Chen was startled when he traveled more than 10 miles. There was a fork in front of him, and there were 9 roads winding down to the bottom of the valley. It has to be said that this Valley of Burial Soldiers is really too big, vast and boundless, and soon after the 9 forked roads parted, each of them could not be seen. Xiao Chen took a look, directly chose the 9th road, and walked down the winding mountain road. From the beginning to the present, Xiao Chen has gone deep into the valley for more than 30 miles. After embarking on the 9th twisty road alone, no danger appeared. However, this road is really too quiet, somewhat beyond common sense, there is no murderous fluctuation, no soldier soul appears, the dead silence is almost terrifying. Even the sound of Xiao Chen's own footsteps disappeared. The silence here makes one feel like a collapse. Even though the spiritual consciousness is as powerful as Xiao Chen's, there is also a feeling of loneliness and depression. No sound, no sound, no sound, Xiao Chen seemed to have embarked on a never-ending road of no return. The 9th road, which is the last road, can be called the end. I don't know how long it took, the voice of nature suddenly sounded on the deathly quiet 9th road, everyone chooses their own path. Since you have chosen the end, it means you will die. At the same time, in the distance ahead, dots of light came through. A beautiful clear shadow, surrounded by hazy brilliance, walked gracefully and nimbly. Chapter 477. Chapter 482, The Spiritual Soldier. The Valley of Burial Soldiers was completely dark, and you couldn't see your fingers. The dots of light in front set off the plain and hazy area, and the beautiful figure looked ethereal and dreamlike, as if it was slowly flying in from 9 days away. That woman's voice is not only beautiful, like the sound of the sounds of nature, but also her posture is extremely elegant and dusty, exuding a temperament that does not eat the fireworks of the world. However, Xiao Chen is not in the mood to appreciate this kind of agility and beauty at this time. What he feels is an invisible pressure. Although there is no mighty energy, and no terrifying spiritual sense sweeping over, he still feels a strong danger. Boom! Without any warning, the void in front of Xiao Chen shattered, and a sword light was extremely cold. Lang Sen's murderous aura shook the sky, and a sharp and incomparable light burst out, aiming at Xiao Chen's throat. When Xiao Chen was blown away on the spot, while the bodyguard of the dark iron battle suit and the head guard of the radiance of the colorful holy tree were still deeply shaken. He flew out for several miles, and slammed into the cliff with a bang, almost falling directly into the bottomless valley of burial soldiers. Embracing the ninth end means the end of life. The woman's voice is very beautiful, but it is undoubtedly terrifying at this moment. She is announcing death. Xiao Chen jumped up, stood on the mountain path on the inner wall of the valley again, and exercised his profound arts to the extreme. The shadow of the six-sided celestial monument emerged and stood in front of him, walking forward step by step. The woman in front seemed a little surprised and stopped attacking. At the same time, 27 battle swords emerged with brilliant brilliance, floating around Xiao Chen, and the woman suddenly made a sound of surprise. "You are a little weird. I will give you a chance because you have collected so many swords." The woman paused for a moment, and said, "Leave all the swords and leave here. I will let you go without any hindrance." "What you said is really easy. It seems that I came here specially to send you the battle sword. How can it be so cheap?" Xiao Chen looked unfriendly. Even though he knew that the opponent was extremely powerful, it was impossible to give up the battle sword. Entering the Valley of Burial Soldiers requires this awareness. This is the sleeping place of the divine soldiers. All the divine soldiers will be released here and leave their original masters. The woman's tone was still very calm, clear and pleasant, and said, "I didn't send out my body to kill you. Now it's just a ray of divine sense coming. If you don't listen to the advice, you will be wiped out by then." Xiao Chen was startled suddenly. The woman in front of her was just a ray of divine sense, so how strong would her body be? It's really weird. The woman in front is at least in the 6th or 7th level of the half-ancestor realm, and her cultivation is definitely much higher than him, so doesn't it mean that the real body has stepped into the realm of the ancestor god, and even reached the realm of the ancestor god? There are not many ancestor gods in several worlds, but it is very likely that there will be one in this Valley of Burial Soldiers. Do you want to escape? It's too late. The moment you open the door to the world, there is no way out. The woman said these words indifferently and calmly. At this moment, there was a sound from a distance, and the auras of several strong men were rapidly approaching. That was the extremely strong man who broke into the Valley of Burial Soldiers later, and he has already chased him down now, walking on the same path as Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen is you." The Skeleton King, Yaksha half-ancestor, Old Shira, and Angel Saints came together. "Who's that person?" They were full of vigilance against the woman in front of them, and their strength reached their level, so they naturally felt the aura of danger. "That's a strong man whose strength has reached the 7th heaven of the half-ancestor. Let's seal her together, otherwise we may be in danger." Xiao Chen didn't hide anything from these people, and directly told the truth. The woman chuckled, and said, "I'm just a ray of divine thoughts. Even if you join hands to break through, you won't be able to truly escape from the Valley of Burial Soldiers." Several half-ancestors quickly exchanged glances. Without any hesitation, they joined forces to attack. Yasha Banzu sacrificed to the Vientiane world, descended from the sky like a cage, and went towards the woman to suppress it. At the same time, the half-ancestor Shira summoned the blood spirit who was as powerful as the half-ancestor, united with him, turned into a dazzling blood light and rushed forward. The Skeleton King holds a bone staff, stands in the world of bones created by him, merges with the giant skeleton composed of endless bone creatures, and swings the huge bone staff towards the woman. The angel Holy Spirit was full of radiance all over his body, reciting the mantra silently. A blazing radiance swept across the woman immediately. Xiao Chen didn't hold back either. The 27 battle swords cut through the void and tore it forward. At the same time, the six-faced steel shook the dark valley and slammed it violently. 5 semi-ancestral powerhouses teamed up. Although they couldn't show the world-destroying violent power in the valley, they were still extremely terrifying, destructive, shattering time and space, and smashing all obstacles. However, out of their expectation, the elegant and beautiful figure smiled lightly in the hazy brilliance, as if it was not at all wild, raised its bare hand lightly, and slowly pulled out an ancient sword from behind. A crisp sound of clang, resounding like dragons and phoenixes, resounded through the entire valley, and a bright lightning burst out immediately. Battle sword. What the woman pulled out turned out to be a war sword, which was exactly the same as the 27 war swords controlled by Xiao Chen, but that war sword seemed to be alive, as if it had been completely revived. Compared with the 27 battle swords controlled by Xiao Chen, the light is many times brighter, and the breath is far more powerful, as if it can breathe freely, with unparalleled vitality. A living sword, clang, the war sword sang softly, and the radiant divine brilliance overwhelmed the terrifying power of the 5 masters present, and the dazzling sword light suppressed their terrifying attacks. Boom! Qingying in the hazy light swung his battle sword and slashed towards him. The dazzling light became the only one in the world, making it impossible to look directly at it, like a dozen rounds of glaring suns hanging here. At this moment Xiao Chen couldn't see anything, and then there was a loud bang. Even though he was wearing the dark iron battle suit, he felt as if his whole body was about to be shattered. Huge rocks rolled down from the valley wall. Xiao Chen was entangled with many boulders, and fell from the mountain road into the bottomless valley. The wind hummed in his ears, but he didn't dare to fly, because the mark of martial arts had warned him that no matter who flew in the Valley of Burial Soldiers, he would be pierced and shattered by the terrifying sword light. In the process of falling, the bright light above became darker and darker, and soon disappeared, which indirectly explained the terrifying depth of the Valley of Burial Soldiers. Boom! At this moment, Xiao Chen bumped into a cliff, inserted both arms into it, and temporarily controlled the falling trend. The 27 battle swords were not taken away by the woman, and all of them floated around her, with little rays of light illuminating the surrounding terrain. Xiao Chen turned over, jumped up, and returned to the mountain path. I just don't know if this is the 9th end of the road. That woman was so powerful that she knocked him down the valley with one blow. If she really faced it alone, he might die. Forward or backward, there seemed to be no way out. Once the door to the world is opened, there is no turning back. Xiao Chen adjusted his breath on the spot for a while, allowing the injured body to recover to its best condition, and then chose to move on. Undoubtedly, this place is close to the bottom of the valley. Although it is silent, it feels a bone-chilling chill, a kind of coercion that is faintly present. Ancestral god soldiers. There must be terrifying ancestral soldiers in the Valley of Burial Soldiers. It doesn't look like a battle sword, it should be another type of ancestral weapon. I am afraid that it has really exceeded the expectations of the mark of martial arts, and there is a high possibility that an ancestral soldier with a soul will be born below, comparable to the ancestral god. When Xiao Chen walked for a few miles, the front road was blocked, and a white skeleton stood up unsteadily from the ground, holding a long knife in his hand, which was almost decayed, but it was full of murderous aura. There is no doubt that the white skeleton is dominated by the soldier soul. Xiao Chen had to sigh, this place is very evil, many soldier souls have all given birth to their own will, very scary. Kai, with a flash of white light, the snow-white skeleton rushed over quickly and slashed at Xiao Chen's neck. The sword light is like a surging river, rushing endlessly, and the chill is piercing. When Xiao Chen slashed the light of the sword with his sword, rushed over quickly, swung out the sword, cut the skeleton in half, and pressed several swords on the rotten long knife at the same time. Boom! The white bone skeleton fell to the ground on his back, and the long knife in his hand also fell to the ground. This is a nearly rotten knife with only half a foot long left, but it still showed such momentum just now. The power of that knife is comparable to that of the Banzu, but fortunately, it will not last long, otherwise Xiao Chen will have to pay a heavy price. It can be inferred that if this knife is not intact, it must be a treasure among the spirit treasures of the Banzu level. Click! Hearing such a loud noise, Xiao Chen felt his scalp go numb, and he knew he was in trouble. Ahead, 7 or 8 black shadows stood up from the mountain path and approached here step by step. Xiao Chen accelerated and rushed forward, gathered 27 battle swords together, all of them slashed towards a black shadow in the front. Boom! The violent collision, the strength is enough to compete with him. But after all, the black shadow was just a soldier's soul, very unstable, it could only send out such a blow, and then collapsed, and it took a long time to regroup. Xiao Chen succeeded in one blow, and retreated quickly, followed by several black shadows behind him. The mountain road was narrow after all. Xiao Chen found an opportunity, concentrated all his strength again, launched a sharp attack, and once again scattered a soldier soul. An hour later, Xiao Chen was exhausted, and after breaking up 5 or 6 soldiers, he finally broke through this area completely. It was finally approaching the bottom of the valley. He looked down with his heavenly eyes and found that it was no more than a dozen miles away. However, there is a layer of mysterious power shrouded below, and only a little outline can be seen vaguely, and nothing else can be seen. But that's when the real danger emerged. There were bursts of buzzing sounds in Xiao Chen's ears, like flying insects flapping their wings, which was particularly abrupt in this originally silent and dead valley. Then, he felt creepy, a dazzling light appeared in his field of vision, and a blade of light was like a meteor shower, impacting towards him. It was a rain of knives. A dazzling array of flying knives, all vibrating, shattered the void, and rushed forward in the blink of an eye. Each flying knife is no more than the length of a palm, and some are crystal clear, almost transparent. The sword light was extremely sharp and invincible, and all the six-faced steels that Xiao Chen shot were pierced and shattered. 27 war swords rushed over, making clanging sounds in the rain of swords, violent collisions, bursts of sparks burst out, radiant and terrifying energy raged everywhere. Dang dang, the rain of knives was so dense that the swords couldn't stop them all. They rushed to Xiao Chen, passed through the light curtain in front of him, and chopped all of them on the dark iron battle suit, making terrifying metallic trembling sounds. The huge force deformed the dark iron battle suit, but fortunately it failed to penetrate. The battle suit was flickering with black light, and the moment of deformation could still be recovered quickly. Even so, Xiao Chen suffered a heavy blow. Xiao Chen retreated quickly, but Dao Yu was even faster. The metal trill sounded, and the dense rain of knives launched a second wave of attacks, which could completely pierce Banzu's throwing knives. If it weren't for the ghost iron on his body, Xiao Chen would probably have become a sieve, and his whole body would be covered with transparent wounds from front to back. This rain of knives could not be resisted at all. Beyond his expectation, even the half-ancestor of the sixth heaven would have to retreat in the face of this terrible rain of knives. Chi chi chi. At this moment, a shocking sword glow suddenly erupted from the dark valley bottom, stretching for dozens of miles, rushing up from below, dazzling and cold. Vaguely, I saw a group of blue light fighting fiercely with Zhanmeng. It is the mark of martial arts. He has reached the bottom of the valley, and has fought against a powerful unknown existence. The sword rain vibrated, went away in an instant, and rushed back to the depths of the valley. Xiao Chen is now caught in a dilemma. The bottom of the valley must be very dangerous, but it is impossible to retreat. At this time, the door to the world must be closed. Moreover, the mysterious woman who appeared before took aim at his sword, and it was impossible for him to escape. There was indeed something attracting him in the depths of the valley, and that feeling became clearer at this moment. Xiao Chen finally gritted his teeth and started to move forward again. This time, he didn't encounter any obstacles, no soldier spirit came out to attack and kill him, and he reached the bottom of the dark valley smoothly. You're here too. Bai Qi's figure appeared in the darkness. It is not known which mountain path he came down from. The battle armor on his body was torn, and his black hair was messy, looking very embarrassed. It's extremely dangerous here, you have to. Suddenly Bai Qi's expression changed suddenly, and he shouted, "Be careful." A small animal shaped like a squirrel rushed towards Xiao Chen, and it was it that made Bai Qi change color. Xiao Chen slashed out with the sword, and with a loud, "Dang," the squirrel flew out, revealing its body, which turned out to be a gleaming knife point. It's a piece of remnants. The palm-sized knife tip seemed to have a spirit, and it turned into a squirrel again and fled away quickly, sinking into the darkness. This valley is extremely terrifying. Even the broken weapons seem to have become fine. Be careful, especially the weapons that have turned into animals, which are the most dangerous. Bai Qi reminded. Xiao Chen suddenly felt his scalp tingle, because he noticed that there were beasts around him from time to time. Not far from them, two big black snakes with thin wrists were staring at them, and on the other side a Zhonglong earth dragon was also staring at them with cold eyes. There are a few wild wolves in the distance, with green eyes, staring at them fiercely. Farther away, there is even a huge monster like a tyrannosaur, exuding a tragic aura, as if it could destroy the world, standing fiercely in the darkness. In this huge valley, it is impossible to know how many spirit soldiers there are. Chi chi. There was a sound of piercing the sky, and the two black snakes with thick wrists nearby suddenly burst into trouble, piercing towards Xiao Chen and Bai Qi like two black lightning bolts. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi each showed their magical powers, the six-faced steel was destroyed, and a big black snake flew out on the spot, and Bai Qi also sent another black snake flying with his domineering fighting spirit. Dang dang, two metal trills sounded, and the two black snakes turned into two black spears, shining with a cold light, and stuck on the ground not far away. Then, it quickly turned into a snake shape and disappeared into the darkness. It's too evil, these magical soldiers have become masters. Xiao Chen couldn't help sighing like this. Be careful, we seem to be in danger. Bai Qi reminded. Not far away, several wild wolves are slowly approaching. I don't know what kind of magical soldiers they are. And farther away, several giant monsters resembling Tyrannosaurus erupted with monstrous murderous aura and slowly moved in this direction. It's okay to say that the wild wolf is mostly transformed by a semi-ancestral spirit treasure, but it's hard to say that the huge Tyrannosaurus Rex, the killing intent is really palpitating. Most of it is the remnant of the ancestor god soldier, and has spiritual consciousness. Avoid those big guys and come closer to me. At this moment, the mark of martial ancestor made a sound. At this moment, he was a little overwhelmed. The human-shaped blue light he transformed into was in a fierce battle with a powerful opponent. Due to his fast-moving speed in the dark, he turned into a large group of dazzling rays of light, and his murderous aura shot straight into the sky. Xiao Chen was startled suddenly. He watched with the eyes of the sky, and found that the opponents of the mark of martial arts were actually two people. One of them was the tall man who appeared before holding the war spear. At this moment, the Chaos War Spear burst into dazzling light in his hands, and everything he passed turned into chaos, destroying everything and destroying everything. A half-ancestor whose strength is comparable to that of the Nine Heavens. If it is in the outside world, this kind of power can definitely sink a continent, but it is difficult to show its power in the valley. The other person is the mysterious woman who once attacked Xiao Chen. She holds a battle sword in her hand. Every time she sweeps out the sword, she will surely shatter the void. The mark of martial arts was greatly impacted, and the two of them fought alone, with great difficulty, and shouted, "You juniors, you don't know me as a senior, it is really unreasonable." Boom boom boom. The ground was shaking, and several huge monsters resembling tyrannosaurs were slowly approaching. The brutal breath and cold killing intent are undisguised. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi looked at each other in blank dismay. They already felt that that kind of power seemed to be beyond their ability to resist. The sound of flapping wings was heard again, and a group of flying centipedes pierced the sky, and all of them showed ferocious faces. The cold and murderous aura was very compelling. Xiao Chen was startled. He had already recognized that it was the rain of flying knives that he had encountered before. "You two rush to the center of the valley, otherwise it will be hard to survive if you stay here." The seal of Wu Ji shouted at them. "It's the same wherever you flee." The man holding the Chaos War Spear sneered, and suddenly shattered a large void and turned it into chaos. And the woman holding the battle sword also chuckled, saying, "It will be more interesting if the other soldiers' souls are awakened. You two juniors are really pretending not to know me." Wu Ziyan shouted angrily. "Unless you return to the source and let us see." A man and a woman did not relax at all. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi had already rushed towards the depths of the valley. Their speed was extremely fast, and they didn't know how many miles they had traveled. "I saw countless beasts and almost encountered brutal behemoths several times. Damn it, many soldiers in this valley are chasing and killing us." Bai Qi showed a dignified look, but he didn't dare to slow down. Behind them were countless shadows, ranging from small pikas to giant tyrannosaurs, and even strange beasts comparable to mountains. They gathered together in darkness, forming a tragic killing intent that made Ban Zhu tremble. Ah! With an earth-shattering roar, a tyrannosaurus rushed over, flashing a dazzling cold light. Savage dash! The earth was trembling, and the valley seemed to be shaking, murderous. This was a sudden attack. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi didn't pay attention at all before. They came from the side. It was as if a huge city wall as high as the sky had collapsed, smashing towards the two of them. Boom! Before they got close, the terrifying light flew the two of them away. Then the huge Tyrannosaurus rushed forward, and the majestic giant knocked the two into the air. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi were in excruciating pain, as if all the bones in their bodies were broken. That kind of berserk power is really unbearable. Xiao Chen was a little bit better, with the ancestral god's battle clothes to protect his body, but he just sprayed a few mouthfuls of blood. Bai Qi's color changed terribly, his breastbone collapsed, and he continued to move up with his divine power. Boom! The mountain shook and the ground shook, and the huge Tyrannosaurus came crashing into it again. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi ran away, joking. This powerful soldier soul was irresistible at all, and they just saw the body of the soldier soul. It turned out to be a broken black hammer, extremely huge. Head-to-head contact with it is pure courting of death. The two dignified half-ancestors were hunted and fled. One can imagine how embarrassed they are at this moment. The beast shadows in the rear gathered more and more, and many big guys joined in, making the valley tremble slightly. "Could you be fooled by that old flicker again? Let's distract us." Xiao Chen had a bad feeling. If they were really fooled by the mark of martial arts, they would definitely die. "Damn old liar, if you let me know that you are talking nonsense, I will never end with you." Crash! At this moment, there was a huge shaking sound of chains in front, and at the same time, a stronger killing intent rushed over, which was stronger than the combined killing intent of all the shadows behind. At the same time, all the spiritual soldiers in the rear stopped moving forward. That's. Bai Qi showed shock. In the distance ahead, there seemed to be a huge monster locked there firmly by a huge iron chain, and it was impossible to see what it was. It's alive. Xiao Chen was stunned. At this time, they saw a scene that was all terrifying. As the huge monster turned over, facing upwards, as it breathed, sword lights shot up into the sky, stretching for tens of miles. That is a terrifying blade light that is indestructible. The exhaled breath is so terrifying, it is unimaginable. The living ancestral god soldiers are chained here. After learning of this result, both of them turned pale with horror. Chapter 478. All ancestral god soldiers. In the depths of the distant valley, where it was as dark as ink, only a huge monster like a hill could be vaguely seen sleeping. As it breathes, the tens of miles-long air glow shoots up into the sky, which is even more terrifying than the sword glow, and the void is constantly being torn apart. Crash, kangdang. When it is turned occasionally, the thick iron chain bound to it will make such a sound, which is terrifying. This is simply unimaginable with common sense, and it really tests people's imagination. A living ancestor soldier, breathing and exhaling sword light, is chained in the Valley of Burial Soldiers. You don't need to think about it to know that it has reached a horrifying state, and it has definitely entered the realm of the ancestor gods, otherwise it would be impossible to create such a terrifying momentum. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi fell into a dilemma. They were full of awe for this unknown super ancestor soldier, and they didn't dare to get too close. If they woke it up, they didn't know what would happen. But they couldn't leave either. Behind them were shadows, and in the darkness were pairs of eyes shining with eerie light, all staring at the two of them covetously. The way back was completely cut off. The sound of flapping wings sounded, and the invisible murderous aura came through, making this area as cold as an icehouse. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi felt heart palpitations when they stood up, and immediately flew back. In the rear, a piece of flying centipede flashed bursts of blue light, flapped its wings, and made a piercing sound, roaring towards here. It was transformed by a patch of flying knives. A single flying knife might not be scary, but such a large piece gathered together would be very scary. It is completely possible to penetrate the body of the half-ancestor, and it will never be too difficult to kill one or two half-ancestors. The cyan flying centipede was too fast, coming through the space, as if it didn't want Xiao Chen and the others to escape into the forbidden area. It rushed to the front in the blink of an eye. Although Xiao Chen and the others were also traveling through the space, they did not dare to travel excessively. They had to strictly control the distance, because if they accidentally rushed to the sleeping unknown soldier, the consequences would be unpredictable. Therefore, it was a beat slower than this group of flying centipedes. Seeing a cyan rain of knives fall, more than 100 flying centipedes showed their ferocious faces. Xiao Chen threw Bai Qi out, making him a lot closer to the unknown magic soldier bound by a huge iron chain in front of him. If Bai Qi was besieged by these hundreds of flying centipedes, he would probably die. After all, he didn't have the body protection of the ancestor god's battle clothes, so it would be difficult to guard against him. The terrifying sound of flapping wings rang in Xiao Chen's ears, and the group of centipedes descended from the sky, drowning Xiao Chen in an instant. The sound of clanging is endless, and the dark iron battle suit keeps deforming. Xiao Chen was knocked out sideways, and the colorful holy tree and dark iron battle suit shone with dazzling light, protecting his body. But even so, he also suffered a severe blow. The blue flying centipede rushed over again, trying to devour the light emitted by the ancestor god's battle clothes and the colorful holy tree. Xiao Chen didn't dare to delay. The six-sided sky tablet was smashed out, and 27 war swords swept across. Dang dang. He was hit by dozens of flying centipedes, flew upside down hundreds of feet away, spurted 3 mouthfuls of blood, and finally retreated to a safe place. Those cyan centipedes that were about a foot long flew back unwillingly. This is a restricted area, the place where unknown ancestral divine soldiers sleep, and other divine soldiers seem to be full of fear. Just when Xiao Chen and Bai Qi let out a long breath, suddenly there was an earth-shattering roar. Roar! A gigantic monster shaped like a unicorn, surrounded by murderous aura, strode over. The black scales all over his body are hideous, and the cold light is shining, cold and oppressive. The limbs are as thick as giant pillars, 8 or 9 people can't hold them together, and the sharp claws leave terrible marks on the ground. It is more than 20 feet high, like a black magic mountain, standing there, causing a great sense of oppression. It was definitely formed by the remnant soldiers of the ancestor gods, otherwise it would be impossible to have such power. There is a super ancestral soldier bound to this forbidden area, and ordinary beast shadows dare not step beyond the thunder pool. All of them are staring at the distance, only this black unicorn beast dares to walk into the forbidden area like this. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi had headaches for a while. This black unicorn beast was too powerful, and its murderous aura pierced into people's souls, making them feel a burst of terror, and they definitely couldn't deal with it. Roar! The black unicorn roared loudly, jumped up, and rushed towards the two of them. Walk! Forced to do nothing, Xiao Chen and Bai Qi had no choice but to rush towards the unknown ancestral soldier who was bound by a huge iron chain. Puff! A huge crack was torn open by the Qilin beast on the hard valley floor, spreading for several miles. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi almost fell into it. It was at this moment that they saw clearly the Qilin beast's body, which turned out to be a huge broken knife, with a black body and a simple and unadorned appearance. Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback, looking familiar. With a flash of light, the broken knife slashed on the ground turned into a black unicorn again, and continued to press forward. This behemoth is really too big, more than 20 feet high and more than 50 feet long, like a mountain, and like a magic city. The lingering murderous aura is really compelling. Boom! The four thick and powerful giant claws fell forward, flying sand and rocks, and the killing intent spread into the person's bones. It is forced to come over like this, and we really have no way out. Bai Qi looked at the sleeping ancestral god soldier in front of him, and then at Mo Qilin pressing behind him, feeling a headache. Kai! The blazing sword light struck again, but fortunately Xiao Chen and the others were prepared, quickly shattered the space, and traveled forward. However, the power of the sword glow exceeded their imagination, and just a little aftermath shattered their space channel. Boom! The two were dizzy from the beating, and fell out of the space passage, shocked by the horror of the sword light. If they were really hit, they would be split in two. In an instant, the jet black broken knife turned into a black unicorn, approaching with a ferocious and terrifying appearance. It's really familiar, I seem to have seen it somewhere before. Xiao Chen showed surprise. Now, don't think so much, go back. Bai Qi realized that something was wrong, better than he felt the threat of death at this moment. This black unicorn monster is too terrifying. It has definitely reached the realm of the half-ancestor Zhuchongtian, no weaker than the man holding the Chaos War Jade and the mysterious woman holding the war sword. But, we are already approaching the sleeping ancestral god soldier less than 300 feet away. Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong, and if he woke up the ancestral god soldier in front of him, it would be even more terrifying. Ahead, a huge snoring rumbled like thunder, and the aura of exhaled breath pierced into the sky for dozens of miles like a rainbow. Roar! In the rear, the mountain-like inked unicorn broke into the forbidden area, still roaring without any scruples. The blazing blade light swept over again, and the terrifying light beam could destroy several half-ancestors. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi had no choice but to rush towards the sleeping ancestral god soldier. Boom! The ground was torn open by the black broken knife into a terrifying crack, which was about 10 feet wide and spread out 200 to 300 feet, almost reaching the ancestral god soldiers who were bound by the huge iron chains. Ahead, the thunderous snoring stopped abruptly, the huge iron chain rattled, and the ancestral divine soldier turned over with a loud sound. Who disturbed my deep sleep? The urn sounded, and the eardrums of the shaking people were in severe pain, as if they were about to shatter. Both Xiao Chen and Bai Qi's hearts sank. Roar! Mo Qilin behind him let out a loud roar, as if provocative, but he didn't turn his head in retreat, and stood behind him shaking his head and tail. Crash! Ahead, the huge iron chain kept ringing. It turns out that you are a savage unicorn. You have nothing to do and came to my place to play wild. Do you want to loosen your muscles and bones? A huge sound rumbled in the sky. Roar! The black unicorn giant shone with black light all over its body, and let out a roar that shook the sky. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi were horrified. Until then they really saw what the ancestral god soldiers bound by iron chains looked like. It was a huge turtle-like beast, but its head turned out to be a dragon's head, and it had no limbs. On both sides of its body were a pair of giant wings full of scales. It looked strange and very special. You two little things dare to come here and disturb my sleep, it's really unforgivable. This gigantic monster with a height of more than 60 or 70 feet looked down at Xiao Chen and the others, making rumbling and thundering sounds. Treating the two half-ancestors as small things, the tone of his voice is jaw-dropping, but judging from the breath it emits, it is not too much at all. The aura exhaled is all terrifying sword energy, soaring straight into the sky. This is an ancestor god-level powerhouse. Xiao Chen and the two were very worried. If this guy blew his breath at them, it would definitely be enough for them, or they would be smashed to pieces. The light in the eyes of this weird-looking dragon turtle became more and more intense, and it was obvious that it was going to make some moves. At this moment, a blue light galloped from a distance, and shouted, "Be merciful." The mark of martial arts arrived at a critical moment, and at the same time, the man holding the Chaos War Spear and the woman holding the War Sword came in hot pursuit. Roar! Mo Qilin roared, like a magic wall, blocking the way of Wuji's mark. "You unicorn don't recognize me anymore." The mark of Wuji seemed very angry. The mysterious woman behind smiled lightly and said, "The Kirin knife has awakened, now let's join forces and see where you go." Huh, the bound ancestral god-level dragon tortoise showed surprise, and said, "It looks very familiar, it seems like an old friend." Following his words, terrifying sword glows spewed out, shooting at the mark of martial arts, and the surrounding void completely collapsed. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi were horrified. It would be so scary if these people make any noise at random, they would really suffer if they were in the middle, they had to rush aside. "It's me, don't make a move." Mark of Wu was in a hurry, he was already surrounded by 3 masters, and now if this mysterious and terrifying dragon turtle ancestral divine weapon got involved, he couldn't bear it at all. Mo Qilin roared and shook the sky, and rushed towards the mark of martial arts. At the same time, the sword in the mysterious woman's hand also slashed, and the void was shattering. Boom! The mark of martial arts was blocked by the 2 people behind him, and there was no way to retreat. It was thrown away by Mo Qilin's savage impact, and the huge black sword-like mark of martial arts was almost split in 2. That's it, I remembered. The moment Xiao Chen saw the body of the black broken knife again, he suddenly remembered a past event. Back then, when he first entered the longevity realm and was trapped on Long Island, the devil Caillou wanted to use the colorful sacred tree to return to the sun, so he once gave Xiao Chen an unnamed black broken knife. However, after Xiao Chen took the broken knife and left, he didn't find anything special about it, and it felt far inferior to the golden divine halberd and black iron seal. However, a strange thing happened later that made him change his mind. When Yu Chao's heavenly palace appeared above the Changsheng continent, the insignificant black broken knife flew into the sky and disappeared. Since then, no trace of it has been seen again. The black broken knife in front of him is definitely the same as the broken knife that he saw at the beginning. The lost broken knife is the second half including the handle, while the black broken knife in the Valley of Burial Soldiers is the first half including the tip. If the two are united, it is a whole. It's definitely it, Xiao Chen said to himself, because it saw that the broken marks on the broken parts of the 2 broken knives could be completely joined together. He never thought that he controlled an ancestral god weapon back then, but it was obvious that the half with the hilt seemed to have lost its spirituality. It has long since lost the power of the ancestral divine soldier, and it is far less terrifying than the half-cut unicorn knife in front of it. At this moment, the mark of martial arts has encountered a great crisis. Facing 3 strong men who are comparable to the realm of the half-ancestor Zhuchangtian, he is full of dangers and it is difficult to resist. Ha ha! At this moment, the ancestral soldier who was bound by the black iron chain, Dragon Turtle laughed wildly, and said, "So you are this magic stick, ha ha ha." He seemed to recognize the mark of martial arts, and kept laughing. The sword light that spewed out was even more terrifying. The void completely collapsed, but this time it was directed at the sky. The tens of miles long sword light annihilated everything. Back then you tricked Yu Chao into traveling far away and stole his heavenly nest. Back then you spied on Barbara's wife taking a bath. Back then you sneaked outside the Nuwa palace, but Fuxi caught you and burned you like a fire stick for 49 days. Dragon Turtle laughed loudly, talking about 7 or 8 ugly things about the seal of martial arts. I #%. Shut up your big mouth. In the distance, the mark of Wuji seemed to be furious, and shouted, "Don't spread rumors about me." Ha ha ha, Dragon Tortoise Ancestor Divine Soldier laughed loudly. The iron chains that bound him shook violently, making crash-clatter sounds. Back then you stole Shenong's Shenshui, but you were poisoned and only half-lived. Back then you fooled the little yellow emperor to go to Beihai with you, but you ran back quietly and stole other people's treasures. Back then you sneaked into the fire god palace of the Suiren clan and fooled the boy away, but accidentally knocked over the Suiren divine fire and was burned half to death. The Dragon Turtle Ancestor Divine Soldier kept laughing, but he tried his best to reveal the old background of the mark of martial arts. Dragon Turtle, you are worthy of being a gossip. Seal of Wu yelled, as if feeling very embarrassed. In the distance, Xiao Chen and Bai Qi were dumbfounded. Are all the ridiculous things done by the mark of Wu Ji? Looks like this guy is a bad old bastard. To say that he is an old fool does not wrong him at all, he is simply a recidivist. You old magic stick made a big noise in Burial Valley, and now you dare to come here. If you don't tear you into 6 pieces today, I'm really sorry. The tall man with the Chaos War spear said in an extremely cold voice. It turns out that you have recognized me a long time ago, but you have been pretending to be confused. Wu Ziyan was furious. I've recognized you a long time ago, just waiting for you to throw yourself into the trap and enter the depths of the valley. The mysterious woman who held the sword in her hand swung it even more sharply. Mo Qilin also let out a deafening roar. Crash! The iron chain shook violently, and the huge dragon tortoise turned over and sat up, stretching the iron ropes tied to it straight. It made a thunderous sound, and said, God, you made a big fuss in the Valley of Burial Soldiers, and you just left. Now that you are back today, you must be liquidated. Gossip, don't think that I'm afraid of you. If you push me into a hurry, make another big fuss. The seal of Wu Ji also said harsh words. Boom! The entire Valley of Burial Soldiers was shaking, and the huge dragon tortoise danced with its huge body, bursting out with an aura that frightened both Xiao Chen and Bai Qi. Why do you fight me? You can fight me now. The rumbling voice was like thunderclaps in the sky. The seal of martial arts shouted. Gossip, I never thought that you would give birth to a real soul, which is no longer a ray of divine sense. It seems that you want to embarrass me today. Yes, I just want to make things difficult for you. No. At this moment, Wu Ji's mark suddenly shouted. It turns out that you have all merged with the souls and consciousnesses of countless broken soldiers, and you are no longer the original you. Mark of Martial Arts seemed to have discovered something terrible, jumped out of the battle circle with all his strength, and retreated a dozen steps back. You're right, time is merciless, we are no longer the original ancestral god soldiers, and now we are our own masters. At this moment, Long Gui's voice was extraordinarily indifferent, as if he had changed into a different person. You are no longer the ancestral god soldiers that I know, you have been completely reduced to unrivaled fierce soldiers. The Mark of Martial Arts felt that the situation was terrible, and he backed away a dozen steps in a row. People will always change, and the ancestral divine soldier is no exception. The indifferent and heartless voice, rumbling, swayed hundreds of miles in the sky. Is it Shenong or the Yellow Emperor who bound you here? Damn ancestor god meddles in other people's business, sooner or later I will rush out myself. Long Gui said in an extremely cold voice, as for now. I want to get rid of you first. Wu Ziyan snorted coldly and said, you gossip is trapped here, and you dare to speak out loudly. When I have enough rest, I will have a decisive battle with you. Okay, I'll give you time. Long Gui readily agreed. Beside him, the man holding the Chaos War Jade, the mysterious woman holding the war sword, and the huge black unicorn all remained still and did not make any further moves. Brush. At this moment, no one would have thought that the Mark of Martial Arts of Banzu Juchongtian turned into a ball of light, rushed towards Xiao Chen and Bai Qi quickly, wrapped them up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The valley is so wide that it is difficult to see the end. If you want to escape, it's impossible. The man with the sword in his hand chased after him. There's no need to worry. Entering the valley, no one can get out without my permission. Guilong's voice was still indifferent, not in a hurry at all. Where are we going? Xiao Chen asked. At this time, they had already appeared 100 miles away. You can't go anywhere. At this moment, a huge brass gossip diagram appeared above the sky, shining brightly. Its voice is exactly that of Dragon Turtle, no wonder the imprint of nothing calls it Bagua, because its body is actually a Bagua diagram. It's very similar to the brass gossip I saw on Long Island back then. Xiao Chen was surprised. The brass gossip on Long Island is just a fragment, how can it compare with the real body here? Wu Ji's imprint looked extremely dignified, and said, but it is no longer Fuxi's ancestral soldier in the past, but now it has turned into a world-class fierce soldier. The body of the dragon tortoise is a brass gossip, and it is actually the magic weapon of the ancestor god Fuxi. Although Xiao Chen and Bai Qi had guessed it a long time ago, they were still shocked when they heard the imprint of Wu Ji clearly say it. If I hadn't lost my body, how could it be my turn to be arrogant? Wu Ji's mark was indignant, but soon calmed down again, and said, but it doesn't matter, the situation will reverse soon, let's go. The Valley of Burial Soldiers is extremely vast, and after another 300 miles, it still hasn't reached the end. But at this moment, the huge brass gossip mask fell down. The Mark of Martial Arts led Xiao Chen and Bai Qi to speed up suddenly. After the brass gossip flew to this area, it seemed to have scruples, but it didn't fall down for a long time, and even hesitated, unwilling to go in again. The valley ahead gradually narrowed, dark and dull, much darker than the previous area. You are going to enter another valley, well, let's see how long you can stay in it. Brass Baguetu made an extremely indifferent voice, the killing intent was undisguised, and said, unless an ancestor god comes, no one can save you. Wrong, even if the ancestor god comes, I have no fear now. The road ahead is very narrow, only able to allow one person to pass through, like two big mountains squeezed together, with only a big crack in the middle. The mark of martial arts didn't say anything, and rushed in quickly. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi followed, but followed reluctantly. After traveling for more than 10 miles, the front gradually opened up. After entering this place, Xiao Chen and Bai Qi felt extremely depressed for some reason. This turned out to be a dark valley with the same vast area, no less than the one just now. The terrain of Burial Soldiers Valley is like a gourd. There are 2 huge valleys, but the average ancestral god soldiers are willing to set foot here. Hearing what Wu Ziyan said, Xiao Chen and Bai Qi looked at each other, knowing that there must be something weird here. You two must not wander around, even the ancestral divine soldier has disappeared here inexplicably. The seal of Wu Ji solemnly warned. After saying these words, Mark of Wu Ji turned around and walked forward step by step. He seemed very excited. Martial ancestor, have you been resurrected? Right in front, there is a huge sky pillar standing there, which is 300 feet high, and hundreds of people can't hug it together, exuding a simple and vicissitudes of life. Is that martial ancestor? How can it be? Xiao Chen and Bai Qi denied this idea. That should be a heaven-reaching stick. God stick. They thought of what Long Gui had said before, calling the mark of martial arts a magic stick. Could this be the original body of the mark of martial arts? He also seems to be a super ancestral weapon. Very likely. The seal of martial arts called the dragon tortoise a gossip, but after the dragon tortoise manifested the body of the ancestral weapon, it was really a huge brass gossip. That gossip once called the mark of Wuji a magic stick, so thinking about it, it is very likely to be true. Didn't the martial ancestor die back then, sleeping here, waiting for the chance to be resurrected? Call for recommendation tickets, book friends who have tickets, please support, thank you. Chapter 479 KK, the little beast that makes people vomit blood. Mark of Wuji muttered to himself, with a very excited expression, and walked forward step by step. A gigantic divine pillar towered above the sky, beyond the reach of hundreds of people, standing in the dark valley. It exudes a simple and vicissitudes of life, without any energy fluctuations, but it makes Banzu feel palpitating. The black giant tree is still and motionless, and the surrounding clouds and mists are surging, making this place very mysterious. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi felt a little hairy, the seal of Wu Ji seemed to be summoning the soul, and they kept chanting various mysterious spells in their mouths. Primeval Renzu, please listen to my prayer and send back the lost martial ancestors' war spirit. Following Wu Ziyan's extremely devout prayers, a gust of wind suddenly blew up in the dark valley, chilling and oppressing, and it spread directly to the bones of the person, making people tremble uncontrollably. Even Xiao Chen and Bai Qi didn't understand this sudden change, they didn't know where the yin wind came from. Wu, the black mist surged, the dark wind howled, and terrifying ghost shadows appeared around, lingering around the giant tree reaching to the sky. Immortal heroic spirit, immortal battle spirit, escort martial ancestor back. The mark of martial arts came less than 10 feet away from the giant tree, praying and calling more emotionally. Heaven and earth gave birth to martial ancestor, endowed him with unparalleled combat power, and there are important missions waiting for him to complete. Boom, the pitch-black space seemed to be shattering, as if a door to the world was being opened. The surrounding wind became even more frightening, and endless battle spirits emerged, screaming continuously, filled with black mist, and you couldn't see your fingers. Death before leaving the army will make the hero burst into tears. This era needs living martial ancestors, not mourning after death. The mark of Wu used to be like a big fool, but now it is full of emotion, very sad, constantly calling and praying. Martial ancestor, come back from the resurrection. Following the final roar of the mark of martial arts, the entire valley was completely submerged in the mist, the surroundings were full of shadows, pitch black, even if they were close at hand, they couldn't see anything clearly. Boom! In front of the sky-reaching giant tree, there was a loud noise that shook the world, a mysterious world portal was opened, and a majestic force oscillated from it. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi were like duckweed in the raging sea, they were knocked hundreds of feet away by a violent wave, they were all terrified, and it was difficult for them to get close to that area. Woo! The strong wind was blowing, heroic spirits roared, war spirits roared, and incomparably tall soul shadows stood between the sky and the earth, comparable to that giant tree reaching to the sky. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi looked at each other in dismay. Could it be said that martial ancestor is really going to be resurrected? They were extremely shocked. Roar! The mark of martial arts, the whole body is full of light, and the blue light soars, filling the valley. Many war spirits revolved around him, constantly roaring. The pitch-black valley shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. Knowing the power of the half-ancestor, it is very difficult to break the Zhongshan stone in the valley, but now such a terrible scene has happened, one can imagine what kind of power was summoned. The berserk breath lasted for more than half an hour in the pitch-black valley before slowly calming down. When everything returned to calm, Xiao Chen and Bai Qi walked forward again. Wu Ji's mark turned into a human form, walked to the giant tree reaching to the sky, pressed his firm and powerful hand on the huge pillar, and then pulled it hard, like pulling a drawer, and grabbed a huge shadow box from the sacred tree. Boom! A mysterious aura surged out immediately. Back then, the mark of martialism used the giant tree as a container to preserve the body of martial ancestor. At this moment, he couldn't wait to watch into the darkness. But the result made him feel dizzy, the inside was empty, and Wuzu's body disappeared. How is it possible? Where did it go? The mark of Wu Ji shouted anxiously. There is bone meal, Xiao Chen reminded. There is a layer of gray-white bone meal in the dark box. Judging from the traces, it should be the residue of a person who turned into ashes after death. Wu Ji's seal shook violently as if struck by lightning, almost falling on the spot. It was difficult for him to accept this result, and he did not believe the facts before him. Impossible, I don't believe it. The mark of martialism roared. The body of the martial ancestor is comparable to the ancestral divine weapon, and even harder than the ancestral divine weapon. How could it be turned into bone powder? But no matter how much he roared, he couldn't change the fact in front of him. He couldn't bear the result, and kept roaring and yelling. From the roar of the mark of martial arts, Xiao Chen and Bai Qi were shocked to learn many secrets. Back then, martial ancestor did die in battle, but his record was even more terrifying than the legends. After being ambushed by a conspiracy, he fell into a terrifying and peerless battle formation, encountered 4 ancestor gods from other worlds, but killed 2 of them. The Valley of Burial Soldiers is an extremely mysterious place that can make divine soldiers grow. The mark of martial arts has tried everything possible to bring martial ancestor back to life. Wuzu's body is extremely powerful, even better than the ancestor's divine weapon. He decided to treat Wuzu's body as a divine weapon, and bury it in the Valley of Burial Soldiers so that it can recover and grow. For this reason, he even gave up his own body, the huge sacred tree, and placed the corpse of the martial ancestor in it, making it one with it, more like an ancestor divine weapon. Although the imprint of Wu Ji was almost frantic at the moment, and the information from shouting was very scattered, but Xiao Chen and Bai Qi still gradually understood the general idea. I feel that the mark of martial arts is well-intentioned, it can be described as crazy, but endless years have passed, and the result is revealed. It seems that so much time was wasted in vain. Why is this so? All my efforts have been in vain. When Wu Ji's imprint slowly calmed down, he appeared to be devastated. This blow was too heavy for him. I have been entangled with the Tianbei for endless years, but after getting out of trouble, what I waited for was such a result. The Valley of Burial Soldiers. What kind of secrets are you hiding? Why did you refine the corpse of the martial ancestor, which is harder than the ancestral divine weapon, into bone meal? Xiao Chen and Bai Qi were surprised to learn some secrets again. The Valley of Burial Soldiers can wander freely in the turbulent flow of time and space. The spatial coordinates will change every 500 years, so it is difficult to find. Last time, it was purely a coincidence that Wu Ji's mark could come in, and it didn't come in through the gate of the world like his divine weapon. After Wu Zu died for endless years, he found the body of Wu Zu, but it also attracted the ancestor gods from other worlds to chase and kill him. Several ancestor gods shattered time and space, bombarded him thousands of miles away, but accidentally drove him into the Valley of Burial Soldiers. Back then, he made a big fuss in the Valley of Burial Soldiers, and he was truly the #1 divine soldier, because none of the other ancestor divine soldiers in this valley had their own souls. Could it be that the ancestral soldiers from another valley destroyed the body of Wu Zu? Xiao Chen proposed such a possibility. Impossible, unless my main body is completely destroyed. Otherwise, no one can open the cassette except me. The mark of Wu Ji shook his head. The giant tree reaching the sky in front of him, standing here intact, has already explained everything. It is really difficult to destroy, not an ancestor soldier can smash. At this moment, Bai Qi, who was not far away, seemed to have discovered something, and was staring at the huge Shenmue carefully and earnestly. There seems to be a line of writing here. Hearing what Bai Qi said, Wu Ji's mark rushed over with a whoosh. Xiao Chen also moved closer, but found that he didn't recognize it at all. The ancient fonts were too primitive, almost like ghostly drawn symbols. Moreover, it was crooked, like it was left by a prank. This line of crooked ancient characters is almost as good as the handwriting of the little beast Kiki, which is really not flattering. What's written on it? Both Bai Qi and Xiao Chen wanted to know very much. Although Wu Ji's mark is a mass of human nature blue light, but it gives people the feeling of green complexion, at this moment the nose is almost crooked, and he said bitterly, 4x came here for a visit. The so-called 4x is naturally a meaningless symbol, and there is no real name left. He felt very depressed. Someone actually left such a ridiculous message. What did they think of this place as a tourist attraction? The body of Wu Ji's mark is so strong that it is rare in the world, and it really made him feel crazy to be engraved on his body. Damn, don't let me catch you bastard. He cursed angrily. The imprint of Wu's face was dark, squatting there, and studied for a long time, and finally seemed to suddenly understand something, and said bitterly, don't think I don't know who you are, I can't afford to mess with you, I'll clean up your precious bump. After seeing these words engraved on the main body, although Wu Ji's imprint was very depressed, it seemed that he was no longer so sad. After pondering for a long time, he seemed to have figured out a lot of things. After more than half an hour, he became like a normal person and completely recovered. Hey, the mark of Wu's smile was exaggerated and malicious, which made Xiao Chen feel a little creepy. Boy, charge some interest on you first. The mark of Wu Ji moved his hands and feet, and walked over, and with a bang, he sent Xiao Chen flying. Old God stick, are you crazy? Xiao Chen was caught off guard by the beating, and his whole body was in excruciating pain. It's not crazy, it's you who beat me up, let's collect some interest from you first. The mark of Wu Ji forced him over again with malicious intentions. Fire stick, don't think I'm afraid of you. Xiao Chen said nothing, with a dark face, and directly smashed out 6 sky monuments, and then chopped out 27 swords. Obviously, the gap between the two is immeasurable. Xiao Chen was completely defeated and was dealt with lightly and severely. Bai Qi didn't go forward, knowing that Wu Ziyan didn't really want to deal with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen bared his teeth and grinned, being dealt with by an old monster comparable to the half-ancestor Zhu Chongtian, it felt really uncomfortable. He shouted angrily, just wait and see, I will seek justice sooner or later. I am the scripture of the martial ancestor, the only person who knows the unique knowledge of the martial ancestor, you can call me the mark of martial arts. Don't call me other names. The mark of martial arts corrected. Quang. At this moment, there was a sudden tremor in the depths of the dark valley, as if some huge monster was turning over. The mark of martial arts changed color on the spot. This second valley, even the ancestral god soldiers dare not enter or leave easily on weekdays, it is really strange inside, there have been incidents where the ancestral god soldiers got lost in it. Evil is different, but this valley has been very quiet. It can be said that it is a dead and silent place, and today he feels very wrong. At the same time, between the cliffs of the valley, the gap that was only one person wide and leading to another valley suddenly burst into dazzling yellow light. The voice of Fuxi's gossip came over, go out and die. The ancestral divine soldier transformed into a turtle dragon, although its main body is bound in another valley, it can condense a powerful killing intent and come out of the body. A radiant brass gossip map blocked the outside of the second valley. However, that powerful killing intent didn't rush in, it seemed to be very taboo here. Gossip, you gossip, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Wu Ziyan responded without showing any weakness. Then come out and fight to decide who is better. The voice of the brass gossip was very cold and heartless, just like the seal of martial arts said, it has turned into an unrivaled fierce soldier. Boom boom boom, the earth trembled, and the roar of beasts shook the sky. The black Qilin beast also rushed over and blocked the second valley. At the same time, the woman's light laughter came, we know that your body is here, but you seem to have awakened many ancestor spirits this time. Even if your soul and body are combined, it is difficult to turn around. She is talking about things, if the brass gossip is not bound, one is enough, you must know that after you have a real soul, it will be an ancestor god-level existence. You must not rush around here, and stay here honestly. Wu Ji's imprint told Xiao Chen and Bai Qi, saying, No matter what noises come from the valley, don't be curious, otherwise even if you are a half-ancestor, if you wander around, you may be wiped out in an instant. After saying these words, he walked towards the huge sacred tree to become one with it. Outside of Kyushu, the waves are magnificent, and the islands are like pearls, dotted in the vast sea. On the Dragon Island, there is lush greenery, roaring wild beasts, roaring fierce dragons, and it is full of vitality. There are not only strong dragons here, but also many alien beasts, such as giant flying centipedes with a length of more than 10 meters, and black scorpions the size of houses, which can completely compete with wild dragons. Of course, the absolute dominance is naturally the Dragon Clan. After Dragon Island was unsealed, all the savage dragons recovered their supernatural powers, and there were few races among the 100 races that could compete with them. At this moment, in a palace in the center of Dragon Island, the king of the Dragon Clan God of War, who has few rivals in the realm of Banzu, is practicing in seclusion. At this moment, a rapid roar woke him up. What happened? Could it be that another half-ancestor broke into our sacred mountain of the Dragon Clan, looking for the eternal light? No outsiders came to disturb you, it's the holy mountain, that little beast. Hearing this, the Dragon God of War King stood up with a bang, walked out of the retreat, and said to the dragon who had turned into a human and knelt on the ground, "What's wrong with that little beast? Isn't it sleeping all the time?" It was obvious that he was very nervous. "It is sleeping, but today I don't know why it is full of auspicious colors, and it even attracts endless rays of light. Oh, let's see what happened. I'll go and have a look." The War God King of the Dragon Clan walked out of the giant palace, and after a flash of light, he transformed into the huge body of the Lion King Dragon. His body was covered in golden light, and a powerful dragon aura shot straight into the sky. Almost instantly, he arrived near the sacred mountain of the Dragon Clan. Sure enough, on the top of the sacred Dragon Mountain, a large area of auspicious glow was shrouded, and the colorful clouds came down from all directions, making the place exude a sacred atmosphere. In the past, many places on the holy mountain were bare, but now it is full of greenery. On the top of the sacred mountain, on top of an ancient tree, there is an extremely luxurious soft nest, which is woven with various rare spiritual essences, such as dragon tongue grass, phoenix vine, 9-leaf orchid, etc., and a little snow-white animal is sleeping sweetly inside. Could it be? The War God King of the Dragon Clan showed a hint of surprise. Boom! At this moment, there was an explosion of thunder in the sky, and the trembling sky trembled. It really is. King, what's the matter? Some dragons don't know why. The little guy may be about to enter the realm of the half-ancestor, said the Dragon War God King. Hearing this, the jaws of the other dragons next to them almost fell to the ground in shock. It was really hard for them to accept. This, impossible. This is so unreasonable. In their eyes, the little snow-white beast is just a little lazy cat. It has been sleeping for more than 100 years, and it has not woken up until now. Such a veteran slacker can actually become a half-ancestor. This makes many dragons feel ashamed and want to commit suicide. They were originally one of the most powerful races in the world, but they have never seen a dragon achieve the position of half-ancestor so quickly after practicing so diligently. No way, this lazy little thing who is about to fall into scum, can become a half-ancestor after sleeping for more than 100 years. Many dragons feel quite unbalanced. How is it impossible? It will be revealed soon. The God of War King glanced at the group of dragons. Boom! As if confirming the words of the Dragon War God King, terrifying lightning bolts began to appear in the sky, each one as thick as a mountain. Like mighty rivers roaring in the sky. All the dragons were dumbfounded. Now they have to believe the facts in front of them, but this is too unreasonable. An excessively lazy little beast, I have only seen it sleeping soundly, and never seen it doing any physical exertion activities. It can be said that for more than 100 years, the sleeping little beast has become the most peculiar scenery on Long Island. Every time a dragon parent educates their children, they will use it as a negative teaching material, saying earnestly, "Don't learn from that little lazy beast, or you will be useless in your life." The result turned out to be like this. The little snow-white beast, who is too lazy, is about to enter the half-ancestor realm. My jaw dropped in shock, making me feel quite speechless. Boom! The sound of thunder from the sky became even more deafening, and the lightning was so terrifying that it would strike the sacred mountain of the Dragon Clan at any time. Hurry up and wake it up, the sky thunder is about to come down, it's not ready yet. Next to it, a Dragon Clan reminded. Although many dragons are very dissatisfied with the laziness of this little beast, they have regarded it as a member of their own team after all, and cannot bear it to have accidents. It's okay, let it suffer a little bit first. Dragon War God King replied, and then added, "It's too lazy." Boom. The brilliance above the Dragon Island became more and more prosperous, and the thunder became more and more terrifying. That kind of powerful fluctuation of divine power surprised many dragon powerhouses. At this time, the 10 elders of the dragon clan were all alarmed, and flew here like many wild dragons, staring at the sleeping little beast with dumbstruck eyes. At the same time, many powerhouses in various parts of Kyushu sensed an unusual aura, and many cultivators flew overseas. Not to mention the various ethnic groups overseas, they all sensed the extraordinary energy fluctuations of Long Island at the first time, and they were all shocked. Everyone thought that the Dragon Clan would give birth to another half-ancestor, but this was also expected. The talent of the Dragon Clan was unparalleled, and few races could match it. At this moment, the human world shook, many masters gathered towards Long Island, people wanted to witness the birth of a half-ancestor with their own eyes. It didn't take long for Lan Nuo to be promoted to half-ancestor, and another person was about to break through in a short period of time, which had to be shocking. I don't know how long it has been since something like this happened. The Dragon Clan is very proud, allowing everyone to watch such a grand event, and they are not afraid of someone secretly doing bad things. A powerful dragon, fearless of any challenge. Some half-ancestors have already gone to the soul world and haven't returned yet, but some half-ancestors still stayed in the human world. Almost all of these people rushed to Long Island, and together with the powerhouses from other realms, there were only a few people on Long Island on this day. When many strong men arrived in awe, they were all stunned when they saw the protagonist who was about to enter the Banzu. Not to mention, the protagonist is not a dragon at all, nor is it so small, but its attitude is enough to make people speechless. At such a critical moment, it is still sleeping soundly, and it is under the watchful eyes of everyone. Its nerves are too big. Is there any mistake? The sky thunder is about to come down, and it actually fell asleep at this time. I didn't fall asleep at this time, but I have been asleep for more than 100 years. Next to him, a dragon clan corrected the master very seriously. To be exact, I have been asleep for 155 years. A young dragon snapped his fingers and added earnestly. Puff, all the cultivators nearby had the urge to vomit blood. This is so unreasonable. Send down a thunderbolt to kill it. This is really, the law of heaven is unfair. Some old antiques naturally recognized Kiki, but they still couldn't accept this reality. I have never seen such a small beast that makes people vomit blood. The lazy one has already lost its scum, the lazy one has made people lose their temper, and the lazy one has gone against the sky. Boom. At this moment, the thunder from the sky finally struck down, like colorful galaxies falling down. It was extremely terrifying, and all of them blasted towards the little beast that was sleeping soundly in the nest on the top of the dragon's sacred mountain. The war god king of the dragon clan originally wanted the little thing to suffer and learn a lesson, but he was shocked to find that this plan seemed to be in vain. Boom. When the terrifying sky thunder crashed down, KK's body instantly emitted 7-color divine light, which scattered all the sky thunder at once, and the lightning scattered all over the sky, and even the ancient trees on the holy mountain were safe and sound. A group of people were almost petrified, and all the spectators were dumbfounded. The law of heaven is unfair. Finally someone couldn't help but vomited blood and shouted out. Boom. Just at this moment, more than a dozen thunderbolts struck down. The dazzling lightning was so dazzling that it covered the entire sacred mountain of the dragon clan. As if disturbed by the thunder, the little beast murmured dissatisfiedly in a sleepy sleep, "The watch disturbed my sleep." Then, it rolled over comfortably and continued to sleep soundly. It's really maddening, it's such a reaction at such a critical moment. Everyone was speechless and asked the sky, the earth, you didn't open your eyes. Chapter 480, Half a Stone Bone. In the Valley of Burial Soldiers, the murderous aura was soaring to the sky, and the visible killing intent formed by the brass gossip was like a sky curtain, blocking the outside of the second valley, creating an extremely terrifying momentum. Let the valley shake violently, as if it would crumble at any moment. The seal of martial arts walked in front of the huge sacred tree, and was shocked suddenly. His body was full of blue light, and he became one with the giant tree all of a sudden. Boom. The giant tree more than 300 feet high was full of brilliance, as if it had been revived all of a sudden. It is like a celestial pillar supporting the sky, exuding a long-lasting and terrifying aura, and little blue light gradually flickers from the black wooden body, making it extremely mysterious. This is the mark of martial arts back then, or the martial ancestor divine weapon, a veritable sacred tree. Boom! A burst of thunder was blooming, surrounding the sacred tree, and the electric light completely submerged it, and the 300-foot-long sacred tree instantly came to life and was completely revived. It can be clearly sensed that it is breathing. After the mark of martial arts merged with the main body, it completely turned into an ancestral soldier with its own soul, and now he is so powerful that it is unimaginable. Haha, he was laughing wildly. However, it didn't give people a sense of the majesty of the ancestor gods. No matter how they sounded, it sounded like a 10,000-year-old demon was born. What's even more exaggerated is that Shenmue actually bent over with a smile, and his straight body turned into an arc. This magic stick is too smug. Xiao Chen curled his lips, very dissatisfied with this guy. Yes, even though he knew that the sacred tree in front of him might have reached the realm of the ancestor god, it still made it difficult for him to have the slightest respect. In his eyes, the old Huyu in front of him was a veritable magic stick. Bai Qi wanted to laugh but couldn't, reminding Xiao Chen to be careful. Aren't you convinced, kid? Even if you practice for another 1,000 years, you should keep your eyebrows low in front of me. The mark of martial arts trembled exaggeratedly on the body of his magic stick, and the valley trembling with laughter rumbled. It's really arrogant. Xiao Chen had no choice but to mutter like this. Quang! In the depths of this second valley, there was such a loud noise suddenly, the startled martial mark suddenly put away his frenzy, feeling very inappropriate in his heart. Then, he shrank his body very low-key, and rushed out from the gap connecting the two valleys. God stick, you have finally come out, you are no longer a coward, today you are destined to be refined. The brass gossip was arrogant and arrogant. If you want to refine me to gain divine power, you really turned into an unrivaled fierce soldier, but I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Now that my soul and body are united, you cannot be suppressed by the bound gossip. What if we are added? The man holding the Chaos War Jay and the mysterious woman holding the war sword came forward together. Roar! With a roar, the hill-like ink unicorn also rushed over brutally. At the same time, a giant monster resembling a Tyrannosaurus also came rumbling from a distance. Okay, let's go together. The Mark of Wu was full of pride at the moment, and shouted, but if you don't want any accidents, you'd better change the battlefield and stay away from this second valley. Quang! At the moment when the words of the Mark of Martial Arts finished, an inexplicable vibration came from the depths of the second valley again, and the startled ancestral god soldiers all became nervous for a while. Walk! The killing intent formed by the brass gossip rushed up first, and then several divine soldiers rushed to the depths of the first valley, away from here. Not long after, I heard earth-shattering sounds, even though it was hundreds of miles away, and the valley had mysterious power that could weaken the power of the powerful without limit. However, you can still see the murderous aura in that direction, the huge blade light rushing into the sky for more than 100 miles, it is extremely terrifying. Although they are a few ancestral weapons, they almost already represent the peak power of the current worlds. The fire of gossip is burning. Bah, you just have a gossip mind. God stick, you can only fool around, what other skills do you have? In that area, the battle was extremely fierce, and the murderous aura enveloped the whole field. In the battle of dying and surviving, the few magic soldiers in the field still did not forget to bicker. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi could only see the divine light soaring to the sky, and could hear some voices vaguely, but they knew nothing about it. I hope the magic stick can win. Whether they can get out of the Valley of Burial Soldiers depends entirely on the Mark of Wu Ji. Quang! At this moment, another mysterious sound came from the depths of the second valley, and the earth shook. What exactly is it? Although the two wanted to know very much, they kept in mind the words of Wu Ji's imprint, and did not dare to act recklessly to observe. After waiting for more than half an hour, the battle in the first valley was still inconclusive. It seemed that the ancestral god soldiers had awakened again, adding unknown variables. The voice from the Mark of Martial Arts became more and more anxious, and the situation seemed to be very bad. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi felt depressed, walking back and forth in the second valley. Suddenly, Bai Qi let out a muffled groan, and Xiao Chen hurriedly looked back. I saw a huge black shadow smashing Bai Qi to the ground and pressing him down. The valley was very dark, it was hard to see what it was. Xiao Chen rushed forward quickly. But at this moment, he felt that his feet could not move, and something grabbed him. Then, a cold disc circled his body. Dragon! Xiao Chen was taken aback, and shook violently, the ancestral god's battle clothes shone with dazzling light, shaking the behemoth behind him back. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying roar came from the first valley. A few ancestral soldiers forced the mark of martial arts to the central area, and the brass gossip bound by a huge iron chain was right in front of them, violently shaking the body. The divine power of the 8 trigrams is hard to fathom. The 8 mysterious symbols, blooming and blowing thousands of rays of light, are heading towards the seal of the martial arts seal. That is the real power of the ancestor god. The power of the mortal world is simply irresistible. The mark of martial arts sensed the danger, and the Shenmue transformed into a human form, shaking the sky and shaking the earth, exerting the martial arts combat power to the limit. It's impossible to seal me, unless the ancestor god comes in person. Every time he punched, it was like big rivers rushing and roaring in the valley, shaking the heavens and the earth. It was a terrifying martial artist's fist power, enough to destroy all obstacles. I am the ancestor god now, and I will refine you today. Brass Gossip was indifferent and his voice was extremely cold. It's not up to you. You are too conceited. The mysterious man holding the Chaos War Jay, everything that the Chong Jay passes will turn into chaos, and join hands with the mysterious woman to kill. At the same time, the black unicorn and a tyrannosaur with 3 heads and 9 tails also savagely collided. Ah! The mark of martial arts roared, swung his fist, and smashed the void. The aura of air spewing out of the mouth was hundreds of miles long, colliding violently with the 8 mysterious characters, and the whole valley shook for a while. And his fists kept colliding with Chaos Zanjie, making a deafening metal trill. When, with the help of his body, Wuji's mark sent the hill-like ink unicorn and Tyrannosaurus flying out. Invincible with martial arts, boom, the first valley shook violently. The mark of martial arts battled several ancestral soldiers. Although they were at a disadvantage, they did not show defeat. Boom, but at this moment, an accident happened. Another figure walked out from the darkness, shaking his hand. He threw a round and simple stone ball, which hit the back of Wuji's mark, and sent him flying away. Stone soldiers. 2 cold rays of light shot out from the eyes of Mark of Martial Arts, staring coldly at the magic soldiers, and then at the man holding the stone soldier. 2 terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes. It's you. In the second valley, Xiao Chen broke out in a cold sweat. It was inconceivable that someone deceived him into such a short distance and hid his consciousness. Finally got rid of the opponent, but Bai Qi in the distance was knocked down, life or death unknown. He turned around and saw that the creature that had sneaked up on him turned out to be a golden ancestor dragon. Wrong, maybe it can be called the Dragon King, thinking that although it has the head and body of the ancestor dragon, it only lacks a few dragon claw arms, like a big snake with the thickness of a millstone holding a group of dragon heads. Its whole body is golden. Who are you? Xiao Chen looked at this unexpected visitor cautiously and solemnly. I am the greatest existence in the world. Speaking of this, the big snake with the head of an ancestor swelled up, suddenly enlarged to the thickness of a house, and coiled there like a small mountain. It's you. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth angrily. He sensed a familiar aura, and the monster in front of him turned out to be a golden divine halberd. Although his appearance changed drastically, he still noticed it. Why did you sneak attack me? What's wrong with Bai Qi? Xiao Chen's expression was not good, and he was about to unleash 27 swords to kill the guy in front of him. Ha ha ha, the golden divine halberd laughed triumphantly, and said, he's fine, it's just that he was knocked unconscious by old Hay. At this moment, a huge black shadow flew over in the distance. It really was the black iron seal, and what it turned into was not an animal, but a black low mountain. You 2 guys. Xiao Chen had no hostility towards them, and they cooperated happily back then. I didn't mean to surprise you. This place is really evil and dangerous. We want to sneak you out of the valley. The golden divine halberd explained, but it was a bit of a cover-up. You 2 are really good. In just over 100 years, you have achieved super evolution and been promoted to the 6th heaven of the half-ancestor. What super evolution? You really think we are scrap iron? I think we were unrivaled soldiers back then. Damn it, if it didn't fall down by accident. The golden divine halberd was furious, but stopped talking again, as if he didn't want to say more. In fact, Xiao Chen also knew that it must have been very difficult for them in the distant past, otherwise how could they have easily killed Lao Su and Buddha's past lives in the Devil's Plain? Isn't the Second Valley an evil place? How can you come and go freely? Although the Second Valley is very evil, there is a secret road leading to the outside world. We dare not go to the First Valley, but we can still wander around the periphery of the Second Valley. How did you find this place? Xiao Chen had many questions. Hearing this, Wu Tian said indignantly, back then you harmed us badly. If your body is broken, then it will be broken. Let us all suffer heavy injuries. No matter how hard it sounds, Xiao Chen really wants to kick these 2 guys. We followed the stone diamond and entered this place. It broke through a secret passage. Xiao Chen was startled immediately. He paid special attention to the stone man and several stone soldiers, and he had a deep understanding of the power and terror of the stone soldiers back then. According to the legend, the stone figure is 9 points in the world, and it is cherished and collected by the ancestor gods. It is definitely not an ordinary artifact. Hearing the relevant news again, how could he not be excited, and hurriedly asked, "Where did that stone diamond go?" "Damn it, it disappeared. I haven't seen it since I came in." Regarding Wu Tian's words, Xiao Chen showed a pensive look, and Shi Bing also entered the Valley of Burial Soldiers. It seems that this place is indeed extraordinary. Let's send you two out, it's not suitable to stay here for long. When Bai Qixing turned around, he immediately rushed towards Wu Tian, but was intercepted by Xiao Chen, who briefly explained the situation. The Golden Halberd and Wu Tian got the mysterious power in the valley, and they can integrate well into this environment, so it is easy to sneak attack Bai Qi and Xiao Chen. It's unbelievable that there is a secret passage connecting to the outside world. Bai Qi thought it was a closed world, but there was a space passage left behind. Wrong, that is the direction to the depths of the valley, we have to slip away. Seeing Xiao Chen and Bai Qi going in the wrong direction, Wu Tian hastily reminded that even they hadn't gone deep into the valley for so many years. Quang. At this moment, a huge sound came out again, and the trembling valley shook for a while. Why does it feel like a huge monster is turning over? Xiao Chen was puzzled, and asked the Golden Halberd, "You two have lived here for so long, don't you know what it is?" "We've never made such a strange sound before, and we also feel that it's very evil today, so we want to send you out as soon as possible to avoid accidents. Even ourselves, we must avoid the limelight." Quang. There was another loud tremor, and the valley was shaking. At the same time, many rocks rolled down the valley wall. When, ouch, ouch. The black iron seal tiger's golden halberd screamed, and a piece of gravel the size of a pigeon egg splashed on them, making them feel as if they had been struck by lightning, as if they had been crushed by 100,000 mountains. It makes them feel a little weird. Xiao Chenshin's eyes were like lightning. He immediately sensed something was wrong, and grabbed the small stone that rolled on the ground. After watching it carefully, his body shook violently and his heart was so excited that he couldn't believe his eyes. This turned out to be a tiny stone bone. Wrong, it should be said to be half a stone bone. Very symmetrical split, leaving only the left half of the stone bone. The moment he grabbed the stone bone, Xiao Chen immediately confirmed that it came from the same source as the broken stone man collected back then. Half of its skull is actually here. Xiao Chen looked up at the dark valley cliff, hoping to continue to make new discoveries. Damn it, this is the idiomatic expression of Wu Tian and Golden Divine Halberd. The moment they saw the broken stone bone, the two guys screamed together. Boom! At this moment, there was a violent bang in front of him, and a powerful wave of energy surged up. Not good. Wu Tian and the Golden Divine Halberd shouted at the same time, and rushed forward. It's over, the secret passage is sealed. The power of the world has been revived, closing that space channel. The two guys yelled anxiously. Xiao Chen didn't panic. Being able to find half a stone bone here made him extremely shocked and excited. He planned to continue to investigate, maybe there would be new discoveries. Although so far, I still don't know how powerful this tiny stone man is, but it is absolutely extraordinary to be able to share and treasure it among several ancestor gods.